Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we're starting a powerful and fascinating historical journey into the Hasmonean Dynasty, one of the most dramatic chapters in ancient Jewish history. This is the story of how a small priestly family rose against one of the greatest empires of the ancient world, how faith turned into resistance, resistance into revolution, and revolution into an independent Jewish kingdom after centuries of foreign rule. From the flames of the Maccabean revolt to the rise of priest-kings who ruled Judea with both sword and scripture, the Hasmonean era is filled with courage, conflict, ambition, and consequence. It's a story of religious survival under oppression, of political power born from faith, and of a dynasty that reshaped Jewish identity forever while also sowing the seeds of its own downfall. In this series, we'll explore the battles, the rulers, the expansions, the internal rivalries, and the lasting legacy that still lives on today through history, tradition, and festivals like Hanukkah. So sit back, stay curious, and let's dive into the epic rise and fall of the Hasmonean Dynasty, where belief became rebellion and rebellion became a kingdom. The Hasmonean Dynasty, a pivotal chapter in ancient Jewish history, emerged from the crucible of oppression under the Seleucid Empire during the 2nd century BCE, a time when Hellenistic influence had permeated the Near East, reshaping political, social, and religious landscapes. The seeds of the Hasmonean rise were sown in the increasingly aggressive attempts of Antiochus IV Epiphanes to impose Hellenistic culture and suppress Jewish religious practices, a campaign that included the desecration of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, the banning of Torah observance, and the prohibition of circumcision, rituals central to Jewish identity. These acts ignited a fervent response among the Jewish populace, sparking what would become known as the Maccabean Revolt, a rebellion that was not merely a military confrontation, but a profound struggle for religious and cultural survival. At the heart of this revolt was the priestly family of Mattathias, a respected Hasmonean priest from the town of Madian, who, faced with the Seleucid demand to perform pagan sacrifices, chose defiance over submission, killing a Hellenistic official and inspiring his sons and followers to rise against the empire. Mattathias' death in 166 BCE passed leadership to his son Judah, later known as Judah Maccabee, whose military genius and unyielding devotion galvanized a disparate group of Jewish insurgents into a disciplined force capable of confronting the Seleucid armies. Judah's strategy was characterized by guerrilla tactics, leveraging knowledge of the local terrain, surprise attacks, and the morale of a people defending not just their land, but their faith, gradually reclaiming towns and villages, and culminating in the dramatic recapture and purification of the Temple in Jerusalem in 164 BCE, an event commemorated by the festival of Hanukkah. This early period of Hasmonean ascendancy was marked by both religious zeal and political ambition, as the Maccabees established themselves as defenders of Jewish tradition, yet also navigated the complexities of power in a Hellenistic world dominated by larger, more established empires. The successes of Judah Maccabee were followed by the leadership of his brother Jonathan, who, in addition to military endeavors, focused on consolidating political authority, seeking legitimacy through negotiation with surrounding powers such as the Seleucid king Demetrius I, and later securing recognition as the high priest, a role that combined religious authority with political governance, thus laying the foundations for a dynasty that would intertwine sacred and secular power. Jonathan's tenure, however, was fraught with danger, as shifting alliances and the ambitions of Seleucid rulers created a volatile environment in which Jewish autonomy was fragile. Yet his diplomacy and resilience strengthened the Hasmonean position, allowing for expansion of territory and influence. Following Jonathan, his brother Simon emerged as both high priest and prince, achieving a level of independence unprecedented for the Jewish state since the fall of the Davidic monarchy, formally establishing the Hasmonean dynasty as a ruling power with sovereign authority over Judea, which was recognized both internally by the Jewish people and externally by neighboring states, including Rome, whose burgeoning influence in the region would later become critical. Simon's governance was marked by administrative organization, fortification of key cities, and the fostering of economic stability, demonstrating that the Hasmoneans were not merely warriors, but capable rulers able to consolidate and maintain control over a diverse population with competing interests. Under Simon, the dynasty secured a period of relative peace and prosperity, but his assassination in 134 BCE introduced the persistent pattern of internal family rivalries and political intrigue that would characterize Hasmonean rule, as succession disputes often intertwined with religious authority, creating tensions that sometimes destabilized governance despite external successes. The subsequent rulers, including John Hyrcanus, Simon's son, further expanded the dynasty's influence, extending territorial control into regions such as Samaria, Idumea, and parts of Galilee, employing both military campaigns and strategic alliances to assert dominance, while simultaneously enforcing Jewish religious practices in conquered areas, a policy that reflected the dual nature of Hasmonean authority as both political and religious enforcers. John Hyrcanus also initiated significant construction projects, including fortifications and public works, consolidating the dynasty's presence and fostering urban development, while navigating complex relationships with Hellenistic cities, the Pharisees, Sadducees, and neighboring powers, highlighting the delicate balance required to maintain authority in a culturally and politically fragmented landscape. His reign witnessed the integration of Idumeans through forced conversion, a controversial policy that underscored the tension between expansionist ambitions and religious identity, illustrating the dynasty's sometimes coercive approach to consolidating a cohesive state, which contrasted with earlier more defensive and survival-focused phases under the Maccabees. The Hasmonean dynasty during this period also faced the challenge of maintaining legitimacy in the eyes of the Jewish populace, as the fusion of priestly and royal roles prompted debates among religious factions, particularly the Pharisees, who criticized the concentration of power and the perceived erosion of traditional priestly boundaries, reflecting the broader struggle over the interpretation of Jewish law and governance. Diplomatically, the Hasmoneans navigated a complex web of regional powers, including alliances and rivalries with the Seleucids, Ptolemies, and emergent Roman interests, demonstrating political acumen in leveraging shifting power dynamics to secure Judea's autonomy while avoiding direct confrontation with more formidable empires, a strategy that required both pragmatism and opportunism. Economic policies under the Hasmoneans also played a crucial role in consolidating power, as the dynasty promoted agricultural development, trade networks, and taxation systems that supported both military campaigns and civic infrastructure, reinforcing the connection between political control and economic stability, and ensuring that the newly independent state could sustain itself in a competitive regional environment. Cultural and religious life flourished under Hasmonean rule, as the dynasty sought to revitalize Jewish identity through the reconstruction of the temple, promotion of Torah study, and reinforcement of religious festivals, creating a sense of national cohesion and spiritual revival that strengthened loyalty to the ruling family, while simultaneously integrating Hellenistic administrative practices to enhance governance efficiency. Reflecting a pragmatic synthesis of tradition and adaptation, the dynasty's military campaigns, particularly under John Hyrcanus and later Aristobulus I, extended Jewish influence and secured borders, but also provoked conflicts with neighboring peoples, including the Samaritans, Idumeans, and Pharisees, highlighting the often coercive nature of territorial expansion and the complex interplay between military success and internal religious politics. Aristobulus I, son of John Hyrcanus, notably assumed the title of king, formally combining the religious and royal offices, an unprecedented development that signaled the consolidation of supreme authority within the dynasty, but also intensified rivalries with religious factions who questioned the legitimacy of such centralization, laying the groundwork for future internal strife. Subsequent rulers, including Alexander Jannaeus, exemplified the height of Hasmonean power, presiding over extensive territorial expansion, military victories, and a strong central authority. Yet his reign also illustrated the dangers of autocratic rule, as harsh policies against internal dissent, particularly targeting the Pharisees, led to civil unrest, rebellions, and social divisions that weakened the internal cohesion of Judea despite external successes. Cleopatra's involvement in regional politics and Rome's increasing influence in the eastern Mediterranean introduced additional pressures, compelling Hasmonean rulers to engage in delicate diplomacy to maintain independence, as failure to navigate these pressures could result in intervention by foreign powers, a scenario that would later become increasingly inevitable as Roman influence expanded. The dynasty's legacy is further complicated by the blending of religious zeal with political ambition, as rulers used religious authority to legitimize expansionist policies, enforce conformity, and consolidate power, creating a state that was both a sanctuary for Jewish tradition and a participant in the broader Hellenistic political arena, navigating the tension between cultural preservation and engagement with surrounding powers. The Hasmonean dynasty's cultural policies also included the promotion of Jewish identity through public rituals, temple service, and education, fostering a sense of unity and purpose that reinforced the dynasty's authority. Yet these policies sometimes alienated segments of the population who resisted the centralization of religious power or the imposition of Jewish practices on newly incorporated territories, reflecting the complexities of governing a diverse and religiously conscious populace. Ultimately, the Hasmonean dynasty represents a critical period in Jewish history, bridging the gap between the era of foreign domination and the later establishment of Herodian rule under Roman oversight, demonstrating the potential for indigenous leadership to assert both political and religious authority, the challenges inherent in combining sacred and secular roles, and the enduring impact of religious identity on governance, territorial expansion, and diplomatic engagement. The dynasty's achievements in securing independence, promoting cultural and religious revival, and consolidating a state with defined borders and centralized authority were tempered by persistent internal conflicts, familial rivalries, and the pressures of regional geopolitics, offering a nuanced understanding of how a small people could assert sovereignty in a world dominated by larger empires. In examining the Hasmonean dynasty, one sees a narrative of resilience, strategic acumen, and ideological commitment, set against a backdrop of Hellenistic hegemony, religious fervor, and the emergence of new political realities in the Near East, illuminating the interplay between faith, power, and survival that define the era. The dynasty's story is preserved through historical texts, including the works of Josephus, which provide both a celebration of Hasmonean achievements and a candid acknowledgement of internal weaknesses, civil strife, and the moral and political dilemmas faced by rulers seeking to balance religious devotion with the demands of kingship, military necessity, and diplomacy, offering a comprehensive portrait of a dynasty that was at once heroic and deeply human. The Hasmonean era, therefore, serves as a lens through which to understand the complex dynamics of identity, authority, and survival in a period of profound cultural contact and conflict, illustrating how a determined leadership, rooted in religious tradition and responsive to geopolitical realities, could establish a lasting, though ultimately impermanent, sovereign state that shaped the trajectory of Jewish history and left a legacy remembered for its courage, ambition, and pivotal role in the preservation of Jewish culture and autonomy. Following the reign of Alexander Jannaeus, whose rule exemplified both the heights of Hasmonean power and the perils of internal division, the Hasmonean dynasty entered a period marked by civil strife, factionalism, and the increasing intervention of foreign powers, particularly Rome, whose expansion into the eastern Mediterranean would profoundly shape Judean politics. Alexander's long and often brutal reign had left a legacy of territorial expansion and strengthened central authority, but it also sowed deep discord among the Jewish population, especially with the Pharisees, who resisted his autocratic and often violent methods, and among his own family, whose ambitions for succession threatened the stability of the dynasty. Upon Alexander's death in 76 BCE, the throne passed to his widow, Salome Alexandra, whose rule would represent a rare moment of internal reconciliation and relative peace, as she skillfully navigated the competing interests of the Pharisees and Sadducees, appointing Pharisaic leaders to key positions while maintaining the dynasty's political authority, creating a period of internal stability and cultural flourishing. Salome Alexandra's reign also witnessed the strengthening of Judea's religious institutions, with synagogues and schools gaining prominence, promoting literacy and Torah study, and solidifying the influence of the Pharisees, whose legal interpretations and communal leadership shaped daily life and governance, demonstrating the critical role of religion as a stabilizing force in conjunction with political authority. Economically, her administration maintained and expanded trade networks, fortified cities, and ensured agricultural productivity, thereby providing resources necessary for both civic infrastructure and military defense, illustrating the interdependence of economic management and political stability in maintaining a functioning state. Upon her death in 67 BCE, the Hasmonean succession crisis resurfaced with renewed intensity, as her son Hyrcanus II, a priestly figure more devoted to religious than political affairs, ascended to the high priesthood and nominal kingship, while his younger brother, Aristobulus II, ambitious and politically astute, challenged his authority, leading to civil conflict that exposed the vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic rule, particularly when succession was contested among capable but rival claimants. This internecine struggle created a power vacuum that foreign powers were eager to exploit, and Rome, under the command of Pompey the Great, became increasingly involved, ultimately intervening in 63 BCE to arbitrate the dispute, a decisive moment that would permanently alter Judea's sovereignty. Pompey's intervention, while framed as arbitration, effectively subordinated the Hasmonean state to Roman interests, reducing its independence and marking the beginning of Roman dominance over Judea, as Hyrcanus II was restored to power as high priest but stripped of royal authority, and Aristobulus II was taken into custody, signaling that internal divisions had opened the door to external control, and that the Hasmonean dynasty would henceforth operate under the shadow of Rome. Despite this subjugation, the Hasmoneans continued to wield significant influence locally, navigating a delicate balance between appeasing Roman overlords and maintaining domestic authority, a challenge that required astute diplomacy, strategic marriages, and careful management of internal factions, demonstrating the dynasty's resilience even under diminished sovereignty. Subsequent rulers, including Antigonus II Mattathias, sought to reclaim full independence, leveraging alliances with Parthian forces, yet these efforts ultimately failed, culminating in the conquest of Jerusalem by Herod the Great with Roman support in 37 BCE, effectively ending Hasmonean political autonomy and integrating Judea into the Roman client system, though the dynasty's religious and cultural legacy endured through institutions, traditions, and the memories of their struggle for sovereignty. The final phase of Hasmonean rule illustrates the complex interplay of internal weakness, dynastic rivalry, and external pressures that define the twilight of many once independent states, as familial ambitions, political factionalism, and the encroachment of imperial powers converged to erode the dynasty's authority, demonstrating the fragility of power in a region contested by empires with far greater resources. The Hasmoneans' efforts to consolidate power, maintain religious legitimacy, and defend against foreign encroachment highlight both their political acumen and the limitations imposed by geography, demography, and the overwhelming military might of Rome, emphasizing that the dynasty's decline was not due to a lack of vision or leadership alone, but to structural and contextual factors beyond their control. In addition to political and military challenges, the Hasmoneans faced persistent social and religious tensions within Judea itself, as various groups, including Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and Hellenized Jews, competed for influence, critiqued the dynasty's policies, and interpreted Jewish law in ways that sometimes conflicted with the rulers' ambitions, underscoring the intricate relationship between governance, religion, and social cohesion in the ancient Jewish state. The dynasty's interactions with neighboring peoples also shaped its final decades, as territories such as Idumea, Samaria, Galilee, and parts of Transjordan had been incorporated during earlier expansionist campaigns, and managing these diverse populations required both military enforcement and cultural negotiation, illustrating the ongoing tension between conquest and assimilation, coercion and diplomacy that characterized Hasmonean governance. The economic dimension of Hasmonean rule in this period, particularly under Roman oversight, reflected a shift from autonomous administration to a system intertwined with imperial taxation, trade obligations, and military levies, which placed constraints on local policymaking, but also offered opportunities for elite families to consolidate wealth and influence, creating a social hierarchy that would later interact with Herodian policies to reshape Judean society. Culturally, the dynasty maintained its role as a patron of religious observance and learning, sponsoring the repair and expansion of the temple, supporting priestly and scribal activities, and promoting festivals and rituals that reinforced collective identity, ensuring that despite political subordination, Judea retained a distinct religious and cultural character that would influence Jewish life for centuries. The Hasmonean experience demonstrates the duality of their legacy. They were both liberators and rulers who at times exercised coercion, defenders of faith, and at times participants in political intrigue, pioneers of independence, yet ultimately subjected to imperial dominance, illustrating the nuanced and often paradoxical nature of dynastic rule in a contested landscape. In examining the Hasmonean decline, one observes the cumulative impact of civil war, succession disputes, overextension, and the strategic exploitation of these vulnerabilities by Rome, revealing broader patterns of how emergent empires consolidate control over previously autonomous states, using a combination of diplomacy, military intervention, and installation of compliant rulers, a process that would define the political trajectory of the Near East for decades to come. Furthermore, the Hasmonean period offers insight into the evolution of Jewish identity under conditions of both independence and foreign domination, as the enforcement of religious law, the centralization of priestly authority, and the promotion of cultural cohesion were all instruments used to maintain unity, resist assimilation, and legitimize the dynasty, demonstrating the inseparability of religion and governance in shaping communal resilience. The legacy of the Hasmoneans is also preserved in historical memory and religious narrative, from the celebration of Hanukkah commemorating the Maccabean revolt to the enduring reputation of figures like Judah Maccabee, John Hyrcanus, and Salome Alexandra, whose leadership exemplified courage, wisdom, and the ability to navigate the perilous interface of faith and power, inspiring later generations and providing a historical template for balancing autonomy with accommodation in the face of overwhelming external pressures. In addition, the Hasmonean experience highlights the challenges inherent in combining religious and political authority, as the dual roles of high priest and king created both legitimacy and controversy, fostering internal debates that influenced the development of Jewish sectarianism and shaped the socio-political context in which Roman rule would later take root, demonstrating the long-term consequences of dynastic decisions on societal structure and religious interpretation. The dynasty's interactions with Rome also illuminate early patterns of client-state relationships, wherein nominal autonomy was permitted under the oversight of a dominant empire, reflecting the pragmatic accommodations necessary for survival in a geopolitically volatile environment, and illustrating how smaller states could retain influence by aligning with powerful neighbors while managing domestic factions, a balancing act that required diplomatic skill, strategic foresight, and a nuanced understanding of regional power dynamics. Ultimately, the Hasmonean dynasty stands as a testament to the resilience and adaptability of a people striving for sovereignty in the face of both internal division and external domination, reflecting the interplay between military courage, political strategy, religious devotion, and cultural identity that defined their era. While the dynasty's political independence was ultimately curtailed, The social, religious, and cultural structures it reinforced persisted, influencing the trajectory of Jewish society, law, and identity long after the Hasmoneans themselves ceased to rule. Bridging the gap between the era of native governance and the period of Roman client kingship under Herod, and leaving a historical legacy remembered for its audacity, achievement, and complex engagement with the forces of history. The Hasmonean story, therefore, embodies both triumph and caution. It celebrates the assertion of national and religious autonomy, the courage to resist assimilation, and the ingenuity of leadership, while also warning of the vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic politics, the consequences of internal division, and the relentless pressures exerted by powerful empires, offering a richly layered narrative that continues to resonate in historical, religious, and cultural memory, and providing an enduring lens through which to understand the challenges of governance, identity, and survival in the ancient world. The final phase of the Hasmonean Dynasty, while politically diminished under Roman oversight, continued to exert profound influence over Jewish religious, cultural, and social life, leaving a legacy that would shape the trajectory of Judean identity long after the dynasty's political authority had ended, as the structures they established, the policies they enacted, and the religious reforms they championed continued to resonate throughout the region. Following the subordination of Judea to Rome after Pompey's intervention in 63 BCE, the Hasmonean rulers, particularly Hyrcanus II, navigated the complexities of client kingship, balancing the demands of the Roman authorities with the expectations of the Jewish populace, a task that required careful diplomacy, an acute awareness of factional rivalries, and a capacity for political pragmatism that marked the final generations of the dynasty. Hyrcanus II, largely regarded as a ceremonial figurehead, retained the high priesthood, which allowed him to exert influence over religious matters and maintain continuity of worship and legal observance. Yet his political authority was circumscribed by both Roman oversight and the ambitions of his younger brother Aristobulus II, whose repeated attempts to reclaim full sovereignty created cycles of instability that undermined internal cohesion and exposed the dynasty to further foreign manipulation. The rivalry between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II exemplified the persistent problem of dynastic succession in the Hasmonean line, as internal family disputes often coincided with external pressures, creating openings for imperial powers like Rome to assert control, a dynamic that ultimately culminated in the intervention of Herod the Great, a Roman client king whose rise to power marked the definitive end of Hasmonean political independence. During these years, the Hasmoneans continued to exercise religious and cultural leadership, reinforcing the centrality of the temple, codifying ritual practices, and supporting the priestly and scholarly classes, thereby ensuring that Jewish religious life remained vibrant and organized, even as political authority shifted. The dynasty's enforcement of Jewish law and customs in Judea and in recently acquired territories such as Idumea and Samaria reinforced the identity of the Jewish state, but also created tensions with populations who had been incorporated through conquest or forced conversion, illustrating the challenges of managing a culturally diverse region and the tension between religious uniformity and social stability that characterized Hasmonean rule. Hyrcanus II's reliance on Roman support, particularly his alliance with Antipater the Idumean, whose son Herod would later become king, exemplifies the growing entanglement of Judea in broader imperial politics, demonstrating that local rulers could no longer secure autonomy through military or religious authority alone, but had to navigate the complex and often perilous landscape of Roman power, diplomacy, and patronage. A challenge that required careful calculation and political adaptability. Despite their diminished political autonomy, the Hasmoneans' influence persisted through the consolidation of religious authority, the promotion of Torah study, and the reinforcement of national festivals and rituals, which continued to bind the population together and sustain a sense of collective identity and continuity with the Maccabean ideals of resistance and religious fidelity. The cultural and religious contributions of the Hasmoneans also extended to literature, architecture, and public works, as the dynasty supported the construction of fortresses, administrative centers, and improvements to the temple precinct, thereby leaving a tangible imprint on the urban and religious landscape of Judea, demonstrating their enduring commitment to both security and cultural identity, even in the absence of full political control. The final Hasmoneans, including Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, were caught between the legacies of past territorial expansion and the realities of Roman dominion, a tension that was compounded by internal factionalism, as Pharisees, Sadducees, and Hellenized elites competed for influence over religious interpretation, administrative authority, and judicial decisions. Reflecting the complex social and political fabric of late Hasmonean Judea and the enduring significance of religious legitimacy in governance. The rise of Herod the Great, facilitated by Roman intervention and the machinations of Antipater, marked the formal end of Hasmonean sovereignty. Yet Herod's rule relied on the existing religious and social structures established by the dynasty, illustrating the continuity of their influence even under a new regime, and demonstrating how the Hasmoneans' fusion of religious and political authority had shaped the institutional framework within which Judea continued to function. Despite losing political power, Hasmonean descendants continued to occupy significant priestly roles and influence religious life, maintaining the dynasty's connection to the temple and its rituals, which underscored the enduring importance of their lineage and the symbolic weight of their association with Jewish sovereignty, religious observance, and national identity. The Hasmonean period also left an indelible mark on Jewish historiography, with works such as those of Josephus recording both the heroic achievements of the Maccabees and the moral and political challenges faced by subsequent rulers, providing a narrative framework that celebrated religious devotion, military courage, and political acumen, while acknowledging the complexities and vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic rule. Furthermore, the Hasmonean legacy influenced subsequent Jewish thought, sectarian development, and expectations of leadership, as their example of combining religious authority with political rule provided a model, and, simultaneously, a cautionary tale regarding the dangers of autocracy, factionalism, and overextension, shaping the discourse on governance, legitimacy, and religious fidelity for generations to come. The period also underscores the transformative impact of imperial intervention, as Rome's increasing influence in the region not only curtailed Hasmonean independence, but also reshaped the broader geopolitical and cultural context in which Jewish society operated, illustrating the limitations of local dynasties in the face of empire and the necessity of diplomatic skill, alliance building, and strategic accommodation to navigate shifting power structures. Socially, the Hasmonean era contributed to the crystallization of Jewish identity, as laws, rituals, and cultural norms enforced by the dynasty reinforced communal cohesion and differentiated Judeans from surrounding peoples, a process that would prove critical in maintaining religious and cultural continuity during periods of foreign domination, exile, and political uncertainty. Militarily, while the dynasty's independent campaigns ceased with Roman domination, the earlier Maccabean strategies, fortifications, and experience in territorial defense left an enduring legacy of tactical knowledge, civic planning, and strategic thinking that influenced subsequent generations of Jewish leaders and communities, demonstrating that even the cessation of political sovereignty could not erase the practical and symbolic lessons of self-defense and organized resistance. The Hasmonean commitment to the temple as the central institution of religious, social, and political life ensured that the dynasty's influence endured in the spiritual imagination of the people, as the temple remained the focal point of worship, law, and identity, and its rituals and festivals, including Hanukkah, continued to commemorate the dynasty's foundational struggles and achievements, reinforcing collective memory and national pride. Economically, the structures and networks established by the Hasmoneans, including taxation, trade, and urban administration, provided a foundation upon which subsequent rulers, including Herod and Roman administrators, could build, illustrating the dynasty's role in creating sustainable systems of governance and infrastructure that persisted beyond their political tenure, contributing to the resilience and adaptability of Judean society. The final Hasmonean period also illustrates the enduring interplay between religion and politics, as even in diminished circumstances, control over priestly functions, ritual authority, and cultural patronage allowed the dynasty to maintain a form of soft power that shaped societal norms, public morality, and communal cohesion, underscoring the capacity for influence that transcends formal political office. In terms of legacy, the Hasmoneans are remembered for their bold assertion of independence against foreign domination, their innovative fusion of religious and political authority, and their efforts to define and enforce Jewish identity in the face of Hellenistic influence and imperial pressure, providing a template for understanding the negotiation between faith, culture, and statecraft in a complex and contested environment. The dynasty's narrative also illuminates the challenges of leadership, succession, and legitimacy, as internal rivalries, factional disputes, and the ambitions of powerful neighbors consistently shape the trajectory of the state, demonstrating the intricate relationship between personal ambition, dynastic politics, and historical circumstance, and providing enduring lessons about the vulnerability of even the most resilient polities to both internal and external pressures. Finally, the Hasmonean dynasty's enduring significance lies not merely in the events of their reign or the expansion of territory, but in the cultural, religious, and institutional frameworks they established, which continued to define Jewish life under Roman rule, inspire later movements, and serve as a symbol of resistance, faith, and national identity. Their story, bridging the heroic struggle of the Maccabees with the political realities of Roman intervention, reflects the enduring tension between autonomy and subordination, tradition and adaptation, faith and power, offering a richly textured narrative that continues to inform historical, religious, and cultural understanding. The Hasmonean example demonstrates the profound impact that a determined and ideologically motivated leadership can have on the formation of national identity, the consolidation of religious authority, and the preservation of cultural continuity, even when ultimate political control is lost, underscoring the lasting resonance of their achievements in the collective memory and institutional structures of Judea, and providing a compelling lens through which to examine the dynamics of sovereignty, legitimacy, and identity in the ancient world. In sum, the Hasmonean Dynasty, through its centuries-long struggle for independence, its negotiation of religious and political authority, its engagement with empires, and its enduring influence on Jewish culture and identity, represents a cornerstone of ancient Jewish history, offering insights into the interplay of faith, leadership, and survival, and leaving a legacy that would shape not only the immediate generations of Judea, but also the broader historical consciousness of the Jewish people and the Near Eastern world. Part 4 of the Hasmonean Dynasty narrative explores the deeper implications of their rule on Jewish society, the evolution of political and religious thought, and the enduring lessons drawn from their successes and failures, highlighting not only the dynastic and military dimensions, but also the cultural, social, and ideological transformations that the Hasmoneans precipitated. Even as their political power waned under Roman oversight, the dynasty left an indelible mark on the Jewish conception of leadership, demonstrating that authority was inseparable from religious legitimacy and that the maintenance of communal cohesion required careful attention to law, ritual, and tradition. The Hasmonean era is particularly notable for the formalization and centralization of the high priesthood, which became a tool of governance as much as of worship, and which allowed the dynasty to project influence over Judea's population by intertwining ritual observance with civic administration, an arrangement that would have long-lasting effects on the development of Jewish political theology. This intertwining of priestly and political power was both innovative and controversial, as it challenged earlier traditions that separated the kingly and priestly offices, creating debates among sectarian groups such as the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes regarding the proper interpretation of law, the legitimacy of rulership, and the moral authority of the Hasmoneans themselves, reflecting broader tensions between ideology and practicality in governance. Socially, the Hasmoneans oversaw a period of consolidation and homogenization within Judea, reinforcing Jewish law as a central pillar of community life, while also dealing with the complexities of integrating conquered peoples, such as the Idumeans, whose forced conversion to Judaism was both a bold assertion of religious authority and a source of lingering tension, raising questions about coercion, identity, and the nature of religious legitimacy in a multi-ethnic region. The dynasty's influence extended to urban development and infrastructure, as Hasmonean rulers invested in fortifications, administrative centers, and public works, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of statecraft that blended military preparedness, economic management, and civic planning, ensuring that even under Roman oversight, Judea retained functional institutions capable of sustaining social order and public administration. Economically, the Hasmoneans leveraged agricultural production, trade, and taxation to consolidate resources, support their military endeavors, and fund religious institutions, demonstrating that the maintenance of sovereignty and cultural identity required careful stewardship of material as well as spiritual resources, and highlighting the integral role of economic infrastructure in sustaining both political authority and communal cohesion. The dynasty's approach to foreign relations also evolved over time, as early Maccabean resistance gave way to pragmatic alliances and accommodations with powers such as Rome and Parthia, revealing a nuanced understanding of regional geopolitics, the limitations of military power, and the necessity of diplomacy in preserving autonomy, even when true independence was increasingly constrained by imperial ambitions. Religious life under the Hasmoneans flourished, with the temple in Jerusalem serving as the spiritual and political center, and festivals, rituals, and Torah study reinforcing a collective sense of purpose and identity, thereby linking the dynasty's authority to the preservation and promotion of Jewish culture, a strategy that ensured lasting influence even when political power was diminished or threatened. Culturally, the dynasty facilitated the codification of practices, the spread of literacy, and the support of religious scholarship, embedding the principles of the Maccabean revolt into the collective consciousness and creating a narrative of resistance, devotion, and national pride that would inform Jewish identity for centuries, influencing movements, sects, and later historiography. The dynasty's military legacy, although ultimately curtailed by Roman dominance, left enduring lessons in strategy, fortification, and the organization of local militias, reflecting the Maccabees' initial guerrilla successes and the later formalization of defensive and administrative systems under John Hyrcanus and Alexander Jannaeus, demonstrating that even limited military innovations could have lasting effects on the region's security and governance. Internally, the Hasmoneans had to manage competing factions, particularly the Pharisees and Sadducees, whose differing interpretations of Jewish law and authority occasionally led to civil unrest, reflecting the challenges of maintaining social cohesion in a society deeply invested in religious observance and the authority of law, and highlighting the enduring tension between centralized power and communal autonomy. The dynasty's approach to law and governance demonstrated an innovative blending of religious and civil authority, as high priests wielded both judicial and administrative powers, shaping legal precedents, influencing dispute resolution, and ensuring that governance was aligned with religious norms, a model that would inform subsequent political structures and the broader development of Jewish legal tradition. Succession disputes, which plagued the later Hasmoneans, reveal the fragility of dynastic authority, as familial rivalries, combined with factional opposition and external pressures, repeatedly destabilized the state, ultimately creating openings for Rome to intervene and establish client kings, such as Herod the Great, who would integrate Hasmonean administrative and religious frameworks into a new political order while curtailing the dynasty's sovereignty. The Hasmonean Dynasty also contributed to the shaping of Jewish historiography and collective memory, with narratives celebrating the heroism of Judah Maccabee and his brothers, framing resistance as a sacred duty, and embedding the ideals of national autonomy, religious fidelity, and moral courage into the cultural imagination, a legacy that would endure through texts, liturgy, and the symbolic commemoration of Hanukkah, reinforcing identity in the face of subsequent foreign domination. In addition, the dynasty's engagement with Hellenistic culture, while selective, demonstrates a pragmatic approach to governance, as certain administrative practices, military organization, and urban planning were adopted to enhance efficiency and strengthen authority, while core religious and cultural practices were rigorously defended, illustrating a sophisticated balancing act between adaptation and preservation that characterized Hasmonean statecraft. The Hasmoneans' integration of newly acquired territories, including Samaria, Galilee, and Idumea, also highlights the challenges of nation-building. As the dynasty sought to impose religious conformity and centralized governance, often through coercion, diplomacy, or strategic alliances, revealing the complex dynamics of power, identity, and legitimacy in a multi-ethnic and religiously diverse region, and the enduring difficulties inherent in territorial expansion. The dynasty's religious policies, particularly the reinforcement of the high priesthood and temple rituals, also served as instruments of social cohesion, providing a common framework for law, morality, and communal obligation, while simultaneously legitimizing the dynasty's authority, demonstrating the inseparability of ritual observance and political power in consolidating control and fostering a sense of shared purpose among the Jewish population. Even as political independence declined under Roman influence, Hasmonean rulers maintained symbolic and functional authority in religious matters, ensuring that the dynasty's impact persisted in shaping communal structures, legal norms, and cultural memory, illustrating that power is not solely defined by sovereignty, but also by the capacity to influence values, beliefs, and institutions. The Hasmoneans' legacy also includes their role in shaping the expectations and models of leadership in Jewish society, as their combination of religious and political authority set precedents for the integration of moral, spiritual, and administrative responsibilities, influencing later conceptions of kingship, priesthood, and communal governance, and informing debates about legitimacy, justice, and the relationship between divine mandate and human authority. Furthermore, the dynasty's narrative underscores the importance of resilience and adaptability, as the Hasmoneans navigated military threats, dynastic rivalry, factional opposition, and imperial domination, employing diplomacy, strategic marriage alliances, and administrative innovation to preserve autonomy, maintain religious observance, and sustain social cohesion, lessons that resonate in the study of statecraft, leadership, and cultural survival. In reflecting on the broader historical significance of the Hasmonean dynasty, one sees that their influence extends beyond the immediate political and military context of 2nd and 1st century BCE Judea, encompassing profound contributions to religious law, communal organization, cultural identity, and historical memory, shaping the parameters within which later Jewish society would develop under Roman rule and beyond. The dynasty's achievements in asserting independence, codifying practices, defending territory, and fostering cultural unity are tempered by the recognition that internal divisions, succession disputes, and external pressures ultimately constrained their long-term political sovereignty, illustrating the complex interplay of agency, circumstance, and structural forces in determining the fate of a dynasty. The Hasmonean period also illuminates the ways in which identity, faith, and governance are intertwined, as the defense of religious practice was inseparable from the exercise of political authority, and the maintenance of communal cohesion depended on a shared commitment to law, ritual, and tradition, demonstrating the enduring centrality of religious and cultural frameworks in sustaining political legitimacy. In conclusion, the Hasmonean dynasty represents a multidimensional legacy, encompassing military valor, political ingenuity, religious leadership, and cultural innovation, a legacy that persisted even after the cessation of their political authority, influencing the social structures, legal traditions, and collective memory of the Jewish people, providing enduring lessons about resilience, identity, and the exercise of power in a contested and complex world, and securing their place as a defining force in the history of ancient Judea. Their story, bridging the heroic revolt of the Maccabees with the realities of Roman domination, offers insights into the dynamics of leadership, the negotiation of religious and political authority, and the long-term consequences of both success and failure, illustrating the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans not only as rulers, but as architects of cultural continuity, communal identity, and historical consciousness. Part 5 of the Hasmonean Dynasty narrative delves into the broader regional and historical impact of the dynasty, tracing the interplay between its political maneuvers, religious reforms, and cultural legacy, as well as examining the ways in which the Hasmoneans shaped Jewish identity and influenced the surrounding Hellenistic and emerging Roman world. Even as the dynasty's direct political authority waned under Roman oversight, the Hasmoneans remained pivotal figures in the maintenance of Judean autonomy, demonstrating that sovereignty extends beyond mere control of territory to encompass the cultivation of social cohesion, religious legitimacy, and cultural continuity. The later Hasmoneans, including Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, operated within a context of external pressure, internal division, and shifting allegiances, which forced them to adopt a nuanced approach to governance, balancing the expectations of local elites, religious factions, and the demands of Rome, whose intervention increasingly defined the limits of Hasmonean power. Hyrcanus II, largely a ceremonial figurehead, relied on the support of influential Roman actors, particularly Pompey and later Antipater the Idumean, whose own son, Herod, would eventually consolidate authority under Roman auspices, highlighting how the dynasty's fate was intertwined with the rise of imperial patronage and the strategic accommodation of foreign power. Despite their political vulnerability, the Hasmoneans continued to wield influence through religious authority, maintaining the high priesthood, supervising temple operations, and ensuring the observance of festivals, rituals, and Torah law, thereby preserving the spiritual and cultural heart of Judean society and reinforcing the dynasty's symbolic legitimacy even when its secular power was curtailed. The dynasty's approach to law, governance, and ritual demonstrates the enduring intertwining of religion and statecraft, as legal authority derived from Torah observance provided a framework for social order, legitimized political actions, and offered a measure of stability in a period otherwise marked by factionalism, succession disputes, and foreign interference. Socially, the Hasmoneans reinforced Jewish identity by promoting religious conformity, codifying communal norms, and integrating newly incorporated territories such as Idumea and Samaria, often through a combination of persuasion, education, and coercion, reflecting the dynasty's commitment to cultural cohesion and their belief in the centrality of Jewish law and practice as foundations for political legitimacy. Economically, the Hasmoneans managed taxation, agricultural production, and trade to sustain both religious and administrative institutions, demonstrating that economic infrastructure was inseparable from political authority, as revenue enabled military campaigns, public works, temple maintenance, and the support of priestly and scholarly classes, ensuring the durability of social and cultural systems even amid external dominance. Militarily, the earlier successes of the Maccabees and the later campaigns of John Hyrcanus and Alexander Jannaeus provided a foundation of strategic knowledge, fortifications, and defense infrastructure that persisted in Judea and informed subsequent military and civic planning, illustrating that even diminished political entities can leave a lasting legacy in the domains of security and territorial administration. The dynasty's engagement with neighboring powers reflects a pragmatic understanding of regional geopolitics, as the Hasmoneans navigated relationships with the Seleucids, Ptolemies, Parthians, and ultimately Rome, demonstrating that survival and influence required flexibility, diplomacy, and the ability to leverage external conflicts to maintain internal stability, a lesson in statecraft that resonates with broader patterns of small state politics in contested regions. Cultural achievements under the Hasmoneans included the patronage of education, the codification of religious law, and the reinforcement of ritual observance, which collectively strengthened Jewish identity, fostered communal cohesion, and institutionalized the ideals of the Maccabean revolt, ensuring that the narrative of resistance, devotion, and cultural preservation endured well beyond the political lifespan of the dynasty. Sectarian dynamics within Judea, particularly between Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, were both a challenge and a product of Hasmonean policies, as the fusion of priestly and political authority provoked debate and at times unrest, demonstrating the complexities of governing a religiously aware and legally sophisticated population, and highlighting the dynasty's role in shaping the contours of Jewish theological and social discourse. The rise of Herod the Great and the integration of Judea into the Roman client system marked the end of Hasmonean political sovereignty. But the administrative, religious, and cultural structures the dynasty established persisted, providing continuity and influencing the policies of Herod and subsequent Roman governors, demonstrating the long-term durability of institutional legacies even when dynastic rule is terminated. The Hasmoneans' emphasis on temple centrality and ritual observance ensured that religious life remained a cohesive force, binding the population together and sustaining identity, while also legitimizing the dynasty's authority, illustrating the enduring interplay between symbolic power, moral authority, and practical governance. Historical memory of the Hasmoneans, preserved in texts such as Josephus, histories, and in liturgical commemoration, framed the dynasty's narrative as one of heroic resistance, moral courage, and religious fidelity, embedding their story into Jewish consciousness and providing a paradigm for evaluating leadership, piety, and national resilience in subsequent generations. The dynasty's engagement with Hellenistic culture, while selective and often pragmatic, influenced administration, urban planning, and military organization, reflecting the complexities of adaptation and cultural negotiation in a region shaped by competing civilizations, and demonstrating the ability of the Hasmoneans to integrate external knowledge without compromising core religious and cultural principles. The legacy of forced conversions and territorial expansion underscores the dynasty's role in defining the boundaries of community and identity, revealing the tensions inherent in balancing conquest, religious uniformity, and social cohesion, and highlighting the moral and ethical debates that accompanied the exercise of authority in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious environment. The Hasmoneans' approach to leadership and governance, blending religious and political authority, codified legal norms, and centralized administration, provided a model of integration that influenced subsequent Jewish thought and expectations of rulers. Illustrating the ways in which dynastic practice can shape the ideological and institutional framework of a society long after its political control has ended. In assessing the broader significance of the Hasmonean era, it is evident that the dynasty's accomplishments in asserting independence, promoting cultural and religious cohesion, and sustaining social and administrative structures were remarkable for a polity situated between larger empires, highlighting both the potential and the limitations of localized power in the context of imperial expansion. The narrative of the Hasmoneans also illuminates the consequences of internal division, succession disputes, and factional rivalry, showing how such challenges can undermine political stability, invite external intervention, and ultimately constrain the scope of sovereignty, lessons that resonate in the study of political dynamics in contested and hierarchical regions. Even as their political independence ended, the dynasty's influence persisted through priestly authority, the codification of ritual and law, and the reinforcement of collective memory, ensuring that the Hasmonean imprint remained central to Jewish identity, religious practice, and historical consciousness, providing continuity amidst the transformations wrought by Roman client kingship. The dynasty's story, from the Maccabean revolt to the final Hasmonean princes, encapsulates the interplay between resistance and accommodation, faith and pragmatism, religious authority and political power, offering a comprehensive lens through which to understand the complexities of leadership, identity, and governance in ancient Judea. The enduring lessons of the Hasmoneans include the necessity of balancing military, political, religious, and cultural strategies to maintain authority, the importance of institutional structures in sustaining society beyond individual rulers, and the long-term impact of leadership decisions on collective identity and historical memory. Demonstrating that the significance of a dynasty lies not only in its immediate conquests or political power, but also in its ability to shape societal norms, beliefs, and structures. In conclusion, the Hasmonean dynasty represents a multifaceted legacy, combining military courage, political ingenuity, religious leadership, and cultural innovation, leaving an imprint that would influence Jewish life, law, and identity for generations, even as the region came under Roman domination, illustrating the enduring power of institutions, memory, and ideological leadership in shaping the course of history and providing a lasting testament to the resilience, ambition, and complexity of ancient Jewish society in a contested and dynamic world. The dynasty's story, as both liberators and rulers, as both innovators and traditionalists, reflects the challenges of sustaining authority, legitimacy, and identity in a volatile geopolitical landscape, providing a model for understanding the interplay of faith, power, and culture in the ancient Near East, and underscoring the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean legacy in Jewish history, historiography, and collective consciousness. Part 6 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the enduring religious, cultural, and political legacies of the Hasmoneans, emphasizing how their leadership shaped the trajectory of Jewish society, regional politics, and historical memory well beyond the end of their political sovereignty. Even after the rise of Herod the Great and the formal integration of Judea into the Roman client system, the Hasmoneans remained central to the conception of legitimate authority, as their precedent of combining high priesthood with kingship continued to inform debates over leadership, ritual legitimacy, and dynastic succession, highlighting the intricate intertwining of religion and politics in Jewish governance. The legacy of the dynasty is evident in the continued prominence of Hasmonean descendants in priestly and administrative roles, who maintained oversight of the temple, regulated ritual observance, and provided continuity of governance, demonstrating that formal political power is not the sole determinant of influence, and that symbolic and religious authority can sustain a dynasty's impact long after its temporal dominance has ended. The Hasmonean emphasis on the centrality of the temple as both a religious and civic institution established patterns of communal organization and leadership that endured under Roman rule, ensuring that ritual practice, festivals, and legal structures remained cohesive forces in maintaining Jewish identity, even in periods of foreign domination or political uncertainty. Economically, the structures put in place during the Hasmonean era, including taxation, trade networks, and urban administration, persisted under subsequent rulers, allowing Judea to function as a semi-autonomous unit within the Roman provincial framework, illustrating the long-term durability of administrative and financial systems established by the dynasty and their importance in sustaining society beyond the lifespan of their political rule. Militarily, while the Hasmoneans eventually relinquished independent campaigns and territorial expansion, their legacy of fortified cities, organized militias, and strategic defensive planning continued to influence Judea's approach to security, demonstrating the enduring practical effects of their military innovations and highlighting how lessons from periods of independence can inform governance even under subordination. Culturally, the Hasmonean period reinforced Jewish literacy, scholarship, and religious education, fostering an environment in which Torah study, legal interpretation, and ritual observance became central pillars of communal life, ensuring that the dynasty's influence extended into the intellectual and spiritual domains, shaping collective identity and social cohesion for generations. The dynasty's experience with internal factionalism, particularly between Pharisees, Sadducees, and Hellenized elites, illuminates the challenges of governance in a religiously and socially complex society, demonstrating that leadership must balance ideological, legal, and political considerations to maintain stability, legitimacy, and communal trust, a lesson that resonated in later Jewish thought and historiography. The Hasmoneans' interactions with neighboring powers, including Rome, Parthia, and Hellenistic states, illustrate the pragmatism required to navigate regional geopolitics. As the dynasty leveraged alliances, diplomacy, and strategic accommodation to preserve internal stability, maintain religious practice, and protect territorial integrity. Reflecting the interplay between local autonomy and imperial oversight that characterized much of Judea's history in the late Hellenistic and early Roman periods. The dynasty's approach to religious reform and consolidation, including the promotion of Torah observance, temple centrality, and priestly authority, served as both an instrument of governance and a unifying force, providing a framework for social cohesion and legal consistency, while simultaneously legitimizing Hasmonean rule, illustrating the inseparability of spiritual and political authority in maintaining communal order. The Hasmoneans' territorial expansion, incorporation of Idumea and Samaria, and the enforcement of religious conformity exemplify both the assertiveness and the ethical complexity of their policies, highlighting tensions between coercion, diplomacy, and cultural integration, and offering insight into the challenges of maintaining authority in a diverse and contested region. Historiographically, the Hasmoneans are remembered for the duality of their accomplishments. They were liberators who resisted foreign domination, yet rulers who exercised authority with both pragmatism and at times ruthless decisiveness, leaving a legacy that is simultaneously celebrated and critiqued, reflecting the multifaceted nature of leadership in contexts of conflict, expansion, and cultural preservation. The dynasty's commemoration in Jewish ritual and memory, particularly through Hanukkah and other festivals, enshrines the ideals of resistance, devotion, and national identity, embedding the Hasmonean narrative into the spiritual consciousness of the Jewish people, and ensuring that the moral and symbolic dimensions of their leadership continue to resonate centuries after their political power ended. The Hasmoneans also contributed to the shaping of Jewish legal tradition, as their integration of priestly authority with judicial and administrative functions created precedents for the enforcement of law, dispute resolution, and the regulation of daily life, demonstrating the capacity of dynastic governance to institutionalize legal norms and shape societal expectations, leaving a lasting imprint on Jewish jurisprudence. In terms of urban and architectural development, the dynasty's fortifications, administrative centers, and public works provided both practical infrastructure and symbolic representation of authority, illustrating the importance of material culture in consolidating power, signaling legitimacy, and reinforcing social cohesion, a legacy that persisted under Roman administration and influenced later Jewish urban planning. The Hasmonean period also highlights the enduring interplay between ideology and pragmatism, as leaders had to reconcile religious imperatives with political realities, negotiate the demands of internal factions, and respond to the pressures of neighboring powers, offering lessons on the complexity of leadership, decision-making, and statecraft in contested and volatile environments. The dynasty's collapse as a sovereign political entity under Roman clientage demonstrates the vulnerability of localized dynasties in the face of expanding empires, yet also underscores the resilience of cultural, religious, and administrative legacies, as Hasmonean structures, norms, and precedents continued to shape Judean society, governance, and identity long after their temporal authority was curtailed. The Hasmoneans' influence extended beyond politics and governance into broader Jewish thought, shaping conceptions of leadership, legitimacy, and national identity, while their narrative served as a touchstone for moral, religious, and historical reflection, illustrating the power of memory, symbolism, and storytelling in sustaining cultural continuity and communal resilience. Even in the context of Herodian rule and Roman oversight, The enduring symbolic authority of the Hasmoneans provided a point of reference for leaders, scholars, and religious authorities, who drew upon the dynasty's example to navigate questions of law, ritual, and governance, reflecting the capacity of dynastic legacies to influence society across temporal, political, and generational boundaries. Economically, the dynasty's systems of taxation, resource management, and trade networks continued to provide the foundations for stable administration, highlighting the long-term value of institutional innovation and careful stewardship in sustaining society and enabling continuity, even in the absence of independent sovereignty. The Hasmoneans' military and strategic legacy, including their emphasis on fortified cities, regional defense, and militia organization, influenced subsequent approaches to security, demonstrating that the practical and symbolic dimensions of military preparedness are central to the maintenance of authority and the defense of community, even under external domination. Culturally, the dynasty reinforced Jewish learning, literacy, and religious observance, embedding norms and practices that would endure throughout the Roman period and beyond, shaping the intellectual, moral, and spiritual life of the community, and ensuring that the values and ideals of the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish identity. The dynasty's interactions with Hellenistic culture, including selective adaptation of administrative practices, urban planning, and military organization, reflect the complex negotiation between innovation and tradition, illustrating how the Hasmoneans were able to strengthen their rule while defending core religious and cultural principles, a dynamic that informed subsequent leadership strategies and communal resilience. Succession disputes and internal factionalism during the later Hasmonean period highlight the vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic rule, demonstrating how internal division, when combined with external pressures, can undermine sovereignty, invite foreign intervention, and alter the course of political development, lessons that remain relevant for the study of historical governance and state formation. Ultimately, the Hasmonean dynasty's enduring significance lies not only in their political achievements, but also in their contributions to religious law, communal cohesion, cultural memory, and institutional structures, ensuring that their influence continued to shape Judean society, identity, and historiography long after the cessation of their independent rule, and providing a lasting testament to the complex interplay of leadership, faith, and culture in the ancient world. The dynasty's narrative, spanning the heroic revolt of the Maccabees, the consolidation of religious and political authority, and the negotiation of power under Roman oversight, illustrates the challenges and possibilities of dynastic governance, offering insights into resilience, adaptation, and the enduring impact of leadership decisions on society, culture, and collective memory. By examining the Hasmoneans' successes, failures, and lasting contributions, one gains a comprehensive understanding of how a determined and ideologically motivated leadership can shape identity, law, and culture, demonstrating that the significance of a dynasty is measured not solely by its temporal power, but by the depth and durability of its influence on the people it governs and the society it helps to define. The Hasmonean experience, therefore, serves as a foundational case study in the history of ancient Judea, illustrating the interconnection of military, political, religious, and cultural factors in the establishment, maintenance, and legacy of a dynasty, and highlighting the enduring resonance of their achievements, strategies, and ideals in shaping the course of Jewish history and collective consciousness for centuries to come. Part 7 of the Hasmonean Dynasty narrative explores the dynasty's final years, the broader implications of their legacy, and the ways in which their policies, religious reforms, and political strategies shaped not only Judean society, but also the surrounding Hellenistic and Roman worlds, emphasizing the enduring significance of their rule despite the loss of sovereignty. During the final decades of Hasmonean authority, the dynasty faced mounting internal and external challenges, including factionalism within the ruling family, religious disputes among Pharisees and Sadducees, and the increasingly assertive influence of Rome, which was emerging as the dominant power in the Eastern Mediterranean, and imposing its authority over client kingdoms such as Judea. Hyrcanus II, often seen as a passive ruler, held the high priesthood and nominal kingship, but real political power frequently shifted to his more ambitious younger brother, Aristobulus II, whose repeated attempts to assert independence resulted in civil strife and provided Rome with opportunities to intervene, illustrating the precarious balance between familial rivalry and the broader pressures of empire. The Hasmonean struggle during this period highlights the complexities of dynastic succession, the vulnerabilities of small states in a world dominated by larger imperial powers, and the intricate interplay between religion and politics, as legitimacy was derived not solely from military might, but also from adherence to Torah law, control of the temple, and recognition by influential elites both inside and outside Judea. Roman intervention, first under Pompey and later under Marcus Antonius and other Roman officials, decisively curtailed Hasmonean sovereignty, with Rome asserting the right to arbitrate disputes, approve or depose rulers, and regulate the internal affairs of the kingdom, demonstrating the shift from independent dynastic rule to client kingship and the broader transformation of regional power structures in the Eastern Mediterranean. Despite these political limitations, the Hasmoneans retained considerable religious authority, supervising the temple, regulating festivals and ritual practice, and influencing the interpretation of Jewish law, which allowed them to maintain a form of soft power that preserved their symbolic legitimacy and reinforced social cohesion, even as their secular power diminished, showing the enduring potency of religious authority in shaping communal identity. The dynasty's approach to governance during this time emphasized the consolidation of law, ritual, and administrative oversight, as the high priesthood provided a mechanism for unifying diverse populations, managing disputes, and maintaining order, demonstrating that institutional structures could sustain authority even in the absence of full political independence, a lesson that continued to influence subsequent Jewish leadership under Roman rule. The Hasmonean engagement with Hellenistic culture persisted, albeit selectively, as administrative practices, urban planning techniques, and elements of military organization were adopted to strengthen internal governance while core religious principles were rigorously defended, highlighting the dynasty's pragmatism and ability to integrate external innovations without compromising Jewish identity. Socially, the late Hasmonean period was characterized by tensions arising from forced conversions, territorial expansion, and the integration of Idumeans and Samaritans, which underscored the challenges of imposing religious and cultural uniformity, revealing the ethical and practical difficulties inherent in balancing authority, cohesion, and diversity in a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society. Economically, the dynasty continued to manage taxation, trade, and agricultural production, sustaining public works, temple maintenance, and military obligations, demonstrating the interdependence of fiscal management, religious authority, and political stability, and ensuring that the administrative frameworks established by the Hasmoneans persisted even under Roman oversight. The final Hasmonean rulers, while politically constrained, also left a lasting imprint on Jewish cultural memory and historiography, with narratives celebrating the valor, piety, and leadership of their ancestors, particularly the Maccabees, embedding ideals of resistance, religious fidelity, and national identity into communal consciousness, and influencing subsequent generations' understanding of sovereignty, law, and morality. The rise of Herod the Great, facilitated by the machinations of Antipater the Idumean and the support of Roman authorities, marked the definitive end of Hasmonean political independence. Yet Herod's rule relied heavily on the administrative, religious, and social structures established by the dynasty, illustrating the continuity of their influence despite the cessation of dynastic sovereignty and the absorption of Judea into the Roman provincial system. Religious and ritual authority continued to anchor Hasmonean influence, as descendants of the dynasty retained significant priestly roles, overseeing temple operations, interpreting law, and maintaining ceremonial life, ensuring that the symbolic legitimacy of the Hasmoneans remained relevant even under new political realities, highlighting the enduring power of spiritual authority in sustaining communal cohesion. The Hasmonean legacy also shaped expectations of leadership, providing a model for the integration of moral, religious, and administrative responsibilities, and informing debates over legitimacy, governance, and the relationship between divine sanction and temporal authority, lessons that resonated throughout the Roman period and into later Jewish thought. Historiographically, the dynasty's achievements and failures are preserved in works such as Josephus, Histories, which portray the Maccabees as heroic liberators while acknowledging the complexities and challenges of later Hasmonean rule, offering a nuanced perspective on leadership, factionalism, and the interplay between ambition, piety, and pragmatism, and embedding the Hasmonean narrative within the broader historical consciousness of the Jewish people. Culturally, the dynasty's emphasis on literacy, scholarship, Torah study, and ritual observance reinforced Jewish identity, ensured continuity of tradition, and fostered intellectual and spiritual life, demonstrating that the influence of the Hasmoneans extended beyond politics and military achievement to shape the ethical, religious, and cultural foundations of the community. The dynasty's engagement with external powers reflects a sophisticated understanding of regional geopolitics, as alliances, diplomacy, and strategic concessions were employed to preserve internal stability, maintain religious practice, and protect territorial holdings, illustrating the nuanced balance between local autonomy and the pressures of imperial dominance that defined much of Judean political life in the late Hellenistic and early Roman periods. The Hasmonean approach to law and governance, which fused religious and administrative authority, created durable institutional frameworks that facilitated the enforcement of law, management of civic affairs, and regulation of social behavior, illustrating the dynasty's role in establishing precedents for organized governance, legal consistency, and social cohesion that persisted beyond their political tenure. Succession disputes and internal rivalries exemplify the vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic systems, demonstrating how personal ambition, familial contention, and factional opposition can undermine authority and invite external intervention, a dynamic that ultimately enabled Roman manipulation of Judean politics and the ascension of Herod as a client king. Marking the formal end of Hasmonean political independence while preserving elements of their cultural and religious influence. The dynasty's territorial and religious policies, including the enforcement of Jewish law in newly conquered areas, the promotion of ritual conformity, and the integration of diverse populations, underscore both the assertiveness and the complexity of their rule, reflecting the challenges of sustaining cohesion, authority, and identity in a region characterized by ethnic and religious diversity, and offering insights into the ethical and practical dimensions of governance. Militarily, while the Hasmoneans were no longer able to conduct independent campaigns, the fortifications, militia organization, and defensive strategies developed during their reign provided a lasting framework for security, influencing subsequent rulers and demonstrating that strategic foresight and infrastructural investment can have enduring consequences even when political power is limited. Symbolically, the Hasmonean narrative of resistance, religious fidelity, and national pride, commemorated through festivals such as Hanukkah, reinforced communal identity and historical consciousness, ensuring that the ideals of the dynasty remained a central component of Jewish cultural and spiritual life, influencing perceptions of leadership, piety, and civic responsibility for centuries. In assessing the broader significance of the Hasmonean era, one sees that their impact extends far beyond immediate political achievements, encompassing contributions to religious law, cultural continuity, administrative structures, and collective memory, which collectively shaped the trajectory of Jewish society under Roman rule and provided a foundation for subsequent political, religious, and cultural developments. The dynasty's experience illustrates the interdependence of military, political, religious, and cultural factors in the establishment and maintenance of authority, the resilience of institutional and ideological legacies, and the enduring power of symbolic and religious legitimacy in sustaining communal cohesion, providing lessons that resonate across time and context. Ultimately, the Hasmonean Dynasty's story, from the heroic revolt of the Maccabees to the negotiation of authority under Roman oversight, exemplifies the challenges of leadership, the complexities of dynastic succession, and the enduring influence of culture, law, and religion in shaping societal identity, demonstrating that the significance of a dynasty is measured not solely by its temporal power, but by the durability and breadth of its impact on the people, institutions, and traditions it governs. Their legacy, embodied in ritual, law, historical memory, and institutional precedent, continues to provide a lens through which the interplay of faith, authority, and identity in the ancient Near East can be understood, cementing the Hasmoneans as one of the most influential dynasties in Jewish history, and ensuring that their story remains central to the understanding of Jewish cultural, religious, and political development in antiquity. Part 8 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the lasting historical, cultural, and religious ramifications of Hasmonean rule, analyzing how their strategies of governance, religious reform, and cultural integration shaped the trajectory of Jewish society and influenced subsequent regional history long after the dynasty's political power ended. By the time the last Hasmonean rulers lost independence under Roman oversight, the foundations they had laid, administrative institutions, ritual centralization, codification of law, and military infrastructure, remained critical to the functioning of Judea, illustrating that dynastic impact can endure through structures and practices even when direct sovereignty is removed. The Hasmoneans, fusion of kingship and high priesthood, created a model of integrated religious and political authority that deeply affected Jewish concepts of legitimate leadership, providing precedents that influenced later rulers and religious authorities regarding the balance between spiritual legitimacy and temporal power, while simultaneously generating tension with sectarian groups who debated the boundaries of such authority. Internally, the dynasty's later years were marked by intense familial rivalry, particularly between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, which exacerbated political instability and factionalism, revealing the vulnerabilities of dynastic succession and illustrating how personal ambition, combined with external pressures, can compromise the cohesion and effectiveness of governance. Rome's increasing involvement in Judean affairs, first through Pompey and later through Julius Caesar and Marcus Antonius, demonstrated the broader geopolitical reality that even capable local dynasties were subject to the ambitions of imperial powers, a dynamic that forced Hasmonean leaders to adopt diplomacy, strategic alliances, and compromise in order to preserve religious authority and limited autonomy, highlighting the interplay between local agency and imperial oversight. Despite political constraints, the Hasmoneans maintained substantial religious and cultural influence, supervising the temple, regulating ritual observance, promoting Torah study, and enforcing religious law, demonstrating the enduring power of religious authority as a tool for governance, social cohesion, and identity formation, and showing that legitimacy can persist through spiritual and symbolic channels even when political control is diminished. The dynasty's legacy in education and scholarship helped consolidate Jewish cultural and religious identity, fostering a literate and devout society that continued to uphold legal and ritual norms established during Hasmonean rule, ensuring the survival of their ideological and institutional frameworks under Roman client kingship. Economically, the administrative and fiscal systems developed by the Hasmoneans, including taxation, agricultural oversight, and trade regulation, persisted and allowed Judea to remain functional, illustrating the long-term durability of governance structures in sustaining society, providing continuity, and supporting religious and civic institutions, even amid external domination and political uncertainty. Militarily, the strategic knowledge and fortifications established during the dynasty's earlier expansionist and defensive campaigns continued to influence Judean security, serving as a reminder that military planning, infrastructure, and organizational discipline have enduring effects beyond the immediate political success of a ruling family. The Hasmonean experience with the integration of newly acquired territories, such as Idumea and Samaria, illustrates both the assertive and controversial aspects of their policies, as the dynasty sought to enforce religious conformity and political unity while managing diverse populations, revealing the complexities and ethical considerations inherent in governing multi-ethnic and multi-religious societies. Culturally, the dynasty's promotion of literacy, scholarship, and ritual observance reinforced communal identity, ensured continuity of tradition, and fostered intellectual and spiritual engagement, demonstrating that dynastic influence extends beyond politics and warfare to shape values, practices, and social cohesion in lasting ways. The Hasmonean narrative also highlights the interplay between Hellenistic cultural influence and Jewish tradition, as the dynasty selectively adopted administrative, military, and civic practices from neighboring civilizations while preserving core religious principles, demonstrating an ability to innovate pragmatically without compromising identity, a strategy that provided resilience in the face of external pressures and internal challenges. The dynasty's succession disputes and internal factionalism, while contributing to political instability, also illustrate broader lessons about the nature of leadership, the vulnerabilities of dynastic rule, and the consequences of internal division for communal stability and external sovereignty, revealing the delicate balance required to maintain authority and legitimacy in complex social and political landscapes. The Hasmoneans, territorial expansion, military campaigns, and integration of diverse populations contributed to the formation of a more cohesive Jewish polity, consolidating law, ritual, and governance while also highlighting tensions between coercion and consent, centralization and autonomy, and the assertion of authority versus the accommodation of local practices, illustrating the multi-layered challenges of state building in antiquity. Religiously, the dynasty reinforced the centrality of the temple and ritual observance as unifying forces, linking authority, legitimacy, and identity to the practice of law and devotion, a strategy that ensured cohesion and continuity despite the pressures of foreign domination and internal dissent, and provided a model of leadership that integrated moral, spiritual, and administrative responsibilities. The Hasmoneans' long-term influence is evident in Jewish historiography, collective memory, and liturgical tradition, with accounts of their valor, piety, and leadership preserving their story as both historical and symbolic, shaping perceptions of justice, courage, and the role of faith in political life, and providing enduring reference points for subsequent generations regarding leadership, resistance, and religious fidelity. Economically, the dynasty's careful management of resources, trade networks, and taxation systems not only sustained their military and administrative functions, but also laid the groundwork for stability under Roman oversight, demonstrating the importance of financial and institutional planning in maintaining society and cultural identity across political transitions. The dynasty's engagement with external powers underscores a sophisticated understanding of diplomacy and strategy. As the Hasmoneans navigated relationships with Rome, Parthia, and neighboring Hellenistic states to protect autonomy, preserve religious practice, and ensure the survival of the kingdom, highlighting the role of pragmatic decision-making in the exercise of leadership and the defense of cultural and religious identity. Even as their political sovereignty declined, the Hasmoneans' oversight of law, ritual, and communal organization allowed them to exert enduring influence, demonstrating that symbolic and religious authority can preserve societal cohesion, maintain cultural norms, and shape historical memory, often outlasting the tangible exercise of temporal power. The dynasty's legacy also shaped expectations of governance, leadership, and legitimacy, as their model of combining spiritual and temporal authority provided a reference for evaluating rulers, adjudicating law, and integrating morality, faith, and administration, offering lessons that continued to resonate throughout Roman-era Judea and in subsequent Jewish thought. Historiographically, the Hasmoneans are remembered both as heroic liberators and complex rulers, whose achievements in asserting independence and consolidating religious and political authority were tempered by internal strife and external pressures, producing a nuanced narrative that illuminates the challenges, responsibilities, and ethical dilemmas inherent in leadership and the exercise of power. Militarily, the dynasty's innovations in fortification, militia organization, and territorial defense provided a lasting framework for security, influencing subsequent generations and demonstrating that strategic planning and infrastructure investment have enduring effects that persist even under foreign domination. The Hasmoneans' emphasis on culture, law, ritual, and education contributed to a resilient and cohesive society, embedding values, practices, and identity into the collective consciousness, and ensuring that their influence extended beyond the temporal and political into the moral, intellectual, and spiritual domains. In conclusion, the Hasmonean dynasty's impact is measured not solely by their political achievements, but by their enduring contributions to religious authority, cultural continuity, administrative structure, military preparedness, and historical memory, illustrating the multifaceted ways in which leadership can shape a society and secure a legacy that transcends the immediate exercise of power. Their story, encompassing heroic revolt, dynastic consolidation, internal division, and negotiation with empire, provides lessons in governance, identity, resilience, and adaptation, demonstrating the interplay between faith, law, authority, and culture, and cementing the Hasmoneans as a central and defining force in the history of ancient Judea, whose influence reverberated long after their political reign ended. Part 9 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series delves into the culmination of the dynasty's influence, examining how the political, religious, and cultural achievements of the Hasmoneans shaped the transition from independent Jewish rule to Roman client kingship, while also exploring the enduring legacies that continued to define Jewish identity, law, and communal memory for generations. In the final decades of Hasmonean rule, the dynasty faced the dual pressures of internal factionalism and external imperial intervention, with the rivalry between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II serving as a catalyst for civil unrest and a gateway for Roman arbitration, illustrating the vulnerability of dynastic power when confronted with both familial discord and the expansionist ambitions of a hegemonic empire. The ascent of Herod the Great, backed by Roman authority and the strategic influence of Antipater the Idumean, marked the formal end of Hasmonean political sovereignty, yet it also underscored the lasting importance of the structures, precedents, and institutional foundations established by the Hasmoneans, which Herod relied upon to consolidate control, administer Judea, and maintain continuity of temple oversight. Illustrating the persistence of dynastic influence beyond the cessation of independent rule. Despite the loss of political autonomy, the Hasmoneans continued to exercise considerable religious and symbolic authority through their descendants in the priesthood, maintaining supervision of temple rituals, the calendar, and legal observance, which enabled the dynasty to exert soft power over Jewish communal life, preserving legitimacy and social cohesion in a period of significant external domination and internal transformation. The religious policies initiated by the Hasmoneans, including the enforcement of Torah law, the centralization of ritual authority in Jerusalem, and the promotion of education and scholarship, ensured the continuity of Jewish cultural and spiritual identity, demonstrating that dynastic leadership can create enduring frameworks of moral, legal, and social governance that outlast the exercise of temporal authority. Economically, the dynasty's legacy persisted through established systems of taxation, trade, and resource management, which continued to support civic infrastructure, religious institutions, and social welfare under Roman oversight, revealing how administrative foresight and the structuring of economic mechanisms contribute to societal resilience even when political independence is lost. The Hasmonean military legacy, including fortifications, organized militias, and strategic defensive networks, provided Judea with a framework of security that continued to inform subsequent rulers and client kings, demonstrating the durability of strategic planning and the long-term benefits of disciplined military organization, even under external suzerainty. Socially and culturally, the Hasmoneans' emphasis on the codification of law, religious conformity, and communal cohesion reinforced Jewish identity and maintained social order, offering a model for balancing centralized authority with the realities of diverse populations, territorial expansion, and the integration of conquered peoples such as Idumeans and Samaritans, highlighting the complex ethical and practical considerations inherent in governance. The dynasty's engagement with Hellenistic culture was selective and pragmatic, integrating administrative practices, urban development techniques, and military innovations while preserving core religious traditions and prohibiting the adoption of practices deemed incompatible with Jewish law, demonstrating the Hasmoneans' capacity for adaptation, cultural negotiation, and strategic incorporation of external knowledge to strengthen internal governance without compromising communal identity. The succession disputes and familial rivalries that characterized the final Hasmonean decades underscore the inherent vulnerabilities of dynastic systems, showing how personal ambition, factionalism, and internal dissent can destabilize authority and invite foreign intervention, offering enduring lessons on the challenges of maintaining legitimacy, continuity, and stability in complex political and social landscapes. The Hasmoneans' historical narrative, particularly the Maccabean Revolt, continued to serve as a central motif in Jewish collective memory, celebrated in festivals such as Hanukkah, and reinforcing ideals of resistance, religious devotion, and national resilience, which provided moral and symbolic guidance for subsequent generations navigating periods of oppression, foreign rule, or communal challenge. The dynasty's institutional contributions to law, administration, and ritual practice established precedents for governance and societal organization that informed not only Herodian administration, but also later rabbinic structures, highlighting the enduring impact of dynastic decisions on the shaping of communal life, legal norms, and spiritual practice. In regional and geopolitical terms, the Hasmoneans navigated the complex dynamics of power in the Eastern Mediterranean, managing relationships with the Seleucid remnants, the Ptolemaic states, Parthia, and ultimately Rome, demonstrating the necessity of diplomacy, strategic alliance, and pragmatic accommodation in the survival of a small polity situated among larger empires, and highlighting the interplay between autonomy, influence, and subordination that defined the late Hellenistic period. Religiously, the Hasmonean consolidation of the high priesthood with kingship created both opportunities and tensions, as it provided a centralized source of authority capable of enforcing law, supervising ritual, and guiding society, while simultaneously provoking debates among sectarian groups regarding legitimacy, interpretation of the law, and the boundaries between religious and political power, illustrating the complexities of leadership in a deeply religious society. The dynasty's administrative, economic, and religious structures ensured the continuity of civic and ritual life, facilitating the survival of communal cohesion under foreign oversight and allowing Jewish society to maintain identity, legal integrity, and cultural continuity even in the absence of independent political control, demonstrating the capacity of institutional legacy to sustain communities through periods of transformation. Cultural and educational initiatives promoted by the Hasmoneans, including the reinforcement of Torah study, literacy, and scholarly engagement, ensured that values, legal traditions, and ritual observance remained central to Jewish life, contributing to a resilient intellectual and spiritual foundation that would endure under Roman administration and influence subsequent rabbinic developments. The dynasty's military and defensive achievements, including the fortification of strategic locations, the maintenance of disciplined militias, and the cultivation of territorial knowledge, continued to provide security frameworks and serve as strategic references for later rulers, highlighting the practical and symbolic importance of military organization and preparedness in sustaining authority and community stability. Historiographically, the Hasmoneans are remembered as both heroic liberators and complex rulers, whose successes in asserting independence, consolidating law and ritual authority, and promoting cultural cohesion were counterbalanced by internal strife, succession disputes, and external intervention, offering nuanced lessons in governance, leadership, and the interplay between idealism, pragmatism, and moral responsibility. The dynasty's influence on legal norms, ritual centralization, and social cohesion demonstrates the enduring value of integrated governance, where religious authority reinforces administrative control and cultural continuity, and where moral and spiritual considerations are inseparable from the practical exercise of leadership. Even in the face of Roman clientage, the Hasmoneans' symbolic authority, priestly oversight, and cultural influence continued to shape societal expectations, guide legal and ritual observance, and provide a framework for identity and cohesion, illustrating that dynastic impact extends far beyond immediate political achievements into the domains of culture, memory, and moral precedent. The Hasmonean experience underscores the interplay between autonomy, adaptation, and survival, showing how leadership that integrates religious legitimacy, strategic governance, and cultural preservation can create lasting societal structures, maintain communal identity, and influence historical memory long after the cessation of political sovereignty. Ultimately, the dynasty's legacy encompasses military strategy, political organization, religious authority, cultural preservation, and historical memory, ensuring that their influence persisted under Roman oversight, informed later Jewish governance, and provided a touchstone for identity, law, and ritual practice, illustrating that the significance of a dynasty is measured not solely by temporal power, but by the durability of its institutions, ideals, and cultural impact. The narrative of the Hasmoneans, from the Maccabean revolt through the dynastic consolidation and the negotiation of power under Roman influence, provides a comprehensive lens to understand the interrelation of faith, politics, law, and culture, offering lessons in resilience, adaptation, legitimacy, and identity that remain central to the study of Jewish history and the broader history of governance in contested and culturally complex regions. In conclusion, the Hasmonean dynasty's final decades and enduring influence reflect the complex realities of leadership, the interdependence of religious, political, and cultural authority, and the power of institutional and symbolic legacy, securing their place as one of the most consequential dynasties in Jewish history, and leaving an imprint that would resonate through centuries of religious, cultural, and political life. Part 10 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the culmination of the dynasty's historical trajectory, focusing on its final years, the transition to Herodian and Roman rule, and the enduring cultural, religious, and political legacies that continued to shape Jewish society for centuries. The last Hasmonean rulers, Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, faced the dual pressures of internal familial rivalry and the expanding influence of Rome, creating a context in which dynastic authority was vulnerable to both internal collapse and external manipulation. Hyrcanus II, largely passive and dependent on advisors, struggled to assert control, while Aristobulus II's ambition led to civil strife, providing Rome with opportunities to intervene and arbitrate, highlighting the fragility of dynastic rule when confronted with both personal rivalry and imperial power. The intervention of Pompey in 63 BCE was decisive, as Roman forces entered Jerusalem under the guise of settling the Hasmonean dispute, but effectively ended political independence by subordinating the dynasty to Roman oversight, imposing a client-king framework, and requiring allegiance to Roman authority, marking the transition from sovereign Hasmonean rule to a period of external domination. Despite the loss of political autonomy, the Hasmoneans retained significant religious and symbolic authority, as descendants of the dynasty continued to oversee the temple, regulate ritual practices, and maintain legal and moral guidance for the Jewish populace, illustrating that spiritual legitimacy and institutional control can endure even when temporal power is diminished. This period also saw the rise of Herod the Great, whose Idumean ancestry and Roman backing enabled him to ascend to the throne, ultimately marrying into the Hasmonean family to legitimize his claim, demonstrating the continued symbolic importance of the dynasty in conferring legitimacy and the persistence of dynastic influence even under foreign-backed rulership. The Hasmoneans' enduring cultural legacy is evident in the ongoing centrality of Torah study, ritual observance, and scholarly engagement, which they had institutionalized during their period of sovereignty. These foundations ensured the continuity of Jewish identity, law, and communal cohesion, even as political structures shifted and Roman administration became dominant. Economically, the fiscal and administrative systems established by the Hasmoneans provided a model for taxation, trade regulation, and urban management that persisted under client kings, enabling stability and continuity in civic and religious life, and highlighting the lasting impact of well-organized institutions. Militarily, the Hasmoneans' earlier fortifications, militia organization, and strategic planning continued to influence the defense and administration of Judea, demonstrating the practical longevity of military infrastructure and the foresight of dynasty-led state-building initiatives. Socially, the Hasmoneans' enforcement of religious law and centralization of temple authority fostered cohesion across diverse populations, including the integration of Idumeans and Samaritans, though these policies sometimes produced tension and resistance, illustrating the ethical and practical challenges of governance in multi-ethnic societies. The dynasty's negotiation of Hellenistic influences, selectively adopting administrative practices, urban planning, and military techniques, while preserving core religious and cultural principles, reflected pragmatic adaptation without sacrificing identity, a strategy that contributed to the resilience and cohesion of Judea under subsequent Roman dominance. Internal disputes, succession crises, and factionalism revealed the vulnerabilities of dynastic leadership, demonstrating that ambition, familial contention, and ideological division can undermine sovereignty, invite foreign intervention, and shape the trajectory of political history, lessons that were evident not only in Judea, but in broader dynastic contexts of the Hellenistic world. The Hasmonean narrative, especially the Maccabean revolt and the consolidation of Jewish law and ritual, remained central to Jewish cultural memory, enshrined in festivals such as Hanukkah and in historical accounts by Josephus, embedding ideals of resistance, piety, and national identity into collective consciousness, and influencing moral, spiritual, and political reflection for centuries. The dynasty's integration of religious and political authority, combining kingship with high priesthood, created a model for governance in which law, ritual, and leadership were inseparable, a precedent that informed both contemporary debates and later rabbinic interpretations of authority, legitimacy, and societal organization. Even under Roman clientage, the Hasmonean legacy provided a framework for legal and ritual continuity, demonstrating the power of institutional structures to preserve identity, social cohesion, and communal norms despite changes in sovereignty. Cultural, educational, and religious initiatives promoted by the Hasmoneans fostered literacy, scholarship, and adherence to law, ensuring that Jewish values, intellectual life, and spiritual practices remained vibrant under Herodian and Roman administration, and providing the foundations for later developments in Rabbinic Judaism. Economically, the dynasty's oversight of taxation, trade, and agriculture laid the groundwork for sustainable governance, allowing subsequent rulers to maintain civic infrastructure, religious institutions, and public services, illustrating the long-term significance of financial administration as a component of political and societal stability. Militarily, the dynasty's strategic foresight, including fortified cities, trained militias, and defensive planning, continued to serve as a template for security and defense, influencing the ability of client kings to maintain order and protect the populace under the watchful eyes of Rome. Historiographically, the Hasmoneans are remembered for their dual legacy as heroic liberators of Judea from Seleucid domination, and as complex rulers whose ambitions, internal conflicts, and political maneuvers were both praised and critiqued, offering enduring lessons on the interplay of courage, morality, pragmatism, and the limits of power. The dynasty's impact on law, ritual, and governance demonstrates that authority can be exercised effectively through integrated structures of religious, legal, and administrative oversight, ensuring societal cohesion and continuity even when political independence is constrained. Symbolically, the Hasmonean story continued to inspire Jewish identity, resistance, and cultural memory, reinforcing ideals of courage, fidelity to law, and resilience in the face of external pressures, and providing a moral and historical framework for leadership, collective action, and communal integrity. The final transition from Hasmonean sovereignty to Herodian rule illustrates the complex dynamics of legitimacy, alliance, and continuity, highlighting how dynastic influence can persist through symbolic, religious, and institutional authority even when temporal power is lost, and how strategic marriages, integration of traditions, and preservation of ritual authority can provide continuity amidst political transformation. The Hasmonean experience underscores the intertwined nature of faith, law, and governance in sustaining communal identity and societal stability, demonstrating that leadership is measured not only by military conquest or political control, but by the ability to create enduring structures, guide moral and spiritual life, and embed cultural and religious norms within society. The dynasty's achievements in administration, law, military organization, and religious consolidation provided a durable foundation that enabled Jewish society to navigate the challenges of Roman oversight, internal factionalism, and cultural change, illustrating the long-term significance of strategic governance and institution building. The narrative of the Hasmoneans, encompassing the Maccabean revolt, dynastic consolidation, internal rivalry, negotiation with Rome, and enduring cultural and religious influence, provides a comprehensive lens for understanding the complexities of leadership, identity, and resilience in a contested and culturally diverse region, offering lessons in governance, adaptation, legitimacy, and legacy that remain relevant to historical and socio-political studies. Ultimately, the Hasmonean dynasty's significance lies in its enduring impact on religious authority, law, cultural identity, social cohesion, military organization, and historical memory, securing their place as one of the most influential dynasties in Jewish history, and ensuring that their legacy continued to shape society, thought, and culture for centuries after their political reign ended. The dynasty's story exemplifies the interplay of ambition, faith, pragmatism, and institutional foresight, demonstrating how leadership that integrates moral, spiritual, and administrative authority can create enduring societal structures, preserve identity, and leave a historical imprint that transcends the lifespan of temporal power, solidifying the Hasmoneans as a defining force in the history of ancient Judea and a central reference point in the understanding of Jewish cultural and political development. Part 11 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the enduring impact of the dynasty beyond its formal political rule, examining how the legacy of Hasmonean authority, religious reform, and cultural consolidation continued to influence Jewish society during the Herodian period and under Roman governance. Even after the final Hasmonean rulers lost sovereignty, their descendants retained substantial symbolic and priestly authority, supervising the temple, regulating ritual practices, and maintaining influence over the interpretation of Jewish law, which allowed elements of Hasmonean ideology and governance to persist within the broader socio-political landscape of Judea. The marriage alliances orchestrated by Herod the Great, most notably his union with Mariamne of the Hasmonean line, illustrate the continuing prestige of the dynasty and its perceived legitimacy in the eyes of the Jewish populace. as Herod relied on this connection to validate his rule despite his Idumean heritage, highlighting the enduring symbolic authority of the Hasmoneans even under Roman-appointed kingship. The influence of the Hasmoneans extended into legal, religious, and administrative structures, with their codification of law, institutionalization of temple authority, and promotion of religious education, providing frameworks that continued to regulate Jewish communal life, guide ethical conduct, and shape social cohesion. These structures ensured that the moral, ritual, and legal standards established during Hasmonean rule were resilient, enduring even in an era dominated by external imperial oversight and the political innovations of the Herodian administration. Economically, the fiscal frameworks, trade networks, and agricultural policies developed under Hasmonean governance persisted under Roman and Herodian control, sustaining public works, supporting temple maintenance, and enabling civic stability. This continuity underscores the long-term impact of effective administration and institutional design, demonstrating that the structural contributions of a dynasty can outlast its temporal authority and shape society for generations. Militarily, the fortifications, strategic planning, and militia organization established by the Hasmoneans continued to inform Judean defense strategies and urban security, illustrating the durability of military infrastructure and its role in maintaining order and protecting communities even when sovereign power was constrained. The integration of conquered territories and populations by the Hasmoneans, including Idumeans and Samaritans, also left a lasting social and cultural imprint, as their policies of religious enforcement, assimilation, and communal integration set precedents for subsequent rulers in balancing diversity, cohesion, and the assertion of authority. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' emphasis on education, Torah study, literacy, and ritual observance provided a foundation for a literate and devout society that preserved identity, law, and tradition in the face of foreign domination, demonstrating that the influence of a dynasty can extend far beyond political sovereignty into the moral, intellectual, and spiritual life of a people. The dynasty's historical memory, particularly the valor of the Maccabees and the narrative of liberation from Seleucid oppression, continued to shape Jewish identity, inspire moral reflection, and reinforce collective memory through commemorative practices such as Hanukkah, embedding the ideals of courage, piety, and resistance into the fabric of communal consciousness. The Hasmoneans' interaction with Hellenistic culture provides insight into their pragmatic governance, as they selectively adopted administrative, architectural, and military innovations from neighboring civilizations while maintaining strict adherence to core religious principles, illustrating a sophisticated strategy of adaptation that strengthened internal administration without compromising identity or faith. Succession disputes and internal rivalry, while contributing to political instability in the dynasty's later years, also provide a lens for understanding broader dynamics of leadership, legitimacy, and the interrelationship between familial ambition, political authority, and communal loyalty. These lessons informed both contemporary responses to Roman clientage and later Jewish conceptions of governance and moral leadership. The dynasty's consolidation of the high priesthood with kingship created a model of authority in which religious legitimacy and political power were intertwined, a precedent that influenced debates among Jewish sects, including Pharisees, Sadducees, and later rabbinic authorities, regarding the proper scope and boundaries of spiritual and temporal leadership. Under Roman oversight, the Hasmonean lineage and its religious authority continued to act as a stabilizing influence, offering continuity in ritual practice, legal interpretation, and communal guidance, thereby mitigating some of the disruptions caused by foreign domination and Herodian political reforms. The economic, administrative, and military contributions of the Hasmoneans facilitated the functioning of Judean society under Roman rule, demonstrating the durability of institutional design and strategic foresight, while also highlighting the interdependence of political, religious, and social structures in sustaining identity and cohesion in periods of external control. Socially, the dynasty's policies regarding law, ritual, and integration fostered a cohesive society that retained a distinct Jewish identity, while also navigating the challenges of diverse populations, urbanization, and the influence of Roman culture, providing insight into the ethical and practical dimensions of governance in a culturally and politically complex environment. The historiographical legacy of the Hasmoneans, preserved in sources such as Josephus, the books of Maccabees, and rabbinic literature, reflects both admiration for their achievements in securing independence and centralizing authority and acknowledgement of the complexities, conflicts, and limitations that define their later years. These narratives shaped collective memory, moral reflection, and the conception of legitimate leadership in Jewish thought. Religious observance, ritual centralization, and educational initiatives under the Hasmoneans established enduring patterns for Jewish communal life, ensuring that the principles of law, piety, and cultural identity survived the transition to Herodian rule and the broader context of Roman imperial administration. The military structures, strategic fortifications, and organizational knowledge developed by the dynasty also provided lasting frameworks for local defense and urban security, demonstrating that effective preparation and infrastructure can continue to influence society long after the decline of political sovereignty. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans continued to serve as exemplars of religious devotion, moral courage, and national resilience, influencing subsequent generations' understanding of leadership, ethical governance, and communal solidarity, and reinforcing the values embedded in Jewish cultural and spiritual life. The dynasty's policies of territorial integration, legal centralization, and religious enforcement set precedents for the management of conquered populations, balancing the assertion of authority with the preservation of communal cohesion, illustrating the complex interplay of law, culture, and governance in ancient Judea. The Hasmonean emphasis on education, scholarship, and literacy not only reinforced religious identity, but also facilitated intellectual engagement, critical debate, and the transmission of cultural and legal norms, laying the foundation for the intellectual vitality of Jewish society under Roman oversight. Even as Herod implemented political and architectural innovations, the institutional, cultural, and religious frameworks established by the Hasmoneans continued to underpin societal functioning, demonstrating the enduring influence of dynastic foresight and the resilience of established traditions in guiding communal life and preserving identity. In broader historical terms, the Hasmonean experience exemplifies the interplay between ambition, religion, political strategy, and external imperial forces, highlighting the ways in which dynasties can shape the moral, cultural, and institutional fabric of society, even when their temporal power is curtailed. The dynasty's legacy, encompassing religious authority, legal codification, military organization, administrative structures, and cultural influence, ensured that their impact persisted long after their political reign ended, affecting not only Herodian governance, but also the intellectual, moral, and spiritual development of Jewish society for generations. The Hasmoneans' story, from revolt and sovereignty to subordination and symbolic authority, provides lessons in leadership, adaptation, and resilience, demonstrating that the integration of moral, religious, and administrative power can leave a lasting imprint on a people's identity, social cohesion, and historical memory. Ultimately, the post-Hasmonean era shows that the dynasty's significance lies not merely in its temporal achievements, but in the endurance of its institutions, laws, cultural norms, and religious frameworks, which continued to guide, inspire, and structure Jewish society under Roman oversight, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained a central reference point in the history of Judea, the development of Jewish law and ritual, and the collective consciousness of a people whose identity had been profoundly shaped by their rule. Even centuries after their fall, the Hasmonean influence persisted in shaping political expectations, moral ideals, legal interpretation, religious practice, and communal solidarity, cementing their status as one of the most consequential dynasties in Jewish history, whose legacy extended far beyond the boundaries of political power and continued to resonate in the cultural, spiritual, and historical identity of the Jewish people. In conclusion, the post-Hasmonean period illustrates that dynastic legacy is multidimensional, encompassing law, ritual, education, military strategy, administration, and symbolic authority, and that the Hasmoneans' achievements created enduring structures and ideals that influenced Jewish life under Herodian and Roman rule, ensuring that the dynasty's imprint remained central to understanding governance, culture, identity, and resilience in ancient Judea, and leaving a historical and moral model whose resonance endured long after the dynasty's political demise. The dynasty's story embodies the complexities of leadership, the interplay between temporal and spiritual authority, the negotiation of cultural influences, and the preservation of communal identity in the face of foreign domination, demonstrating that a dynasty's true significance can be measured not solely by territorial conquest or political power, but by its enduring capacity to shape law, culture, ritual, and memory. A legacy that the Hasmoneans secured, and which continued to define Jewish society for centuries. Part 12 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the profound and enduring repercussions of the dynasty's legacy across religious, cultural, and political spheres, tracing how the Hasmoneans shaped Jewish society not only during their reign, but for centuries after their fall, influencing governance, ritual practice, identity formation, and collective memory. Even after the political sovereignty of the Hasmoneans ended with Roman intervention and the rise of Herodian rule, their influence persisted through the priesthood, educational structures, legal norms, and ritual centralization that they had established, ensuring that the foundations of Jewish communal life remained deeply informed by their policies and innovations. The Hasmoneans' combination of kingship and high priesthood created a paradigm of leadership in which religious and political authority were intertwined, a model that continued to inform debates regarding legitimacy, moral responsibility, and the proper exercise of power among subsequent Jewish leaders, religious authorities, and sectarian groups. Their precedent of centralizing temple authority, standardizing ritual practices, and codifying aspects of Jewish law reinforced communal cohesion and identity, providing a framework through which future generations could interpret, negotiate, and preserve their religious and cultural traditions under foreign domination and political uncertainty. The dynasty's political and military achievements, including territorial expansion, fortification construction, and strategic diplomacy with surrounding Hellenistic states, demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of statecraft that influenced the administrative and defensive approaches of later rulers, while also providing enduring examples of the challenges associated with maintaining authority, negotiating alliances, and balancing internal factionalism with external threats. Economically, the Hasmoneans' systems of taxation, agricultural oversight, and trade regulation created structures that persisted under Roman client kingship, sustaining civic infrastructure, supporting religious institutions, and maintaining social stability, illustrating how effective governance can leave a long-lasting imprint that outlives the temporal power of a ruling dynasty. Socially, the dynasty's policies of integrating conquered populations, enforcing religious conformity, and promoting cultural cohesion shaped the demographic and religious landscape of Judea, leaving a legacy of communal organization, legal precedent, and societal norms that continued to guide relations among Jewish, Idumean, and Samaritan communities, as well as influencing subsequent debates regarding inclusion, law, and identity. The Hasmoneans' selective engagement with Hellenistic culture, adopting administrative, military, and urban planning innovations while safeguarding core religious principles, demonstrated a capacity for pragmatic adaptation that preserved identity while strengthening governance, a strategy that informed subsequent approaches to cultural negotiation and political resilience in periods of external influence or imperial pressure. The dynasty's historical narrative, including the heroic accounts of the Maccabean revolt, became deeply embedded in Jewish memory, celebrated in ritual observances such as Hanukkah, and preserved in historical chronicles like those of Josephus and in apocryphal texts, ensuring that the ideals of religious devotion, national resistance, and moral courage became enduring touchstones in Jewish thought and identity. The succession disputes, internal rivalries, and factional tensions of the later Hasmonean period also provided lessons about the fragility of dynastic rule, the dangers of nepotism and ambition, and the necessity of balancing personal ambition with communal stability and moral responsibility, offering models for ethical reflection and political prudence that resonated in later Jewish political thought. Religiously, the consolidation of the high priesthood with kingship by the Hasmoneans served as both a precedent and a source of debate, influencing sectarian divisions, theological reflection, and the interpretation of law. As groups like the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and later rabbinic authorities negotiated the boundaries of legitimate authority and the relationship between spiritual and temporal power. Education and scholarship promoted under the Hasmoneans, including Torah study, literacy, and legal instruction, ensured the continuity of intellectual and spiritual traditions, embedding a culture of learning and interpretation that persisted through Roman rule and influenced subsequent religious developments, contributing to the foundations of rabbinic Judaism and the enduring centrality of study, debate, and textual engagement in Jewish life. Militarily, the legacy of the Hasmoneans, strategic planning, fortifications, and militia organization continued to shape defense strategies, urban security, and territorial administration under subsequent rulers, demonstrating that disciplined military and logistical planning can have long-term effects even after the decline of political independence. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans continued to inspire ideals of courage, piety, justice, and resilience, shaping Jewish collective consciousness, moral imagination, and cultural memory, and providing a model for navigating the tensions between religious fidelity, political necessity, and ethical governance. The integration of law, ritual, and governance under the Hasmoneans ensured that Jewish society remained coherent, cohesive, and resilient in the face of Roman oversight, internal factionalism, and cultural pressures, highlighting the centrality of institutional and moral frameworks in sustaining identity and communal integrity across generations. The dynasty's influence extended to legal, administrative, and social structures, offering models for managing taxation, civic affairs, ritual observance, and the integration of diverse populations, illustrating the complex interplay between governance, law, culture, and religion in sustaining a stable society. Even under Herodian and Roman administration, the frameworks established by the Hasmoneans continued to shape governance, ritual authority, and cultural life, demonstrating that the effects of a dynasty are not limited to its temporal power, but persist through institutions, norms, and collective memory. Culturally, the Hasmonean emphasis on literacy, education, and religious observance fostered intellectual engagement, moral reflection, and the transmission of values, ensuring that the principles of law, piety, and identity remained central to Jewish life and guiding future generations in navigating the challenges of foreign rule, internal division, and social change. The dynasty's historical narrative, valorized in literature, ritual, and oral tradition, reinforced the moral and symbolic significance of their achievements, creating a template for heroism, resistance, and ethical leadership that continued to resonate in Jewish historiography and cultural imagination. The strategic and diplomatic achievements of the Hasmoneans, including alliances, negotiations, and territorial administration, provided enduring lessons in political prudence, adaptability, and the balancing of internal and external pressures, illustrating the importance of strategic foresight and pragmatic governance in sustaining society and preserving cultural identity. Socially and religiously, the dynasty's policies reinforced cohesion, identity, and lawfulness, shaping expectations of leadership, communal responsibility, and moral conduct, while also providing frameworks for resolving tension, negotiating diversity, and preserving religious and cultural traditions within a complex socio-political environment. The Hasmoneans, selective engagement with external influences, careful adaptation of administrative and military practices, and rigorous enforcement of religious law demonstrate the interplay between pragmatism and principle, illustrating how leadership can maintain identity and cohesion while responding to external pressures and changing circumstances. Even centuries after their fall, the Hasmoneans' impact persisted in legal precedent, ritual practice, historical memory, and cultural imagination, influencing subsequent Jewish leaders, thinkers, and communities, and ensuring that their story remained central to the understanding of law, religion, and leadership in Jewish history. The dynasty's achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight provided a durable foundation for societal resilience, facilitating the functioning of Judea under Roman authority and influencing the development of communal, legal, and moral norms that shaped Jewish society well into the Roman period. The enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their capacity to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into a coherent framework that sustained identity, law, and culture beyond the temporal limits of dynastic power, demonstrating that the true measure of a dynasty's impact lies as much in its institutional and cultural legacy as in its military and political accomplishments. The Hasmonean story, encompassing rebellion, independence, consolidation, internal conflict, and adaptation to foreign domination, offers lessons in leadership, resilience, and the interplay of faith, law, and governance, providing a model for understanding the complexities of power, legitimacy, and identity in both historical and ethical terms. Ultimately, Part 12 underscores that the Hasmoneans' influence endured long after their political reign ended, shaping Jewish law, ritual, education, culture, and collective memory, and establishing patterns of governance, authority, and communal organization that would resonate for centuries, ensuring that the dynasty's imprint remained central to the identity, history, and moral imagination of the Jewish people, illustrating the enduring interplay of leadership, faith, and cultural legacy in the making of historical memory and societal resilience. Part 13 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series delves deeper into the long-lasting impact of the Hasmoneans, examining how their political, religious, and cultural legacy influenced subsequent Jewish leadership, community structures, and historical memory throughout the Herodian and early Roman periods. While the dynasty itself had formally ceased to rule with the ascension of Herod the Great, the Hasmonean line continued to exert considerable symbolic and priestly influence, particularly through descendants who maintained oversight of the temple, regulated ritual observances, and reinforced the moral and legal authority associated with the dynasty's name. This enduring influence illustrates how dynastic legitimacy can transcend political sovereignty, with the Hasmoneans serving as a moral and religious touchstone that guided societal expectations, leadership norms, and communal cohesion. Herod's strategic marriage to Mariamne, a Hasmonean princess, exemplifies the enduring prestige of the dynasty and the necessity of integrating Hasmonean legitimacy into Herod's rule to stabilize his authority and appease Jewish sentiment, demonstrating the continued symbolic power of the Hasmoneans even under a Roman-appointed monarchy. The Hasmoneans' legacy in law, ritual, and education ensured continuity in Jewish religious life, as their codification of certain legal practices, centralization of temple authority, and promotion of Torah study created structures that persisted through Roman oversight and Herodian administration, serving as a bridge between independent Jewish governance and the realities of foreign domination. Economically, the systems developed under Hasmonean rule, including taxation mechanisms, trade oversight, and management of agricultural production, remained influential, sustaining public works, supporting religious institutions, and maintaining social stability. These enduring frameworks illustrate that effective administrative systems can outlive the political entities that established them, providing continuity and resilience for society under new rulers. Militarily, the dynasty's legacy of fortifications, disciplined militias, and strategic defense planning continued to inform security measures and urban planning in Judea, offering practical guidance to Herodian and later Roman administrators on maintaining order, protecting key sites, and ensuring the safety of the populace. The integration of conquered territories and diverse populations during the Hasmonean period left a lasting demographic and cultural imprint, as their policies of assimilation, religious enforcement, and social organization created precedents for managing ethnic and religious diversity, balancing authority with communal cohesion, and negotiating the complex dynamics of identity in a multi-ethnic society. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' emphasis on education, literacy, and religious scholarship fostered an environment in which intellectual engagement, moral reflection, and legal expertise were central to communal life, ensuring that future generations remained connected to the values, traditions, and intellectual heritage established under their rule. The dynasty's historical narrative, particularly the Maccabean revolt and subsequent consolidation of sovereignty, became embedded in Jewish collective memory, celebrated in ritual observances like Hanukkah, and preserved in historical texts such as Josephus' writings and the books of Maccabees, reinforcing ideals of courage, devotion, and resistance that continued to shape Jewish moral and cultural identity. Internal rivalries and succession disputes in the later Hasmonean period highlighted the vulnerabilities of dynastic governance, demonstrating how familial ambition, factionalism, and political intrigue could destabilize authority and invite foreign intervention, offering enduring lessons in leadership, legitimacy, and the ethical exercise of power. Religiously, the Hasmonean consolidation of the high priesthood with kingship served as a model for understanding the interplay between spiritual and temporal authority, influencing debates among sectarian groups such as Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes regarding legitimacy, law, and the appropriate scope of religious and political leadership. Educational and scholarly initiatives promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured that Torah study, legal literacy, and interpretive traditions persisted through the Herodian and Roman periods, providing the foundation for the development of rabbinic Judaism and sustaining a literate, morally engaged, and legally informed community. Military planning, fortifications, and defensive infrastructure established by the Hasmoneans continued to influence urban security, strategic planning, and territorial control, illustrating that effective military organization has enduring utility even after the political authority that created it has waned. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans embodied ideals of moral courage, national resilience, and religious fidelity, which continued to inspire Jewish communities and shape collective memory, serving as exemplars of leadership and ethical conduct in the face of foreign domination and internal challenges. The integration of law, ritual, and governance ensured societal cohesion and identity preservation, highlighting the capacity of dynastic institutions to sustain community structures, moral norms, and cultural continuity over generations. The Hasmonean emphasis on cultural, educational, and religious continuity reinforced intellectual engagement, ethical reflection, and communal identity, providing a model for leadership that balanced practical governance with spiritual and moral guidance. Historiographically, the Hasmoneans are remembered both as heroic liberators of Judea and as complex rulers, whose internal conflicts and political strategies offer nuanced insights into the challenges of sovereignty, legitimacy, and leadership in a contested region. Their achievements in administration, military organization, religious authority, and law-established frameworks that continued to guide society under Herod and the Roman Empire, demonstrating the enduring influence of dynastic innovation on governance and social structure. Socially, the dynasty's policies reinforced cohesion, identity, and legal observance, shaping expectations of leadership, communal responsibility, and ethical conduct, while providing strategies for managing diversity, conflict, and cultural integration. The selective adoption of Hellenistic administrative and military practices by the Hasmoneans, balanced with strict adherence to Jewish religious law, demonstrates the dynasty's strategic pragmatism and provides a model for negotiating cultural influence while preserving communal identity. Even under Herodian and Roman rule, the frameworks of authority, law, and ritual established by the Hasmoneans continued to structure social, legal, and religious life, illustrating that a dynasty's influence extends beyond political sovereignty into the domains of culture, law, and collective memory. Economically, the Hasmonean foundations in taxation, trade, and agricultural management enabled continued stability, supported religious institutions, and facilitated public works under client kings, illustrating the enduring relevance of administrative foresight. Symbolically and morally, the Hasmoneans continued to provide a narrative of religious courage, national resilience, and ethical leadership, reinforcing ideals that shaped communal identity and guided behavior across generations. Their policies of territorial integration, legal codification, and religious centralization set precedents for balancing authority with communal cohesion, demonstrating the complex relationship between law, governance, culture, and religion in maintaining societal stability. Education, scholarship, and ritual observance promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured the continuity of intellectual, spiritual, and moral traditions, embedding a culture of learning and ethical reflection that persisted under Roman oversight and influenced subsequent developments in Jewish religious and communal life. Even centuries after their fall, the Hasmoneans' legal, ritual, and institutional frameworks continued to guide governance, ritual practice, and social organization, illustrating the long-term effects of dynastic foresight and institutional consolidation. The dynasty's historical narrative and moral example reinforced ideals of leadership, resistance, and piety, shaping Jewish collective memory, cultural identity, and ethical reflection. The strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements of the Hasmoneans provided enduring lessons in governance, resilience, and adaptation, illustrating the interdependence of practical strategy, moral responsibility, and cultural preservation in sustaining a society. Socially and religiously, their policies maintained cohesion, identity, and lawfulness, shaping expectations of leaders, communal behavior, and moral responsibility while offering frameworks for managing diversity, maintaining stability, and preserving tradition. Their selective engagement with external influences and careful adaptation of administrative and military innovations demonstrate the interplay between pragmatism and principle, showing how leadership can respond to changing circumstances while sustaining identity and communal integrity. The Hasmoneans' influence persisted through legal precedent, ritual observance, cultural norms, and symbolic authority, shaping Jewish society, leadership models, and collective memory long after the dynasty's political sovereignty ended. Their achievements in governance, law, military organization, and religious oversight provided durable structures that facilitated resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, ensuring that their legacy remained central to Jewish society under Herod and Roman rule. Ultimately, the Hasmoneans' enduring significance lies in their ability to integrate religious, moral, and administrative authority into a cohesive framework that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond their political reign, leaving an imprint on governance, social organization, ritual practice, and historical memory that continued to resonate for centuries. Their story embodies the complexities of leadership, the interrelationship between spiritual and temporal power, and the importance of cultural and institutional foresight, demonstrating that the true measure of a dynasty's impact extends far beyond temporal conquest, encompassing the long-term shaping of identity, morality, and societal resilience. Part 13 underscores that the Hasmonean legacy was not confined to their political achievements, but persisted in law, ritual, education, cultural identity, and historical consciousness, influencing generations of Jewish thought, practice, and governance, and ensuring that the dynasty remained a defining force in the history and moral imagination of ancient Judea and the wider Jewish world. In conclusion, the Hasmoneans' integration of faith, governance, and culture created a multifaceted legacy that outlasted their sovereignty, guiding political, religious, and social life under Herod, shaping collective memory, and embedding enduring principles of law, leadership, and identity into the fabric of Jewish society for centuries, demonstrating the enduring power of dynastic influence when institutional foresight, moral authority, and cultural cohesion are combined. Part 14 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the complex interplay between the Hasmonean legacy and the evolving political landscape under Herod the Great and Roman oversight, exploring how the dynasty's enduring religious, cultural, and symbolic authority continued to influence Jewish society even as political sovereignty passed to a new ruling framework. Although the Hasmonean rulers had lost their temporal power with the Roman intervention and the installment of Herod as client king, their descendants retained substantial influence through priestly offices, control over temple rituals, and the moral authority associated with their dynastic lineage, creating a dual system in which symbolic legitimacy persisted alongside externally imposed political structures. Herod's strategic marriage to Mariamne, a princess of the Hasmonean line, illustrates the continued centrality of the dynasty in legitimizing rulership, as Herod leveraged the Hasmonean name to consolidate support among the Jewish populace and reinforce his claims to authority despite his Idumean heritage and Roman backing. This alliance, however, was fraught with tension, as familial rivalries, competing loyalties, and political intrigue reflected the persistent symbolic power of the Hasmonean legacy, demonstrating that even in subordination, the dynasty's prestige could shape political calculations and inspire both loyalty and resistance. The integration of Hasmonean influence into Herodian rule extended beyond symbolic marriages, affecting legal, ritual, and educational structures, as the frameworks established by the Hasmoneans. Codification of law, centralization of the temple, promotion of Torah study, and enforcement of ritual observance continued to guide communal life, preserve religious identity, and maintain social cohesion under new political realities. Economically, the Hasmonean-era systems of taxation, trade regulation, and agricultural management persisted, providing stability for civic administration, temple maintenance, and public works, illustrating that the institutional innovations of a dynasty can outlast political independence and continue to shape the functionality of society under subsequent rulers. Militarily, the Hasmonean legacy in fortifications, militia organization, and strategic planning informed Herodian and Roman approaches to defense, urban security, and regional control, demonstrating the durability and practical value of military and logistical infrastructure established during earlier periods of sovereignty. The dynasty's policies regarding integration of diverse populations, including Idumeans, Samaritans, and other neighboring groups, left an enduring imprint on social and cultural organization, offering models for managing religious and ethnic diversity, negotiating communal cohesion, and asserting authority within a heterogeneous society. Cultural and educational initiatives introduced under Hasmonean rule, emphasizing literacy, Torah study, and legal instruction, created an enduring intellectual and moral framework, ensuring that religious and ethical norms persisted through Herodian reforms and Roman administration, and providing the foundation for subsequent rabbinic scholarship and Jewish intellectual life. The narrative of the Maccabean revolt, the heroic defense of religious identity, and the consolidation of sovereignty became central to collective memory, celebrated through Hanukkah and preserved in texts such as Josephus, histories, and the books of Maccabees, embedding ideals of courage, religious fidelity, and ethical leadership into Jewish identity and moral consciousness. Internal succession disputes and familial rivalries that characterized the later Hasmonean period provided cautionary lessons on the fragility of dynastic rule, the risks of nepotism, and the importance of balancing personal ambition with communal stability, offering enduring guidance on leadership, legitimacy, and ethical governance. The consolidation of the high priesthood with kingship under the Hasmoneans also influenced sectarian debates, shaping the expectations and claims of Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and other groups regarding the relationship between spiritual and temporal authority, while providing a reference point for evaluating the legitimacy of Herodian and later leadership. Educational and scholarly institutions promoted under the Hasmoneans focused on Torah study, legal literacy, and interpretive traditions, ensured continuity of religious and intellectual culture, reinforcing moral norms, communal cohesion, and legal expertise, and laying the groundwork for the development of rabbinic Judaism. Militarily, the Hasmoneans' emphasis on fortifications, urban defense, and disciplined militia organization provided enduring models for maintaining security and stability, demonstrating the practical utility of strategic planning and infrastructure in sustaining society even after the political entity that created them had ceased to exist. Symbolically, the dynasty continued to embody ideals of religious courage, moral integrity, and national resilience, inspiring Jewish communities and shaping collective identity, moral imagination, and cultural memory, reinforcing the enduring relevance of Hasmonean principles even under foreign domination. The integration of law, ritual, and governance under the Hasmoneans ensured societal cohesion, identity preservation, and continuity in the practice of faith, illustrating the capacity of dynastic institutions to sustain communal norms, ethical expectations, and cultural integrity over successive generations. The Hasmoneans' selective engagement with Hellenistic administrative, military, and urban innovations, balanced with strict adherence to Jewish law and customs, demonstrates their pragmatic approach to governance, providing a model for negotiating foreign influence while preserving communal identity and religious integrity. Even under Herod and Roman oversight, the institutional, cultural, and religious frameworks established by the Hasmoneans remained central to governance, ritual authority, and societal organization, ensuring that their influence continued to shape civic life, religious observance, and moral conduct. Economically, their administrative innovations in taxation, trade, and resource management provided continuity in civic operations and public works, while supporting religious and educational institutions, illustrating the long-term impact of dynastic policy on social and economic stability. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans continued to serve as exemplars of courage, piety, and ethical governance, reinforcing cultural memory, moral reflection, and communal values that influenced leadership expectations, civic behavior, and religious observance for generations. Their policies of territorial integration, legal centralization, and religious enforcement created enduring precedents for managing diversity, asserting authority, and balancing communal cohesion, highlighting the interplay of governance, law, and culture in sustaining a stable society. Educational and scholarly institutions promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured the continuity of intellectual, moral, and religious traditions, embedding a culture of learning, ethical reflection, and communal engagement that persisted under Roman authority and influenced the trajectory of Jewish religious and cultural development. Even centuries after their political decline, the Hasmoneans' influence in law, ritual, and administration continued to guide society, demonstrating that dynastic foresight and institutional design can have a lasting impact on governance, identity, and collective memory. The historical narrative of the dynasty, valorized in texts and ritual commemoration, reinforced ideals of leadership, resistance, and moral integrity, providing enduring templates for ethical governance, civic responsibility, and communal solidarity. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements of the Hasmoneans offered lessons in resilience, adaptability, and pragmatic leadership, demonstrating how political acumen and institutional foresight can sustain societal stability in the face of external domination and internal challenges. Socially and religiously, the dynasty's policies maintained cohesion, reinforced identity, and ensured adherence to law, providing frameworks for managing diversity, preserving tradition, and guiding communal conduct, illustrating the interplay between authority, culture, and law in sustaining society. Their engagement with external influences, selective adoption of Hellenistic practices, and careful preservation of Jewish law reveal the dynamic balance between pragmatism and principle in governance, showing how leadership can adapt to changing circumstances while preserving cultural and religious integrity. The Hasmonean legacy persisted in legal precedent, ritual observance, educational frameworks, and symbolic authority, shaping Jewish society, leadership expectations, and collective memory for generations after the dynasty's political demise. Their achievements in governance, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that facilitated resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity under Herodian and Roman administration, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained a central reference point in Jewish identity and historical consciousness. Ultimately, the Hasmoneans' enduring significance lies in their capacity to integrate religious, moral, and administrative authority into a cohesive framework, preserving identity, law, and culture beyond political sovereignty, leaving a legacy that influenced leadership, governance, ritual, education, and collective memory for centuries. Part 14 demonstrates that the dynasty's influence extended far beyond their temporal rule, embedding principles of law, ritual, education, and moral governance into the fabric of society, guiding Jewish communities under Herod and Roman oversight, shaping collective identity, and ensuring that the Hasmonean legacy remained a defining force in the history, culture, and ethical imagination of ancient Judea. In conclusion, the continued relevance of the Hasmoneans in political, religious, and cultural life underscores the multifaceted nature of their impact, illustrating how dynastic authority, when combined with institutional foresight, moral legitimacy, and cultural cohesion, can produce enduring structures, ideals, and narratives that outlast temporal power and shape the historical and ethical consciousness of a people for generations. Part 15 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the enduring legacy of the dynasty long after its political sovereignty ended, emphasizing how the Hasmoneans continued to shape Jewish religious, cultural, and political life through their institutional innovations, moral authority, and symbolic presence. Even as the Herodian dynasty and Roman administration controlled the territory of Judea, the Hasmoneans remained central to collective memory, historical narrative, and religious practice, influencing both elite and popular perceptions of legitimate leadership, moral conduct, and communal identity. Their integration of kingship with the high priesthood had established a model of governance in which spiritual and temporal authority were intertwined, creating precedents for evaluating legitimacy, ethical leadership, and communal responsibility that informed sectarian debates and political discourse well into the early Common Era. Religious groups such as the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and later, the emerging rabbinic authorities drew upon the Hasmonean experience in negotiating the boundaries of priestly, political, and scholarly authority, using their historical example to justify claims, codify law, and guide ethical practice. The Hasmonean emphasis on education, Torah study, and legal literacy created durable intellectual structures that continued to shape Jewish thought, moral reasoning, and communal norms, providing the foundation for the flourishing of rabbinic scholarship and ethical reflection that would characterize post-Temple Judaism. Economically, the administrative systems introduced by the Hasmoneans, including taxation, trade regulation, and management of agricultural production, provided continuity and stability under Roman oversight, sustaining civic infrastructure, temple maintenance, and public works, demonstrating that effective institutional design can outlast political power and continue to structure society. Militarily, the strategic planning, fortifications, and militia organization developed by the Hasmoneans influenced subsequent approaches to urban defense and regional security, offering practical models for both Herodian and later Jewish leaders seeking to preserve stability in an era of foreign dominance and internal factional tension. The dynasty's policies of integrating diverse populations, enforcing religious observance, and promoting cultural cohesion left lasting social and demographic effects, creating a framework for communal governance, managing diversity, and asserting authority while maintaining societal identity. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' promotion of literacy, ritual observance, and moral education ensured that Jewish communities retained continuity in practice, belief, and collective memory, preserving identity even as external political structures shifted. The heroic narrative of the Maccabean revolt and the subsequent establishment of Hasmonean rule became central to Jewish collective memory, celebrated annually in Hanukkah, recounted in the books of Maccabees, and chronicled by historians such as Josephus, embedding ideals of courage, piety, and resilience deeply within the cultural and moral consciousness of the people. The internal rivalries, succession disputes, and political intrigues that characterized the later Hasmonean period offered lessons in the fragility of dynastic authority, the ethical dimensions of leadership, and the dangers of ambition unchecked by communal accountability, shaping future debates about governance, legitimacy, and moral responsibility. Even after the dynasty's fall, the Hasmoneans' religious and legal authority continued to influence the regulation of temple practices, the interpretation of law, and the administration of communal affairs, ensuring that their institutional and moral frameworks remained central to Jewish life. The dynasty's consolidation of law, ritual, and governance provided a model for balancing authority with ethical and religious obligations, demonstrating how dynastic foresight can sustain social cohesion and cultural identity, even in the absence of political independence. Education and scholarship fostered under the Hasmoneans created a literate and morally engaged populace capable of sustaining legal, religious, and cultural traditions, providing continuity in communal norms, intellectual life, and moral reflection across generations. The dynasty's military, administrative, and strategic innovations continued to inform the defense of Judea, urban planning, and civic organization, illustrating the enduring practical value of structures established during periods of sovereign authority. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans represented courage, moral integrity, and national resilience, reinforcing communal ideals, inspiring resistance to oppression, and shaping collective memory in ways that influenced leadership, social expectations, and ethical norms for generations. The dynasty's policies of integrating diverse populations, codifying law, and centralizing religious authority provided models for managing societal complexity, asserting legitimate authority, and balancing communal cohesion with ethical governance, highlighting the intricate interplay of culture, law, and power. The selective adoption of Hellenistic administrative practices, combined with steadfast adherence to Jewish law and identity, illustrates the Hasmoneans' pragmatic approach to governance, offering lessons in adaptation, cultural negotiation, and the preservation of communal integrity. Even under Herod and Roman rule, the legal, ritual, and educational frameworks established by the Hasmoneans continued to structure society, guide leadership decisions, and preserve identity, demonstrating the enduring influence of dynastic innovation. Economically, the systems of taxation, trade oversight, and resource management implemented under Hasmonean authority ensured continuity in public administration, supported religious and educational institutions, and facilitated social stability, illustrating the long-term effects of governance strategies that combine practical administration with ethical and cultural considerations. Symbolically and morally, the Hasmoneans embodied principles of justice, piety, and courage that shaped expectations of leadership, communal behavior, and ethical conduct, reinforcing cultural memory and guiding moral reflection. Their integration of law, ritual, and governance created durable social structures capable of maintaining cohesion, identity, and order even under foreign domination, highlighting the enduring impact of institutional and cultural foresight. The dynasty's emphasis on education, scholarship, and ritual observance ensured continuity in intellectual, religious, and moral life, embedding a culture of study, debate, and ethical reflection that persisted through the Herodian and Roman periods, influencing subsequent religious and communal development. Historical narratives and ritual commemoration reinforced the moral and symbolic significance of the Hasmoneans, providing templates for ethical leadership, civic responsibility, and communal resilience that continued to resonate in Jewish thought and practice. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements of the dynasty provided enduring lessons in governance, resilience, and pragmatic adaptation, demonstrating the importance of foresight, institutional stability, and ethical consideration in sustaining society. Socially and religiously, the Hasmoneans' policies maintained cohesion, reinforced identity, and ensured adherence to law, providing frameworks for managing diversity, mediating internal tension, and preserving communal tradition. Their selective engagement with external cultural influences and careful preservation of religious law demonstrate the interplay between pragmatism and principle, showing how leadership can adapt to changing circumstances while sustaining moral and cultural integrity. The dynasty's legal, ritual, and institutional frameworks persisted through centuries, shaping governance, leadership expectations, and collective memory, illustrating that dynastic foresight and moral authority can continue to influence society long after political power has waned. Their achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that enabled resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity under subsequent rulers, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish identity and historical consciousness. Ultimately, the Hasmoneans' enduring significance lies in their ability to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into a cohesive system that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond their political reign, leaving a legacy that shaped leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory for generations. Part 15 emphasizes that the Hasmonean influence extended far beyond their temporal rule, embedding enduring principles of law, ritual, ethical leadership, and cultural identity, guiding Jewish communities under Herod and Roman oversight, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the dynasty's moral and symbolic legacy remained a defining force in the history, culture, and ethical imagination of ancient Judea. In conclusion, the Hasmoneans' story demonstrates how dynastic authority, institutional foresight, and moral legitimacy can produce enduring frameworks that outlast political power, shaping law, leadership, religion, and cultural identity for centuries, reinforcing the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish historical, religious, and cultural consciousness. Part 16 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the enduring ideological, cultural, and religious influence of the Hasmoneans, tracing how their legacy continued to shape Jewish thought, community organization, and historical memory long after their political sovereignty had ended. Even under the Herodian dynasty and Roman administration, the Hasmoneans remained central to the collective imagination, functioning as both moral exemplars and points of reference for questions of leadership, legitimacy, and religious authority. Their integration of kingship with the high priesthood had established a precedent in which spiritual and temporal authority were inseparable, a model that profoundly influenced sectarian debates among Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and later rabbinic authorities, who invoked the Hasmonean example when negotiating questions of legitimacy, law, and ritual practice. This dual authority created a framework for understanding leadership that encompassed both moral and political responsibilities, emphasizing that ethical conduct, religious observance, and political prudence were mutually reinforcing and essential to sustaining communal cohesion and identity. The dynasty's emphasis on education, literacy, and legal scholarship ensured that future generations maintained continuity in intellectual and religious practice, enabling the transmission of ethical norms, ritual observance, and legal reasoning that persisted even under foreign domination. Through the codification of law, centralization of temple authority, and promotion of Torah study, the Hasmoneans laid the groundwork for enduring educational and religious structures, ensuring that Jewish communities remained capable of sustaining intellectual, moral, and spiritual life despite political subordination. Economically, the administrative systems instituted by the Hasmoneans, including taxation, trade oversight, and management of agricultural production, continued to provide stability under Herodian and Roman rule, supporting public works, sustaining temple operations, and facilitating civic administration, demonstrating that the structural innovations of a dynasty can outlast its political control and continue to shape society. Militarily, the strategic planning, fortifications, and militia organization established by the Hasmoneans offered enduring models for defense and territorial control, informing Herodian and later Jewish leaders on urban security, border management, and the logistical coordination of military resources. The dynasty's policies regarding the integration of diverse populations, enforcement of religious conformity, and cultivation of communal cohesion left long-term social and demographic effects, shaping frameworks for governing heterogeneous societies, negotiating identity, and asserting authority while maintaining stability. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' promotion of literacy, ritual observance, and moral education ensured continuity in practice and belief, embedding a sense of collective identity and ethical responsibility that persisted throughout subsequent generations. The Maccabean revolt and the dynasty's consolidation of sovereignty became central elements in Jewish collective memory, celebrated annually during Hanukkah, recorded in historical accounts by Josephus, and preserved in apocryphal texts, reinforcing ideals of courage, resistance, and devotion to religious law. Internal disputes, familial rivalries, and succession conflicts that characterized the later Hasmonean period highlighted the fragility of dynastic authority and the ethical challenges inherent in leadership, offering enduring lessons in political prudence, communal accountability, and moral responsibility. The Hasmonean precedent of combining priestly and royal authority influenced debates regarding religious and political legitimacy, shaping expectations for Herodian rulers, sectarian groups, and later rabbinic leaders on the appropriate relationship between spiritual and temporal power. Educational and scholarly institutions fostered under the Hasmoneans, emphasizing Torah study, legal literacy, and ethical instruction, created enduring intellectual and spiritual frameworks, supporting the continuity of communal norms, jurisprudence, and moral guidance. Militarily, the dynasty's fortifications, militia organization, and strategic innovations informed subsequent approaches to defense, urban security, and territorial administration, demonstrating that tactical and logistical foresight has practical utility beyond the lifespan of political authority. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans represented courage, moral integrity, and national resilience, reinforcing communal ideals, inspiring resistance to foreign domination, and shaping collective memory, moral reflection, and cultural identity. The dynasty's integration of law, ritual, and governance provided durable structures for social cohesion, identity preservation, and the maintenance of communal norms, illustrating the capacity of dynastic institutions to sustain society across generations. Their selective adoption of Hellenistic administrative, military, and urban innovations, combined with adherence to Jewish law, demonstrates their pragmatic approach to governance and offers a model for negotiating cultural influence while preserving religious and communal integrity. Even under Herod and Roman rule, the frameworks of authority, law, and ritual established by the Hasmoneans continued to shape governance, leadership, and religious life, demonstrating the enduring impact of institutional foresight and moral legitimacy. Economically, the Hasmonean systems of taxation, trade oversight, and resource management ensured continuity in public administration, supported religious and educational institutions, and facilitated social stability, illustrating the long-term relevance of well-designed governance structures. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans embodied principles of justice, piety, and resilience, reinforcing expectations of leadership, communal responsibility, and ethical conduct, while shaping cultural memory and moral reflection. Their policies of legal codification, territorial integration, and ritual centralization offered frameworks for managing societal complexity, asserting authority, and balancing cohesion with ethical governance. Educational, scholarly, and ritual institutions established under the Hasmoneans ensured continuity in intellectual, moral, and religious life, embedding a culture of study, debate, and ethical reflection that persisted through subsequent political changes and shaped Jewish communal identity. The historical narrative and ritual commemoration of the Hasmoneans reinforced the dynasty's moral and symbolic significance, providing enduring models of ethical leadership, civic responsibility, and communal resilience that continued to influence Jewish thought, practice, and identity. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements of the Hasmoneans provided lessons in governance, resilience, and pragmatic adaptation, demonstrating the importance of foresight, institutional stability, and ethical consideration in sustaining society under internal and external pressures. Socially and religiously, their policies maintained cohesion, reinforced identity, and ensured adherence to law, offering templates for managing diversity, resolving conflict, and preserving tradition. Their engagement with external cultural influences, combined with preservation of religious law, reveals the balance between pragmatism and principle in effective leadership, showing how communities can adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining identity and moral integrity. The Hasmonean legacy persisted in legal precedent, ritual observance, institutional structures, and symbolic authority, shaping governance, leadership expectations, and collective memory for centuries after the dynasty's political decline. Achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures enabling resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity under Herod and Roman rule, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish historical consciousness. Ultimately, the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their integration of moral, religious, and administrative authority into a framework that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond their political reign, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory for generations. Part 16 underscores that the dynasty's impact extended far beyond temporal sovereignty, embedding principles of law, ritual, ethical governance, and cultural continuity into Jewish life, guiding communities under Herodian and Roman oversight, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the Hasmonean legacy remained a defining element of Jewish history, culture, and ethical imagination. In conclusion, the Hasmoneans' story demonstrates that dynastic authority, institutional foresight, and moral legitimacy can produce enduring frameworks that survive political decline, shaping law, leadership, religious practice, and cultural identity for centuries, reinforcing the lasting resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish historical, religious, and cultural consciousness. Part 17 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the enduring influence of the Hasmoneans during the late Second Temple period, emphasizing how their legacy continued to shape Jewish religious, political, and cultural life, even as Herodian rulers and Roman administrators controlled Judea. Although the Hasmonean dynasty no longer held political sovereignty, their descendants retained influence through the priesthood, temple administration, and moral authority derived from their historical role as liberators and consolidators of Jewish independence. The combination of kingship and high priesthood that had characterized the Hasmoneans established enduring expectations for Jewish leadership, influencing debates among Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and other sects regarding the proper relationship between spiritual authority, political power, and adherence to law. These debates became central to religious discourse, shaping interpretations of Jewish law, ritual observance, and moral responsibility in ways that continued to resonate under Herodian and Roman governance. Herod's marriage to Mariamne, a Hasmonean princess, underscores the continued symbolic authority of the dynasty, as even a Roman-appointed king required the legitimacy and moral capital of Hasmonean lineage to solidify his rule among Jewish subjects. This alliance, however, was fraught with tension and tragedy, as rivalries within the Hasmonean family and suspicions surrounding Herod's consolidation of power resulted in the execution of several Hasmonean heirs, reflecting the enduring influence of the dynasty and the perceived threat its legitimacy posed to external rulers. Despite the political decline of their line, Hasmonean religious and legal frameworks continued to shape Jewish society. The codification of law, centralization of temple rituals, and emphasis on Torah study promoted under the Hasmoneans persisted, providing continuity in religious life, moral education, and communal identity. These structures allowed Jewish communities to maintain cohesion, practice religious observance, and interpret law consistently even under the constraints of foreign rule, demonstrating the resilience of institutional design and the enduring impact of dynastic foresight. Economically, the systems of taxation, trade regulation, and agricultural management introduced under Hasmonean authority continued to facilitate civic stability, support temple maintenance, and enable public works, illustrating the long-term utility of carefully organized governance structures. Militarily, Hasmonean innovations in fortification, militia organization, and strategic planning continued to inform Herodian and later Jewish approaches to defense, urban security, and regional administration, highlighting the lasting practical value of their experience in statecraft and territorial management. The Hasmonean legacy also played a significant role in shaping sectarian identity and discourse. Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and other groups invoked the historical example of the Hasmoneans in defining legitimate leadership, interpreting law, and asserting communal priorities, reflecting the symbolic authority of the dynasty even in the absence of political control. Education and scholarship fostered under Hasmonean influence promoted literacy, legal expertise, and religious knowledge, ensuring the transmission of moral norms, ritual practice, and ethical reasoning across generations, and establishing the intellectual foundations that would support rabbinic Judaism in the post-temple era. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans embodied ideals of courage, piety, and national resilience, reinforcing communal identity, inspiring resistance to oppression, and shaping moral reflection in ways that transcended temporal political concerns. Their achievements in law, ritual, governance, and military organization created durable structures that facilitated social cohesion, economic stability, and cultural continuity, providing communities with the frameworks necessary to navigate the challenges of foreign domination and internal division. Internal succession, conflicts, and political intrigue within the later Hasmonean period offered enduring lessons on leadership, legitimacy, and the ethical exercise of power, shaping expectations for rulers and influencing broader societal norms regarding governance and moral responsibility. Even under Herod and Roman oversight, Hasmonean legal, ritual, and educational frameworks continued to structure society, guiding behavior, reinforcing moral and religious norms, and preserving identity, demonstrating the enduring influence of dynastic innovation on communal life. Economically, the Hasmonean emphasis on organized administration, resource management, and trade facilitation ensured continuity in civic operations, supported religious and educational institutions, and maintained social stability, demonstrating the lasting impact of effective governance. Symbolically, The dynasty reinforced ideals of justice, moral integrity, and resilience, shaping collective memory, ethical reflection, and leadership expectations, illustrating the power of historical narratives in guiding societal norms. Their policies of legal codification, religious centralization, and territorial integration provided frameworks for balancing authority, maintaining cohesion, and asserting legitimacy while navigating the challenges of diverse populations and foreign influence. Educational and scholarly initiatives fostered under the Hasmoneans created a culture of intellectual engagement, moral reflection, and ritual observance that persisted under Herod and Roman oversight, ensuring continuity in religious practice, legal interpretation, and ethical guidance. Historical narratives, commemorations, and ritual observances reinforced the dynasty's symbolic and moral significance, embedding the Hasmonean legacy in collective memory and providing templates for ethical leadership, civic responsibility, and communal resilience. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements of the Hasmoneans continued to inform governance, defense planning, and societal organization, demonstrating the importance of foresight, institutional stability, and moral legitimacy in sustaining communities under pressure. Socially and religiously, their policies maintained cohesion, reinforced identity, and ensured adherence to law, creating durable frameworks for managing diversity, resolving conflict, and preserving tradition. The Hasmoneans' engagement with Hellenistic administrative and military practices, combined with preservation of Jewish law, illustrates their pragmatic approach to governance and offers lessons on balancing adaptation with principle. Even after the political demise of the dynasty, Hasmonean legal, ritual, and institutional frameworks continued to guide governance, leadership, and religious life, demonstrating the long-term influence of their structures. Economic systems implemented under the Hasmoneans ensured stability, facilitated trade, supported religious institutions, and enabled civic projects, highlighting the enduring relevance of effective administrative practices. Symbolically and morally, the Hasmoneans continued to inspire expectations of ethical leadership, communal responsibility, and courage in the face of adversity, shaping cultural memory and guiding moral reflection for generations. Their integration of law, ritual, and governance created structures that sustained cohesion, identity, and order, emphasizing the enduring impact of dynastic foresight and institutional design. Education, scholarship, and ritual observance promoted under Hasmonean influence ensured continuity of intellectual, ethical, and religious life, embedding a culture of learning, debate, and reflection that endured under Herodian and Roman oversight. The dynasty's historical narrative and ritual commemoration reinforced their moral and symbolic authority, providing enduring examples of leadership, civic duty, and resilience that continued to shape Jewish thought, practice, and identity. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic innovations introduced by the Hasmoneans provided enduring guidance in governance, adaptation, and societal resilience, illustrating the long-term value of institutional foresight. Socially and religiously, their frameworks promoted cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, maintaining stability, and preserving tradition. The Hasmonean legacy persisted in legal, ritual, and educational institutions, in collective memory, and in symbolic authority, shaping Jewish governance, leadership expectations, and cultural identity well into the early Common Era. Achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that enabled resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish historical consciousness. Ultimately, the dynasty's enduring significance lies in their ability to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into cohesive frameworks that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond their political reign, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory for generations. Part 17 emphasizes that the Hasmonean influence extended beyond temporal power, embedding enduring principles of law, ritual, ethical governance, and cultural continuity into Jewish society, guiding communities under Herod and Roman oversight, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the Hasmonean legacy remained a defining force in Jewish history, culture, and ethical imagination. In conclusion, the Hasmoneans' story illustrates that dynastic authority, institutional foresight, and moral legitimacy can create frameworks that outlast political decline, shaping law, leadership, religious practice, and cultural identity for centuries, reinforcing the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish historical, religious, and cultural consciousness, even in the turbulent decades leading up to the Roman destruction of Jerusalem. Part 18 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the enduring legacy of the Hasmoneans in the post-Temple period, highlighting how their historical, religious, and symbolic significance continued to influence Jewish thought, communal identity, and moral reflection well beyond their political reign. Following the Roman destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, the Hasmonean dynasty emerged as a central point of reference for Jews seeking to understand the challenges of leadership, governance, and religious fidelity in a context of foreign domination, social upheaval, and institutional disruption. Their legacy was preserved not only in historical narratives, such as Josephus, writings, and the books of Maccabees, but also through ritual observances like Hanukkah, which celebrated the Maccabean revolt and the dynasty's role in defending religious law, reinforcing the symbolic connection between moral courage, religious observance, and communal resilience. The Hasmoneans' historical example provided moral and political templates for evaluating leadership, emphasizing the integration of ethical conduct, religious duty, and strategic acumen as essential for sustaining communal identity and social cohesion. The dual authority of kingship and high priesthood that characterized the Hasmoneans became a point of reference in debates over legitimate leadership, influencing sectarian perspectives, Pharisaic and Sadducean interpretations of law, and early rabbinic discussions on the appropriate balance between spiritual and temporal power. Their efforts to centralize the temple, codify legal practice, and promote Torah study created institutional frameworks that continued to guide religious education, ethical instruction, and ritual observance, even as the political context shifted and Jewish communities adapted to life under Roman rule. The dynasty's administrative innovations in taxation, trade regulation, and resource management demonstrated the long-term value of organized governance, providing practical models for sustaining communal institutions and religious infrastructure, and reinforcing the principle that effective administration is inseparable from moral and religious responsibility. Militarily, the Hasmonean emphasis on fortifications, militia organization, and strategic coordination offered lessons in resilience, defense, and pragmatic leadership, informing later approaches to community protection, civic security, and the preservation of territory and identity under adverse circumstances. The symbolic power of the Hasmoneans was reinforced through their association with national liberation, defense of the law, and moral courage, shaping narratives that emphasized ethical conduct, fidelity to religious principles, and the pursuit of communal well-being as central virtues for leaders and citizens alike. Even in the absence of political sovereignty, Hasmonean descendants retained influence through priestly authority, temple oversight, and moral prestige, illustrating that dynastic legitimacy can persist through cultural, religious, and symbolic channels, and continue to shape social expectations and institutional practices. The internal conflicts, succession disputes, and factional rivalries of the later Hasmonean period provided enduring cautionary lessons on the fragility of power, the ethical dimensions of leadership, and the importance of balancing ambition with communal responsibility, informing rabbinic and sectarian reflections on governance and moral leadership. Education and scholarly activity fostered under Hasmonean rule ensured that subsequent generations possessed the tools for legal reasoning, ethical deliberation, and religious observance, sustaining intellectual and moral continuity, and creating a cultural memory that would influence the formation of rabbinic authority, halakhic discourse, and communal norms. Economically, their systems of resource management and civic administration facilitated stability and public welfare, demonstrating the practical implications of well-structured governance and the interdependence of political, religious, and social institutions. Symbolically, the dynasty continued to represent courage, justice, piety, and moral resilience, reinforcing ideals of communal loyalty, ethical governance, and religious fidelity that guided social conduct, leadership expectations, and collective identity in subsequent centuries. The Hasmoneans, policies of territorial integration, legal centralization, and religious oversight provided models for maintaining cohesion and authority in heterogeneous societies, illustrating the enduring relevance of their administrative and moral frameworks for communities navigating diversity and external pressures. Educational and ritual institutions promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured the transmission of moral, religious, and legal knowledge, embedding cultural and ethical norms that persisted under Roman domination and informed early rabbinic pedagogy and interpretive traditions. Historical narratives and commemorations of the Hasmoneans reinforced their symbolic authority, embedding moral lessons, civic ideals, and cultural identity into Jewish collective memory, and providing templates for ethical leadership, communal responsibility, and societal resilience in the face of adversity. Strategic, administrative, and military achievements of the Hasmoneans provided enduring guidance for governance, civic organization, and communal defense, demonstrating the importance of foresight, institutional stability, and ethical leadership in sustaining societies. Socially and religiously, their frameworks maintained cohesion, reinforced identity, and ensured adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, resolving disputes, and preserving communal norms. The Hasmoneans' engagement with Hellenistic administrative and military practices, combined with their commitment to Jewish law and tradition, illustrates the pragmatic integration of external influences with ethical and religious principle, providing lessons on adaptation without compromise of communal values. Even after the political demise of the dynasty, the legal, ritual, and institutional structures they established continued to shape governance, communal practice, and religious authority, demonstrating the lasting influence of their foresight and moral legitimacy. Economically, the continuity of administrative practices and resource management ensured stability, facilitated trade and civic projects, and supported religious institutions, illustrating the practical benefits of well-conceived governance systems. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans embodied principles of courage, justice, and ethical leadership, shaping moral imagination, collective memory, and leadership expectations across generations. Their integration of law, ritual, and governance created durable structures that sustained cohesion, identity, and societal order, emphasizing the importance of institutional design and ethical foresight. Educational, scholarly, and ritual initiatives promoted under Hasmonean influence ensured continuity in intellectual, moral, and religious life, embedding a culture of reflection, learning, and ethical engagement that persisted under Roman authority and informed early rabbinic thought. Historical narratives, ritual commemorations, and textual preservation reinforced the dynasty's symbolic significance, providing examples of leadership, civic duty, and resilience that continued to guide Jewish communities in moral, religious, and political matters. Strategic, administrative, and military lessons from the Hasmoneans provided enduring guidance in governance, resilience, and adaptation, highlighting the intersection of prudence, foresight, and ethical responsibility. Socially and religiously, the Hasmonean frameworks maintained cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering templates for managing internal diversity, mediating conflict, and preserving communal values. The dynasty's legal, ritual, and institutional influence persisted across centuries, shaping governance, leadership norms, and cultural memory well beyond the fall of Jerusalem, influencing early rabbinic reflections on authority, law, and ethical leadership. Achievements in administration, military organization, legal codification, and religious oversight created enduring structures that enabled resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish identity and historical consciousness. Ultimately, the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their capacity to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into cohesive frameworks that preserved law, identity, and cultural continuity beyond political decline, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory across generations. Part 18 emphasizes that the Hasmonean legacy transcended temporal power, embedding principles of law, ritual, ethical governance, and cultural identity into Jewish life, guiding communities under foreign domination, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the dynasty's moral and symbolic significance remained a defining force in Jewish historical, religious, and cultural consciousness. In conclusion, the Hasmoneans' historical, moral, and institutional legacy demonstrates how dynastic authority, ethical foresight, and cultural vision can outlast political sovereignty, shaping law, governance, religious practice, and collective identity for centuries, reinforcing the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish thought, historiography, and ethical imagination. Part 19 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series delves into the long-term historiographical, cultural, and symbolic legacy of the Hasmoneans, examining how their deeds, policies, and moral authority continued to influence Jewish thought, historical narratives, and collective memory even centuries after the political fall of the dynasty. The Hasmoneans, through their successful revolt against Seleucid oppression and subsequent consolidation of sovereignty, established a historical model of national and religious self-determination that resonated deeply with subsequent generations. Their integration of kingship and high priesthood created enduring debates on the legitimacy of combining spiritual and political authority, shaping Jewish expectations for leadership, law, and ethical governance. This dual authority, while a source of internal tension during the dynasty's decline, became a point of reference for sectarian groups such as the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and later the early rabbis, who invoked Hasmonean examples to argue for or against particular interpretations of law, ritual practice, and communal governance. The Hasmoneans' emphasis on legal codification, temple centralization, and ritual observance created institutional structures that persisted through Roman oversight, providing continuity in religious life, moral instruction, and communal cohesion even under the pressures of foreign domination. These frameworks of law, ritual, and education ensured that Jewish communities retained their identity, moral cohesion, and intellectual vitality, enabling the survival of traditions that would later form the basis of Rabbinic Judaism. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans represented courage, piety, and resilience in the face of oppression, and their memory was preserved in religious rituals, historical texts, and cultural narratives that reinforced communal ideals of justice, ethical leadership, and devotion to God. The celebration of Hanukkah, commemorating the Maccabean revolt and the purification of the temple, embedded the Hasmonean struggle and triumph into the cyclical consciousness of Jewish life, shaping communal memory, moral reflection, and identity for generations. Even as political authority shifted to Herod and later Roman governors, the Hasmoneans' descendants retained influence through priestly authority, marriage alliances, and symbolic legitimacy, demonstrating the enduring power of historical and moral capital in shaping social and political landscapes. The dynasty's military, administrative, and strategic innovations provided lessons in defense, governance, and resource management, offering models for later leaders navigating the complex realities of foreign oversight, internal factionalism, and the maintenance of communal stability. Economically, the systems introduced under Hasmonean rule, including taxation, trade regulation, and agricultural management, continued to stabilize civic life, support temple operations, and facilitate public works, illustrating the practical and lasting impact of well-organized governance. Militarily, their fortifications, militia organization, and strategic coordination informed approaches to urban defense, regional security, and military planning in subsequent Jewish history. Sectarian debates frequently referenced Hasmonean precedents to legitimize positions, mediate disputes, and negotiate authority, reinforcing the dynasty's symbolic importance beyond its political lifespan. Pharisees and early rabbis, in particular, drew upon the Hasmonean model when constructing norms of ethical governance, communal responsibility, and ritual fidelity, ensuring that the dynasty's influence permeated intellectual and religious discourse. Internal rivalries and succession disputes during the later Hasmonean period offered enduring lessons on the ethical exercise of power, the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the importance of balancing familial, political, and communal interests, shaping reflections on leadership for both Jewish and neighboring societies. The Hasmoneans' promotion of education, Torah study, and legal literacy ensured the continuity of intellectual and moral traditions, supporting the emergence of scholarly and religious frameworks capable of sustaining communities under Roman domination. Their legacy influenced early Christian writers as well, who referenced the Maccabean revolt, the struggle for religious fidelity, and the example of righteous leadership as moral and theological exemplars, integrating Hasmonean motifs into broader narratives of struggle, divine providence, and ethical conduct. Symbolically, the dynasty embodied ideals of resilience, ethical courage, and fidelity to tradition, reinforcing communal values, shaping historical memory, and providing moral templates for leaders and citizens navigating periods of oppression and uncertainty. The Hasmoneans' policies of territorial integration, law enforcement, and religious centralization created enduring frameworks for maintaining cohesion, authority, and identity, illustrating the long-term effects of institutional foresight and careful governance. Educational and ritual structures promoted under the dynasty ensured that knowledge, moral reasoning, and religious practice were transmitted across generations, preserving communal integrity and intellectual vitality despite foreign domination. Historical narratives, textual preservation, and ritual commemorations reinforced the dynasty's moral and symbolic authority, embedding lessons of leadership, civic responsibility, and ethical governance into the collective memory of the Jewish people. Strategic, administrative, and diplomatic achievements provided templates for resilience, adaptation, and institutional stability, demonstrating the importance of foresight, pragmatic decision-making, and moral legitimacy in sustaining communities under political and social pressures. Socially and religiously, Hasmonean frameworks maintained cohesion, identity, and law adherence, offering models for resolving internal disputes, managing diversity, and preserving collective traditions. Engagement with Hellenistic practices, balanced by fidelity to Jewish law, demonstrated pragmatic adaptation and the negotiation of cultural influence, providing enduring lessons in leadership that reconciled principle with practicality. Even after the political demise of the dynasty, Hasmonean legal, ritual, and institutional precedents shaped governance, communal life, and religious practice, illustrating the long-term impact of dynastic innovation and moral authority. Economically, the continuity of resource management, taxation, and trade oversight supported civic stability, religious institutions, and public welfare, highlighting the practical benefits of well-structured governance beyond the lifespan of political power. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans reinforced ideals of ethical leadership, moral courage, and communal responsibility, shaping cultural memory, moral imagination, and societal expectations across generations. Their integration of law, ritual, and governance created enduring structures that sustained identity, social cohesion, and communal stability, emphasizing the importance of foresight, ethical reflection, and institutional design. Educational, scholarly, and ritual practices promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured continuity in intellectual, ethical, and religious life, embedding a culture of reflection, debate, and moral engagement that influenced early rabbinic thought, sectarian interpretation, and broader Jewish identity. Historical narratives and commemorations strengthened the dynasty's symbolic authority, providing enduring examples of leadership, civic responsibility, and moral courage that guided communities in navigating adversity, internal division, and foreign domination. Strategic, administrative, and military lessons from the Hasmoneans continued to inform governance, resilience, and adaptation, highlighting the interconnection of prudence, foresight, and ethical responsibility. Socially and religiously, their frameworks reinforced cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering templates for managing diversity, mediating conflict, and preserving communal traditions. The Hasmonean legacy persisted through textual records, ritual observances, institutional structures, and symbolic authority, shaping leadership expectations, legal norms, and collective memory long after the fall of Jerusalem and the Second Temple. Achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that enabled resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, ensuring that the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish historical consciousness. Ultimately, the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their capacity to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into cohesive frameworks that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond political decline, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory across centuries. Part 19 emphasizes that the Hasmonean legacy transcended temporal power, embedding principles of law, ritual, ethical governance, and cultural identity into Jewish life, guiding communities under foreign domination, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the dynasty's moral, symbolic, and historical significance remained a defining force in Jewish thought, historiography, and ethical imagination. In conclusion, the story of the Hasmoneans demonstrates that dynastic authority, ethical foresight, and cultural vision can outlast political sovereignty, shaping law, governance, religious practice, and collective identity for generations, reinforcing the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish history, early Christian literature, and broader historical consciousness. Part 20 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series provides a comprehensive evaluation of the dynasty's enduring historical, religious, cultural, and symbolic significance, tracing the trajectory of their influence from the Maccabean revolt through the consolidation of Jewish sovereignty, and into the post-Temple era when their legacy continued to shape Jewish thought, communal identity, and moral reflection. The Hasmoneans, by successfully challenging Seleucid domination and re-establishing Jewish self-rule, created a powerful example of political and religious liberation, demonstrating that courage, strategic acumen, and fidelity to religious law could effect profound historical change. Their integration of kingship with the high priesthood established a model of leadership in which spiritual and temporal authority were inseparably intertwined, influencing subsequent debates on legitimacy, ethical governance, and the relationship between law and political power. This combination of priestly and royal authority, though a source of internal tension during the later dynasty, became a reference point for sectarian groups, including Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, and shaped early rabbinic considerations of moral leadership, religious fidelity, and the proper exercise of political authority. The dynasty's emphasis on codifying Jewish law, centralizing the temple, and promoting education created institutional frameworks that persisted under Herodian and Roman oversight, providing continuity in ritual observance, legal interpretation, and moral instruction even amid political subordination. These structures allowed Jewish communities to maintain cultural cohesion, intellectual vitality, and ethical discipline, ensuring that the principles of justice, piety, and communal responsibility continued to guide societal norms. The celebration of Hanukkah, commemorating the Maccabean revolt and the purification of the temple, embedded the Hasmonean narrative into the cyclical consciousness of Jewish life, reinforcing communal identity, moral reflection, and symbolic memory, and providing a ritualized means of transmitting the dynasty's legacy across generations. Economically, administrative systems established under the Hasmoneans, including taxation, resource management, and trade oversight, ensured stability, facilitated public works, and supported temple operations, demonstrating the practical and enduring benefits of structured governance. Militarily, Hasmonean innovations in fortification, militia organization, and strategic planning informed subsequent approaches to defense, urban security, and regional control, illustrating that military foresight and disciplined organization have lasting value beyond the immediate political lifespan of a dynasty. The Hasmonean legacy continued to shape sectarian, religious, and moral discourse even after their political decline, as leaders and scholars drew on the dynasty's example when negotiating questions of legitimacy, authority, and ethical governance. Internal rivalries and succession conflicts of the later dynasty offered lessons in the ethical exercise of power, the consequences of ambition, and the importance of balancing personal and communal interests, shaping moral reflection for subsequent leaders and communities. Education and scholarly promotion under the Hasmoneans ensured the transmission of legal expertise, ritual knowledge, and ethical instruction, supporting continuity in intellectual life and moral reasoning that became foundational for the development of rabbinic Judaism. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans embodied courage, fidelity, and resilience, reinforcing ideals of justice, piety, and national identity, shaping communal narratives, and providing enduring moral exemplars for leadership and citizenry alike. Their policies of legal codification, territorial integration, and religious centralization provided enduring frameworks for maintaining cohesion, asserting authority, and preserving communal identity, demonstrating the lasting relevance of dynastic innovation in governance and societal stability. Even under Herod and Roman oversight, Hasmonean legal, ritual, and institutional structures continued to guide Jewish communities, illustrating that effective governance, moral legitimacy, and cultural authority can endure beyond political sovereignty. Economically, the continuity of administrative, trade, and resource management systems supported civic stability, religious institutions, and public welfare, highlighting the long-term impact of practical governance initiatives. Educational and ritual practices promoted under the dynasty ensured the transmission of intellectual, moral, and religious knowledge, embedding cultural, ethical, and spiritual norms that sustained Jewish identity under challenging circumstances. Historical narratives, textual preservation, and commemorative rituals reinforced the dynasty's moral and symbolic authority, providing enduring examples of leadership, civic responsibility, and resilience that guided communities through periods of adversity and internal division. The Hasmoneans' engagement with Hellenistic administrative and military practices, balanced with fidelity to Jewish law, demonstrates pragmatic adaptation and strategic foresight, providing lessons for balancing principle with practical governance. The dynasty's influence persisted in legal, ritual, and educational structures, shaping communal life, governance norms, and religious observance long after their political authority ended. Militarily, the organization, strategic fortification, and planning introduced by the Hasmoneans offered practical templates for sustaining communal defense and resilience, emphasizing the intersection of foresight, discipline, and ethical responsibility. Symbolically, they reinforced ideals of moral courage, justice, and ethical leadership, shaping collective memory, moral imagination, and societal expectations across generations. Their integration of law, ritual, and governance produced structures that maintained cohesion, identity, and societal order, highlighting the enduring value of dynastic foresight, ethical reflection, and institutional design. Educational, scholarly, and ritual practices promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured continuity of intellectual, ethical, and religious life, embedding a culture of debate, reflection, and moral engagement that influenced early rabbinic thought, sectarian interpretation, and Jewish communal identity. Historical narratives, ritual commemoration, and textual preservation reinforced the dynasty's symbolic authority, providing enduring examples of leadership, civic duty, and moral courage that guided Jewish communities in navigating adversity, internal conflicts, and foreign domination. Strategic, administrative, and military innovations offered enduring lessons in governance, resilience, and adaptation, demonstrating the importance of prudence, foresight, and ethical responsibility in sustaining communal life. Socially and religiously, Hasmonean frameworks maintained cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, mediating disputes, and preserving collective traditions. The dynasty's influence extended into early Christian writings, where Hasmonean figures and the Maccabean revolt were referenced as exemplars of divine providence, righteous struggle, and ethical leadership, illustrating their broader cultural and moral resonance beyond the Jewish community. The Hasmonean legacy persisted through text, ritual, institution, and symbol, shaping leadership expectations, legal norms, and collective memory for centuries. Achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that enabled resilience, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, ensuring the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish historical consciousness. Ultimately, the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their capacity to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into frameworks that preserved identity, law, and culture beyond political decline, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory across generations. Part 20 underscores that the Hasmonean legacy transcended temporal sovereignty, embedding principles of law, ritual, ethical governance, and cultural identity into Jewish life, guiding communities under foreign domination, shaping collective memory, and ensuring that the dynasty's moral, symbolic, and historical significance remained a defining force in Jewish thought, historiography, and ethical imagination. In conclusion, the story of the Hasmoneans demonstrates that dynastic authority, ethical foresight, and cultural vision can outlast political sovereignty, shaping law, governance, religious practice, and collective identity for generations, reinforcing the enduring resonance of the Hasmonean dynasty in Jewish history, early Christian literature, and broader historical consciousness, marking the dynasty as both a political and moral touchstone whose influence has endured for over 2 millennia. Continuing to inform discussions of leadership, ethics, and identity, and providing an enduring example of how courage, religious fidelity, and principled governance can leave a lasting imprint on civilization, history, and cultural memory. Part 21 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the profound and multifaceted ways in which the Hasmonean legacy continued to shape Jewish cultural, religious, and political thought long after the end of their political sovereignty, highlighting how their historical narrative and symbolic authority influenced resistance movements, literature, historiography, and collective memory across centuries. While the political dynasty had ceased to rule following the Roman conquest and the rise of Herodian authority, the memory of the Hasmoneans as defenders of Jewish law and autonomy became a potent ideological touchstone, inspiring reflections on moral leadership, communal cohesion, and the defense of faith. Jewish scholars, scribes, and religious authorities preserved detailed accounts of the Maccabean revolt and the Hasmonean period in texts such as the books of Maccabees and Josephus, historical writings, creating a foundation for moral and political exemplars that transcended the immediate temporal context. The narratives emphasized themes of courage, fidelity to the Torah, ethical leadership, and the triumph of principle over foreign oppression, embedding the dynasty's memory into the moral imagination of subsequent generations. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans represented an ideal of righteous sovereignty, combining spiritual authority with political acumen, and their struggles were often interpreted as paradigmatic examples of how divine providence, collective effort, and ethical resolve could overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. This symbolic resonance made the Hasmoneans a recurring point of reference in later Jewish historical and religious discourse, shaping debates about legitimate governance, resistance to tyranny, and the moral obligations of leaders and citizens alike. In periods of foreign domination, such as under Roman, Byzantine, or later Islamic rule, the Hasmonean example provided a model for understanding the possibilities and responsibilities of communal resilience and organized resistance, serving as both a source of inspiration and a framework for moral evaluation. The dynasty's emphasis on codifying law, centralizing religious authority, and promoting education left enduring institutional legacies, which continued to influence rabbinic leadership structures, ritual practice, and community governance even after the destruction of the Second Temple. Their commitment to ritual observance and Torah study created cultural and ethical continuity, ensuring that the principles of justice, piety, and communal responsibility remained central to Jewish identity despite the absence of independent political control. The Festival of Hanukkah, commemorating the Maccabean revolt and the rededication of the temple, institutionalized the dynasty's memory within the religious and cultural life of the community, reinforcing values of courage, perseverance, and faithfulness, while providing a recurring ritual mechanism for transmitting historical and moral lessons. Economically, the administrative innovations introduced under the Hasmoneans, including taxation, trade regulation, and management of agricultural resources, had lasting impacts on civic life, public welfare, and the maintenance of religious institutions, illustrating how effective governance can endure as a practical legacy even when political sovereignty is lost. Militarily, the Hasmoneans' experience in organizing militias, fortifying cities, and coordinating strategic campaigns provided enduring lessons in defense, resilience, and practical leadership that informed Jewish responses to later conflicts and invasions, reinforcing the notion that military foresight and disciplined organization are critical components of societal sustainability. The ideological and symbolic significance of the Hasmoneans influenced subsequent Jewish resistance movements, including revolts against Roman authority, shaping conceptualizations of righteous struggle, communal solidarity, and the ethical parameters of rebellion. Internal conflicts within the later Hasmonean dynasty provided moral and strategic cautionary lessons, illustrating the perils of ambition, factionalism, and the misuse of authority, while reinforcing the importance of ethical leadership and the prioritization of communal well-being over personal gain. Educational and scholarly practices fostered under Hasmonean rule ensured the continuity of legal, religious, and ethical knowledge, supporting the intellectual infrastructure that would become central to rabbinic Judaism, including the interpretation of law, commentary on scripture, and moral reasoning. The Hasmoneans' engagement with Hellenistic political and administrative systems, balanced with their adherence to Jewish law and tradition, demonstrated pragmatic adaptation and the capacity to integrate foreign models with indigenous values, offering enduring lessons in negotiation, diplomacy, and the maintenance of identity under external influence. Symbolically, the dynasty's achievements were repeatedly invoked in literature, religious teachings, and historical reflection as exemplars of courage, justice, and fidelity to principle, shaping moral, spiritual, and cultural norms across generations. Their integration of political, military, legal, and religious authority created frameworks for societal stability, cohesion, and resilience, providing templates for communal organization, governance, and ethical leadership that influenced Jewish communities well beyond the geographical and temporal bounds of the Hasmonean state. Strategic, administrative, and military innovations initiated under the dynasty offered guidance for leadership, urban planning, and defense, highlighting the value of foresight, planning, and prudent decision-making in sustaining both political and social institutions. Socially and religiously, Hasmonean frameworks reinforced identity, cohesion, and adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, mediating disputes, and preserving cultural continuity under shifting political conditions. The dynasty's moral and symbolic legacy extended into early Christian literature, where the Maccabean revolt and Hasmonean leadership were referenced as paradigms of righteous struggle, divine providence, and ethical authority, illustrating the wider cultural and ideological resonance of their historical narrative beyond the Jewish community. Hasmonean influence also persisted in later historiography, theological discourse, and cultural memory, shaping the ways in which Jewish communities interpreted leadership, justice, law, and divine favor in both medieval and early modern contexts. Educational, ritual, and scholarly structures established under the Hasmoneans ensured the continuity of intellectual, ethical, and religious life, embedding a culture of reflection, debate, and moral engagement that informed subsequent Jewish scholarship, communal organization, and ethical instruction. Historical narratives, commemorative practices, and textual preservation reinforced the dynasty's symbolic authority, embedding enduring lessons on leadership, civic responsibility, and moral courage into collective memory and shaping cultural identity across centuries. The dynasty's engagement with practical governance, strategic planning, and ethical administration offered enduring templates for resilience, adaptation, and institutional sustainability, illustrating the interdependence of morality, practical foresight, and leadership acumen. Even centuries after their political demise, the Hasmonean legacy continued to inform legal interpretation, communal governance, and religious practice, demonstrating the long-term impact of dynastic foresight, ethical authority, and institutional innovation. Economically, the continuity of administrative systems, trade oversight, and resource management ensured stability, facilitated public welfare, and supported religious and civic institutions, illustrating the practical dimension of enduring governance principles. Symbolically and morally, the Hasmoneans reinforced ideals of courage, justice, ethical leadership, and communal responsibility, shaping collective memory, moral reflection, and cultural continuity. Their integration of law, ritual, governance, and military organization produced enduring frameworks that sustained identity, cohesion, and stability, underscoring the long-term value of foresight, ethical reflection, and institutional design. Educational, scholarly, and ritual practices promoted under the Hasmoneans ensured continuity of intellectual, ethical, and religious life, embedding a culture of moral reasoning, legal interpretation, and religious observance that influenced Jewish communities under Roman, Byzantine, Islamic, and medieval conditions. Historical narratives, ritual commemoration, and textual preservation reinforced the dynasty's symbolic authority, providing enduring examples of leadership, civic responsibility, and moral courage that guided communities in navigating adversity, internal division, and foreign domination. Strategic, administrative, and military lessons from the Hasmoneans continued to inform governance, resilience, and adaptation, highlighting the importance of prudence, foresight, and ethical responsibility in sustaining communal life. Socially and religiously, their frameworks reinforced cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, resolving conflict, and preserving communal traditions. In literary, historiographical, and theological discourse, the Hasmonean legacy persisted as a central symbol of ethical leadership, national resilience, and the interplay between divine providence and human agency, providing inspiration for both religious reflection and political imagination. Achievements in administration, military organization, law, and religious oversight created durable structures that enabled societal resilience, cultural continuity, and collective identity, ensuring the Hasmoneans remained central to Jewish and broader historical consciousness. Ultimately, the enduring significance of the Hasmoneans lies in their integration of moral, religious, and administrative authority into frameworks that preserved identity, law, and culture across centuries, influencing leadership, governance, ritual practice, education, and collective memory far beyond their immediate political reign. Part 21 underscores that the Hasmoneans' symbolic, moral, and historical resonance extended through successive generations, informing Jewish thought, cultural practice, and resistance ideology, shaping collective memory, and maintaining their role as exemplars of courage, ethical governance, and religious fidelity. In conclusion, the Hasmonean story demonstrates that dynastic authority, moral foresight, and cultural vision can transcend political decline, leaving a lasting imprint on law, governance, religious practice, collective identity, and historical consciousness, reinforcing the enduring legacy of the Hasmonean dynasty as both a political and moral exemplar, whose influence reverberated across Jewish history, early Christian literature, and broader cultural memory, providing enduring lessons on leadership, ethics, identity, and the preservation of communal integrity in the face of adversity. Part 22 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series situates the Hasmoneans within the broader context of Hellenistic and Mediterranean political history, comparing their strategies, religious policies, and cultural influence with other contemporary dynasties, while highlighting the unique features that distinguished the Hasmonean approach to governance, identity, and legitimacy. Emerging during a period of widespread Hellenistic hegemony following the fragmentation of Alexander the Great's empire, the Hasmoneans navigated a complex geopolitical landscape in which Greek cultural influence, Seleucid administrative structures, and the ambitions of neighboring powers shaped both the opportunities and constraints for Jewish sovereignty. Unlike purely Hellenistic dynasties, such as the Seleucids or Ptolemies, whose legitimacy was often derived from dynastic succession, military conquest, and claims to divine favor in the Greek pantheon, the Hasmoneans combined political authority with priestly legitimacy, asserting their right to rule through both descent, religious office, and proven military accomplishment in defending the Torah. This dual basis of authority distinguished them from many contemporaneous regimes, blending theocratic and monarchic principles into a hybrid model of leadership that emphasized law, ritual, and moral obligation, alongside practical governance and military acumen. Politically, the Hasmoneans adopted strategies comparable to those of neighboring dynasties, including territorial expansion, strategic alliances, and fortification of key urban centers. Yet their policies were often guided by religious and ethical considerations that tempered the purely pragmatic or opportunistic impulses common in Hellenistic rulership. For instance, territorial annexations were frequently justified in the context of enforcing Jewish law, consolidating communities under a unified religious identity, and defending against Hellenistic encroachment, illustrating a fusion of moral, religious, and strategic imperatives in political decision-making. Compared to the Seleucids, whose authority relied heavily on Greek military models, centralized bureaucracy, and elite patronage, the Hasmoneans displayed a more decentralized and community-oriented approach, leveraging local loyalties, religious institutions, and civic participation to sustain their rule. This approach allowed for a unique blending of Hellenistic administrative efficiency with indigenous Jewish norms, creating governance systems that were resilient, culturally coherent, and morally grounded. Economically, Hasmonean administration reflected both Hellenistic influences and Judaic principles, incorporating taxation, trade regulation, and resource management while ensuring that temple operations, charitable obligations, and communal welfare remained central priorities, demonstrating an integrated approach to political economy that balanced secular and religious considerations. Militarily, the Hasmoneans exhibited innovation in organization, fortification, and strategy, resembling Hellenistic dynasties in their use of professional militias and defensive works, yet distinguished themselves through ideological motivation, communal participation, and the framing of military campaigns as both defensive and divinely sanctioned undertakings. Their successes in battle were often interpreted as validations of moral and religious legitimacy, reinforcing the symbiotic relationship between spiritual authority, civic obedience, and martial achievement. Comparatively, while Ptolemaic Egypt relied heavily on cosmopolitan urban centers, Greek language administration, and integration with Mediterranean trade networks. The Hasmoneans prioritized the consolidation of Jewish cultural and religious identity, selectively adopting Hellenistic administrative tools while maintaining a distinct national and religious framework. This selective synthesis allowed them to benefit from contemporary practices in governance and diplomacy without compromising their commitment to Jewish law and communal values. In relation to other Hellenistic successor states, the Hasmoneans' combination of military prowess, religious leadership, and dynastic strategy positioned them uniquely as both defenders of a distinct cultural and religious heritage and active participants in the regional power dynamics of the Eastern Mediterranean. Their diplomatic relations, including alliances with Rome and negotiations with neighboring client kingdoms, reflected sophisticated understanding of balance of power politics, while maintaining the primacy of religious and cultural imperatives within their strategic calculations. The Hasmoneans' approach to cultural policy also diverged from contemporary dynasties, as they resisted wholesale Hellenization while selectively integrating artistic, architectural, and administrative elements that enhanced governance and prestige, creating a culturally hybrid society that was both politically effective and religiously coherent. This stands in contrast to dynasties such as the Seleucids, whose promotion of Greek culture often provoked local resistance, highlighting the Hasmoneans' nuanced ability to negotiate identity, legitimacy, and political authority. Internally, the Hasmoneans faced challenges analogous to those of other dynasties, including succession disputes, factionalism, and managing the competing interests of elite families, religious authorities, and popular constituencies. Yet their reliance on moral legitimacy, religious sanction, and public perception as sources of authority provided stabilizing mechanisms that were less prominent in purely Hellenistic monarchies. Economically, territorial expansion enabled the Hasmoneans to control trade routes, agricultural lands, and strategic settlements, enhancing both fiscal capacity and political leverage, while maintaining ethical oversight over taxation, communal redistribution, and temple maintenance, demonstrating a distinctive integration of moral and practical governance. Militarily, their campaigns combined conventional Hellenistic strategies, siegecraft, fortification, and tactical coordination, with ideologically driven mobilization of local populations, embedding moral and religious purpose into the organizational and motivational structures of the army, an innovation that enhanced cohesion and popular legitimacy. In terms of historiographical legacy, Hasmonean achievements were preserved in a manner distinct from other dynasties, emphasizing moral, religious, and ethical dimensions alongside political and military accomplishments, ensuring that subsequent generations evaluated them not merely as rulers, but as exemplars of righteous leadership, religious fidelity, and cultural resilience. Cultural production under the Hasmoneans, including architectural projects, ritual codification, and legal standardization, demonstrated awareness of Hellenistic models while firmly anchoring their policies in Jewish tradition, creating a societal framework that harmonized innovation with continuity, pragmatism with principle. Their diplomatic strategies, particularly engagement with Rome, client kingdoms, and neighboring Hellenistic states, reflect a sophisticated understanding of realpolitik, tempered by ethical and religious considerations, illustrating how moral legitimacy can coexist with practical political maneuvering. Symbolically, the Hasmoneans' identity as both defenders of faith and sovereign rulers allowed them to cultivate enduring authority in memory and literature, influencing Jewish historiography, moral instruction, and early Christian reflections, extending their cultural and political resonance beyond their immediate temporal sphere. Comparatively, while other Mediterranean dynasties emphasized cosmopolitanism, elite patronage, and Greek cultural dominance, the Hasmoneans' careful balancing of local religious identity with external political pressures illustrates a unique model of governance that integrated communal cohesion, ethical leadership, and pragmatic adaptation. Their internal administrative structures, military organization, legal codification, and civic projects reveal an awareness of contemporary Mediterranean norms. Yet their adaptation of these elements was consistently guided by moral, religious, and cultural priorities, demonstrating innovation within the constraints of principle. The Hasmoneans' historical role as cultural and political intermediaries between Hellenistic influence and indigenous Jewish tradition set a precedent for later leaders navigating the complexities of foreign domination, identity preservation, and institutional continuity. Educational, ritual, and legal frameworks promoted under their rule ensured that knowledge, moral reasoning, and communal coherence persisted beyond the political lifespan of the dynasty, embedding the principles of justice, piety, and ethical governance into the fabric of Jewish society. Even in comparison to dynasties such as the Seleucids, Ptolemies, and other regional Hellenistic rulers, the Hasmoneans' ability to integrate religious legitimacy, dynastic strategy, and military proficiency created a unique paradigm of leadership that influenced subsequent Jewish and regional historical consciousness. The dynasty's symbolic authority, particularly as reflected in Hanukkah, historiography, and moral reflection, ensured that the Hasmoneans continued to serve as exemplars of courage, ethical governance, and religious fidelity, providing enduring templates for leadership, collective memory, and cultural identity. Strategic, administrative, and military lessons from the Hasmoneans offered enduring insights for governance, defense, and adaptation, demonstrating the value of foresight, ethical grounding, and institutional innovation in sustaining both political and social order. Socially and religiously, Hasmonean frameworks reinforced cohesion, identity, and adherence to law, offering models for managing diversity, mediating disputes, and preserving communal continuity under fluctuating political circumstances. In literature, historiography, and theological reflection, the Hasmoneans' dual authority, moral example, and political achievement served as paradigms for ethical leadership, cultural resilience, and communal responsibility, extending their influence across centuries and providing comparative benchmarks for understanding governance, legitimacy, and civic virtue within the broader Mediterranean context. Economically, their administration of resources, taxation, and trade reinforced both material stability and religious institutions, illustrating how effective governance can simultaneously support civic welfare and moral authority. Ultimately, the Hasmoneans' enduring significance lies in their ability to integrate moral, religious, and administrative authority into governance structures that preserved identity, law, and culture, while navigating the pressures of Hellenistic, Roman, and regional dynamics. Part 22 emphasizes that, in comparative perspective, the Hasmoneans were distinctive in combining spiritual and temporal authority, ethical governance, strategic adaptation, and cultural preservation, demonstrating a model of leadership that was simultaneously principled, pragmatic, and historically influential, leaving an enduring imprint on Jewish history, Mediterranean political thought, and collective memory that resonates long after the fall of their political sovereignty. Part 23 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the cultural, religious, and artistic dimensions of the Hasmonean era, examining how the dynasty's patronage, innovation, and symbolic expression contributed to the material and spiritual life of Judea and left enduring legacies in Jewish culture, art, and ritual practice. The Hasmoneans, while primarily recognized for their military and political achievements, also invested considerable attention in architecture, urban planning, temple expansion, and ceremonial innovations, demonstrating an acute awareness of the power of cultural expression in consolidating authority, fostering communal identity, and articulating moral and religious ideals. Their architectural projects included the fortification of key cities, expansion and embellishment of the Jerusalem temple precincts, and construction of palaces and civic buildings that reflected both functional needs and symbolic statements of sovereignty. These structures, blending Hellenistic stylistic elements with traditional Jewish architectural motifs, communicated political legitimacy, religious devotion, and the integration of civic and sacred space. Temple expansion under Hasmonean patronage not only enhanced the religious infrastructure of Jerusalem, but also reinforced the centrality of ritual observance, pilgrimage, and priestly authority, creating a focal point for national identity and communal cohesion. The architectural emphasis on visibility, grandeur, and functionality served both practical purposes: defense, administration, and accommodation of worshippers, and symbolic purposes, signaling the dynasty's role as protectors of faith and mediators of divine favor. Coinage produced during the Hasmonean period provides another window into their cultural and political imagination. Coins bore inscriptions in Hebrew, symbols of Jewish identity, and images evocative of divine sanction and dynastic authority, representing a sophisticated integration of numismatic art, religious symbolism, and political messaging. These coins circulated not only as economic instruments, but also as tools of ideological communication, reinforcing communal identity, asserting legitimacy, and signaling sovereignty in the contested Mediterranean milieu. The Hasmoneans' use of Hebrew inscriptions and iconography diverged from the Hellenistic norm of Greek legends and imagery, emphasizing cultural distinctiveness, religious fidelity, and national pride, while simultaneously engaging in a visual language intelligible to regional and foreign audiences. Ceremonial innovations and ritual standardizations under the Hasmoneans further demonstrate their commitment to cultural consolidation and religious centrality. The purification of the temple, reinstitution of sacrificial rites, and establishment of festivals such as Hanukkah institutionalized historical memory within religious practice, embedding the narrative of resistance, victory, and divine favor into the cyclical rhythms of Jewish communal life. By codifying and promoting ritual observances, the Hasmoneans ensured that moral, ethical, and historical lessons were transmitted to subsequent generations, linking religious devotion with collective identity and civic memory. Educational initiatives, legal codification, and support for Torah study complemented these cultural and religious investments, creating intellectual infrastructures that reinforced the dynasty's moral authority and facilitated the cultivation of scholarly, priestly, and civic elites capable of sustaining communal cohesion and interpreting law. Artistic expression, while often integrated with architecture and ceremonial objects, also included inscriptions, decorative motifs, and symbolic representations that communicated ethical ideals, religious narratives, and dynastic legitimacy. These artistic endeavors reflected both Hellenistic influence and indigenous sensibilities, demonstrating a capacity to adapt contemporary aesthetic models to reinforce cultural identity and spiritual values. Comparatively, the Hasmonean focus on culturally and religiously resonant art and architecture contrasts with the overtly Hellenistic emphasis on cosmopolitan display found in Seleucid or Ptolemaic courts, highlighting the dynasty's skill in balancing aesthetic innovation with ethical, religious, and communal imperatives. The integration of religious symbolism, historical narrative, and political messaging in Hasmonean cultural production ensured that architecture, coinage, and ceremonial practices functioned as instruments of memory, moral instruction, and identity formation, embedding the dynasty's achievements into the material and symbolic landscape of Judea. Fortifications, urban planning, and civic construction reinforced both security and cultural continuity, demonstrating the practical and ideological utility of architectural patronage. Ritual and ceremonial practices, promoted by the Hasmoneans, created tangible linkages between historical events, divine providence, and communal observance, ensuring that moral and historical lessons were materially and experientially present in public and private life. Coins, inscriptions, and artistic motifs served as portable, circulating embodiments of dynastic authority, ethical ideals, and religious fidelity, transmitting identity and legitimacy across spatial and temporal boundaries. The Hasmoneans' attention to cultural production was not merely decorative or symbolic. It was a strategic expression of power, identity, and continuity, reinforcing social cohesion, legitimizing authority and embedding historical consciousness into everyday life. Their architectural, numismatic, and ceremonial projects reflected an understanding that the visible and material culture of a dynasty can communicate values, assert legitimacy, and shape collective memory in ways as enduring as political or military achievements. Educational and ritual initiatives ensured that knowledge of law, history, and ethical principles persisted across generations, linking the material and symbolic legacies of the Hasmoneans with the intellectual and moral life of the community. Their artistic and ceremonial innovations influenced subsequent Jewish cultural practices, informing the design of synagogues, the production of religious artifacts, and the structuring of communal ritual and memory. Symbolically, the Hasmonean investment in culture and ritual reinforced ideals of moral courage, divine favor, communal cohesion, and religious fidelity, embedding these principles into architecture, ceremonial practices, and material culture. The dynasty's aesthetic and ritual choices were carefully calibrated to convey ethical and political messages, cultivating a sense of shared history, identity, and purpose among the population. Their architectural and urban projects facilitated defense, administration, and religious observance, while simultaneously articulating symbolic narratives of sovereignty, justice, and devotion, blending utility with ideological expression. Coins, inscriptions, and artistic motifs communicated authority, divine sanction, and communal identity, functioning as portable and permanent markers of legitimacy and moral example. Ceremonial innovation and ritual codification ensured that historical memory was internalized through recurring practice, linking past achievements with present identity and future continuity. Educational and intellectual investments supported the interpretation, teaching, and transmission of law and moral precepts, sustaining the ethical and religious frameworks that underpinned governance, communal life, and identity. The Hasmoneans' cultural, religious, and artistic legacy thus represents a convergence of aesthetic expression, moral instruction, historical memory, and political strategy, illustrating how dynastic authority can be materially and symbolically encoded to reinforce communal cohesion, ethical norms, and historical consciousness. Their architectural, numismatic, and ceremonial contributions created enduring forms of material culture that communicated legitimacy, ethical ideals, and communal identity across generations, sustaining the moral and symbolic resonance of the dynasty well beyond its political decline. By integrating Hellenistic and indigenous influences selectively, the Hasmoneans produced a hybrid cultural idiom that was at once sophisticated, locally grounded, and morally resonant, demonstrating the capacity of a dynasty to articulate political, religious, and ethical authority through material and symbolic means. The lasting influence of Hasmonean culture is evident in Jewish ritual practice, historiography, architectural precedent, and communal memory, reflecting the enduring significance of their investments in material culture, ceremonial innovation, and symbolic communication. Ultimately, Part 23 underscores that the Hasmoneans' legacy is not confined to military or political achievements. It extends into the material, ritual, and cultural spheres, shaping identity, morality, and collective memory in ways that sustained the community, communicated ethical and religious ideals, and preserved historical consciousness long after the dynasty's political demise. Their contributions to architecture, coinage, ceremonial practice, and cultural infrastructure illustrate a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between material culture, ritual observance, and moral instruction, ensuring that their memory and authority would persist across centuries, influencing Jewish cultural and religious life, historiographical reflection, and broader Mediterranean cultural consciousness. Part 24 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the complex and multifaceted diplomacy of the Hasmoneans, emphasizing their interactions with Rome, neighboring Hellenistic kingdoms, and regional powers, and analyzing how their strategic maneuvering secured both political survival and religious sovereignty in a turbulent Mediterranean landscape. The Hasmoneans operated during a period marked by the fragmentation of Alexander the Great's empire, the dominance of Hellenistic successor states, and the rising influence of Rome as an emergent Mediterranean power. Within this context, their diplomatic strategy was characterized by pragmatism, adaptability, and an acute awareness of the interplay between military strength, religious legitimacy, and political alliances. Relations with Rome, in particular, became a defining feature of Hasmonean foreign policy. Recognizing the growing power of the Roman Republic and its capacity to intervene decisively in regional conflicts, Hasmonean rulers cultivated alliances through treaties, envoys, and strategic concessions, seeking to secure Roman recognition of Jewish sovereignty while maintaining religious and internal autonomy. These interactions often involved delicate negotiations, balancing tribute, political loyalty, and ceremonial protocol, demonstrating the dynasty's awareness that legitimacy in the Mediterranean world required both local authority and acknowledgement from dominant external powers. Hasmonean diplomacy with neighboring Hellenistic states, including the Seleucid remnants, Ptolemaic Egypt, and minor client kingdoms, involved both military engagement and negotiated settlements. Military campaigns against Seleucid governors or rival claimants were complemented by strategic marriages, alliances, and tribute agreements, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of regional balance of power politics. Such measures allowed the Hasmoneans to expand territorial control, consolidate internal governance, and assert their authority without provoking overwhelming external retaliation, illustrating a calculated approach that combined coercion, negotiation, and ceremonial diplomacy. Their relations with local client kingdoms and semi-independent polities also involved careful management of vassal obligations, religious oversight, and civic integration. By offering protection, legal guidance, and religious legitimacy, the Hasmoneans reinforced loyalty among subordinate communities, facilitating governance while projecting moral and political authority across newly annexed or allied territories. This model of regional diplomacy emphasized the interconnection between ethical authority, military capability, and political legitimacy, reflecting the dynasty's distinctive integration of spiritual and temporal power. Engagement with Rome was particularly consequential in the late Hasmonean period, when internal dynastic rivalries and succession disputes threatened stability. The intervention of Roman generals and senators in Jewish affairs, including recognition of specific claimants, mediation of disputes, and eventual appointment of client rulers, exemplifies the dynasty's reliance on external diplomacy as a tool for both survival and political legitimation. While these alliances often required concessions and recognition of Roman primacy, they enabled the Hasmoneans to preserve internal autonomy, protect religious institutions, and maintain continuity in law and ritual, highlighting the complex balance between dependence on a foreign power and retention of local sovereignty. In addition to formal treaties, Hasmonean diplomacy employed symbolic gestures, ceremonial protocols, and exchange of gifts to reinforce alliances, signal respect, and communicate political intentions. These practices, common across the Hellenistic and Mediterranean worlds, were adapted to Jewish religious and cultural norms, allowing the Hasmoneans to navigate international relations while maintaining identity and moral authority. The dynasty also engaged in intelligence gathering, negotiation of trade privileges, and observation of regional conflicts to inform strategic decisions, demonstrating foresight and adaptability in both short-term and long-term planning. Their capacity to assess risk, identify opportunities, and coordinate military and diplomatic initiatives contributed to their enduring sovereignty and influence, even in the face of larger imperial powers. Comparatively, the Hasmoneans' diplomatic strategy differed from that of other Hellenistic dynasties in its integration of religious legitimacy, moral authority, and ethical considerations into statecraft. Whereas neighboring kingdoms often prioritized dynastic prestige, economic gain, and Hellenistic cultural propagation, the Hasmoneans combined these objectives with the promotion of Jewish law, defense of ritual practice, and cultivation of communal identity, creating a distinctive paradigm of principled diplomacy that emphasized moral, religious, and political coherence. Economic dimensions of diplomacy, including control over trade routes, taxation agreements, and management of natural resources, were also central to Hasmonean foreign policy. By leveraging economic incentives, regulating commerce, and ensuring equitable administration, the dynasty strengthened alliances, secured loyalty, and created the material conditions necessary for political stability and military readiness. The Hasmoneans' ability to maintain this balance of military, economic, religious, and diplomatic leverage allowed them to navigate periods of external threat, internal division, and regional instability with strategic acumen. Their territorial expansion through both conquest and negotiation extended the reach of Judea, incorporated diverse communities into the political and religious framework, and enhanced the dynasty's prestige in the Mediterranean world. Yet expansion was always tempered by practical and ethical considerations, reflecting awareness that overextension, excessive coercion, or disregard for religious norms could undermine legitimacy and provoke resistance. Hasmonean diplomacy also shaped internal governance, as foreign alliances influenced succession, legal codification, and ceremonial practice. Recognition by Rome or agreements with Hellenistic rulers not only secured external legitimacy, but also reinforced internal authority, enabling Hasmonean leaders to assert control over urban and rural communities, mediate disputes, and implement policies in alignment with both law and strategic necessity. Their diplomatic correspondence, ceremonial missions, and ambassadorial exchanges were carefully crafted to communicate strength, reliability, and moral rectitude, while signaling responsiveness to both domestic constituencies and international partners. Symbolically, successful diplomacy reinforced the perception of Hasmonean rulers as divinely sanctioned, morally upright, and politically capable leaders, enhancing their authority in both historical narrative and ritual commemoration. The dynasty's experience demonstrates that diplomacy was not merely transactional. It was a means of shaping perceptions, constructing legitimacy, and integrating ethical considerations into the conduct of statecraft. The Hasmoneans' interactions with Rome, Seleucid remnants, Ptolemaic interests, and regional polities provide enduring lessons on the importance of adaptability, foresight, and principled negotiation in sustaining sovereignty, maintaining communal identity, and navigating complex geopolitical landscapes. Their ability to integrate military prowess, religious legitimacy, economic management, and diplomatic skill into a coherent strategy exemplifies a holistic approach to governance and international relations. Furthermore, Hasmonean diplomacy influenced subsequent Jewish strategies for negotiating foreign dominance, guiding communities in balancing survival, autonomy, and ethical responsibility. Historical reflection, ritual commemoration, and literary preservation ensured that the lessons of Hasmonean diplomacy, both successes and failures, were transmitted across generations, reinforcing collective memory, shaping ethical discourse, and informing political thought. Part 24 highlights the multifaceted nature of Hasmonean international engagement, demonstrating how military strategy, ethical authority, economic policy, and diplomatic acumen were interwoven to secure sovereignty, protect religious practice, and project legitimacy. Their diplomatic legacy underscores the capacity of principled statecraft to endure in memory and historiography, influencing perceptions of leadership, negotiation, and communal resilience long after the fall of political authority. By analyzing the Hasmoneans alongside other Mediterranean powers, the distinctive combination of moral, religious, and strategic considerations in their foreign policy becomes evident, revealing a sophisticated understanding of power, legitimacy, and identity in a complex and competitive international environment. In conclusion, Part 24 emphasizes that the Hasmoneans' diplomatic achievements were central to their historical impact, enabling the preservation of sovereignty, reinforcement of religious and cultural identity, and projection of legitimacy in the broader Mediterranean context. Their strategic engagement with Rome, neighboring Hellenistic states, and regional powers demonstrates the nuanced interplay of military, economic, ceremonial, and ethical considerations in statecraft, offering enduring insights into the art of principled diplomacy, leadership, and governance. The Hasmonean approach serves as a model of how small but strategically aware states can navigate complex international systems, leveraging moral authority, religious legitimacy, and diplomatic skill to achieve both political and cultural objectives, ensuring the dynasty's influence and symbolic authority extended far beyond the immediate temporal and territorial bounds of its reign. Part 25 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series traces the complex processes that led to the decline of Hasmonean sovereignty, examining the internal dynastic rivalries, political miscalculations, and external pressures that ultimately facilitated Roman intervention and the transition to Herodian rule, while analyzing the social, religious, and geopolitical consequences of this transformation. Following nearly a century and a half of military success, territorial expansion, and consolidation of political and religious authority, the Hasmonean dynasty entered a period of internal instability marked by competing claims to the throne, factionalism among elites, and growing tensions between religious and political factions. Succession disputes became increasingly frequent as the dual basis of authority, priestly legitimacy and dynastic inheritance, created ambiguity in the line of succession, leading to rivalries among brothers, sons, and extended family members. These disputes were often intertwined with broader social and political tensions, including the pressures of integrating conquered territories, enforcing Jewish law over diverse populations, and managing the expectations of both urban elites and rural communities. The internal discord weakened central authority, undermined military cohesion, and eroded the perception of moral and religious legitimacy that had previously reinforced Hasmonean rule. During this period, the external environment also became more challenging. The expansion of Roman influence in the eastern Mediterranean reshaped regional power dynamics, transforming former allies and rivals into participants in a system increasingly dominated by Roman political, military, and economic imperatives. The Hasmoneans, while historically adept at navigating Hellenistic rivalries, now faced a foreign power with unparalleled capacity for intervention, mediation, and enforcement, creating both opportunities for alliance and risks of domination. Internal rivalries frequently invited external involvement, as factions within the Hasmonean family appealed to Roman authorities to legitimize claims to the throne, secure military assistance, or arbitrate disputes. These appeals increasingly ceded autonomy to Rome, establishing patterns of dependency that ultimately facilitated the replacement of Hasmonean sovereignty with client kingship under Herod. Notably, figures such as Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II became focal points for factional contestation, with each leveraging religious legitimacy, noble alliances, and Roman recognition to advance claims. The involvement of Roman generals and senators, including Pompey, marked a turning point, as military intervention in Judea shifted the balance of power decisively in favor of Rome. The siege of Jerusalem, negotiations over tax obligations, and adjudication of dynastic claims highlighted the limitations of Hasmonean autonomy in an era of expanding imperial oversight. Roman intervention did not merely reflect military superiority. It also capitalized on the dynasty's internal divisions, illustrating how domestic instability can amplify external vulnerabilities. The social consequences of this period were significant. Communities accustomed to Hasmonean protection of religious law and communal cohesion now faced the uncertainty of foreign arbitration, shifting alliances, and contested leadership. Religious authorities, urban elites, and provincial communities navigated competing claims to legitimacy, often aligning with factions that best served local interests or anticipated protection under Roman authority. These alignments further complicated the political landscape, as loyalty became increasingly transactional and contingent on external endorsement rather than traditional moral or priestly authority. Economically, the transition period saw disruption in taxation, trade, and land administration, as competing rulers and Roman authorities imposed new obligations and negotiated privileges, challenging previously established systems of resource management. These economic pressures intensified social tensions, fostered resentment among rural populations, and created conditions for civil unrest, highlighting the interconnectedness of political instability, external influence, and communal welfare. The gradual erosion of Hasmonean authority also had profound implications for religious life. While the dynasty had historically embodied the integration of priestly and political authority, the internal disputes and external interventions undermined the perception of sacred legitimacy. Competing factions often claimed moral and religious sanction for their ambitions, yet these claims were increasingly perceived as opportunistic or compromised, weakening the traditional linkage between governance, religious observance, and communal cohesion. The culmination of these processes occurred with the rise of Herod the Great, whose ascendancy, sanctioned by Roman authority, marked the definitive transition from Hasmonean rule to client kingship under imperial oversight. Herod's rise involved both military conquest and political negotiation, as he secured recognition from Rome while co-opting local elites and asserting control over the priesthood. The Hasmonean claimants, though initially retained as symbolic or partial authorities, were systematically marginalized, imprisoned, or executed, underscoring the vulnerability of a dynasty weakened by internal rivalry and external dependence. The transition to Herodian rule represented a profound reconfiguration of Jewish political life, shifting authority from a dynasty grounded in religious legitimacy to one legitimized primarily through Roman sanction and dynastic patronage. While Herod maintained and expanded infrastructure, fortifications, and ceremonial institutions established by the Hasmoneans, the moral and priestly authority once embodied in the dynasty was replaced by a politically strategic, Roman-aligned model of governance. This shift had enduring effects on communal identity, ritual observance, and political consciousness, as communities navigated the tension between local traditions and the imperatives of imperial oversight. Historiographically, the decline of the Hasmoneans has been interpreted both as a consequence of internal moral and political weakness and as an inevitable result of external pressures from ascending imperial powers. Chroniclers emphasize the dangers of factionalism, dynastic ambition, and moral compromise, using the Hasmonean decline as a cautionary exemplar of the fragility of sovereignty in the absence of unity, prudence, and strategic foresight. At the same time, the dynasty's achievements, territorial consolidation, religious revitalization, cultural patronage, and diplomatic engagement provided a lasting framework of communal identity, historical memory, and ethical reflection that continued to influence Jewish thought, historiography, and ritual practice under Herodian and subsequent Roman administration. The final stages of Hasmonean rule were characterized by a complex interplay of internal factionalism, external pressure, and contested legitimacy. The assassination of claimants, intervention of Roman legates, and imposition of client rulers exemplify the mechanics of imperial incorporation, while the persistence of Hasmonean cultural and religious legacies underscores the enduring influence of the dynasty despite political displacement. Socially, the decline produced both anxiety and adaptation among Jewish communities, who negotiated new realities of governance, taxation, and ritual oversight under changing authorities. The integration of Roman administrative, military, and legal systems transformed urban and provincial life, compelling adjustments in civic participation, trade, and religious practice, while simultaneously preserving elements of Hasmonean institutional legacy. Militarily, the decline of Hasmonean autonomy diminished local strategic initiative, as Roman legions and Herodian forces assumed primary responsibility for defense, fortification, and territorial security. This shift reduced the capacity of local elites to exercise independent military authority, reinforcing reliance on external power while challenging traditional conceptions of communal responsibility and collective defense. Economically, Roman oversight imposed new tax structures, commercial regulations, and land administration policies, altering patterns of resource allocation, urban development, and agrarian management. While these measures often stabilized broader regional integration, they also eroded traditional fiscal autonomy, constrained local decision-making, and introduced pressures that fueled social stratification and discontent. The religious and cultural dimensions of Hasmonean decline were equally significant. The loss of dynastic control over the temple and priesthood weakened the institutional cohesion that had supported ritual centrality, ethical authority, and moral legitimacy. Herodian patronage of the temple and ceremonial institutions sought to preserve continuity, yet the symbolic resonance of Hasmonean achievement, particularly in narratives of resistance, purification, and divine favor, remained potent within communal memory, shaping ongoing religious identity and historical consciousness. In summary, Part 25 highlights the multifaceted factors contributing to the decline of the Hasmonean dynasty, emphasizing internal rivalries, succession disputes, and factionalism as catalysts for vulnerability, while examining the decisive role of Roman intervention and the ascendancy of Herod in transforming the political, religious, and social landscape of Judea. The period illustrates the interdependence of military, political, economic, and religious structures, and the ways in which internal instability can invite external domination. Despite the loss of sovereignty, Hasmonean cultural, religious, and historical legacies persisted, influencing communal identity, ritual practice, and historiographical reflection for centuries to come. Their decline and replacement by Herodian client kingship mark both an end and a transformation. An end to autonomous priestly dynastic rule and a transformation of Jewish political life under imperial frameworks, demonstrating the complex dynamics of power, legitimacy, and survival in the late Hellenistic and early Roman Mediterranean world. The Hasmonean story, culminating in this transition, offers enduring lessons on the vulnerabilities of dynastic authority, the strategic importance of internal cohesion, and the interplay between local autonomy and imperial oversight, while preserving a legacy of religious, cultural, and ethical significance that shaped the trajectory of Jewish history beyond the dynasty's political demise. Part 26 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the enduring legacy of the Hasmoneans in Jewish history, culture, and religious practice, highlighting how their political, military, and religious achievements continued to resonate in communal memory, literature, ritual observance, and historiography long after the fall of the dynasty and the transition to Herodian rule. Despite the eventual loss of political sovereignty, the Hasmoneans' contributions to Jewish identity, religious life, and cultural expression remained potent, shaping collective understandings of leadership, morality, and divine favor, and providing a framework for reflecting on resistance, righteousness, and national resilience. Central to this legacy is the memory of the Maccabean revolt and the subsequent establishment of Hasmonean rule, which became symbolic of Jewish courage, divine support, and ethical leadership in the face of foreign domination and Hellenistic cultural pressures. The narratives of heroism, ritual restoration, and military victory were preserved in historical accounts, liturgical commemoration, and cultural storytelling, most notably in texts such as the Books of Maccabees, which provide detailed chronologies of rebellion, political consolidation, and religious reestablishment. These texts not only document historical events, but also interpret them through ethical and theological lenses, emphasizing the role of faith, law, and moral integrity in achieving communal and national objectives. The celebration of Hanukkah, commemorating the rededication of the temple and the triumph of the Maccabees, exemplifies the integration of Hasmonean achievements into religious ritual, embedding historical memory into cyclical practice and communal consciousness. The festival reinforces values of courage, divine providence, and communal cohesion, ensuring that successive generations internalized the lessons of resistance and fidelity while linking historical events with lived religious experience. Beyond ritual, the Hasmoneans influenced Jewish historiography, establishing paradigms for interpreting leadership, legitimacy, and ethical conduct. Later historians, chroniclers, and religious commentators frequently invoked Hasmonean examples to illustrate the interplay between moral virtue, political acumen, and divine favor, creating a template for evaluating rulers and communal leaders in terms of both ethical and practical effectiveness. This historiographical influence extended beyond the immediate Jewish context, informing perceptions of Jewish resilience, ethical leadership, and the negotiation of autonomy within broader Mediterranean and Roman-dominated frameworks. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' emphasis on consolidating Jewish law, ritual practice, and education left lasting institutional and intellectual legacies. By reinforcing Torah study, codifying legal practices, and promoting priestly and scholarly elites, the dynasty created educational infrastructures that sustained knowledge, moral reasoning, and communal cohesion across generations. These efforts contributed to the continuity of religious life, even under subsequent foreign dominion, and provided models for integrating political authority with ethical and religious responsibility. The artistic, architectural, and ceremonial innovations of the Hasmoneans further shaped Jewish cultural identity and memory. Temple expansion, fortifications, ceremonial observances, and inscriptions created physical and symbolic spaces that communicated authority, moral purpose, and historical continuity. Coins, decorative motifs, and public buildings served as material embodiments of legitimacy, reinforcing collective awareness of sovereignty, ritual propriety, and ethical governance. These tangible legacies functioned as mnemonic devices, linking communal experience with dynastic achievement and embedding Hasmonean influence into both sacred and civic spaces. In the realm of theology, the Hasmoneans' narrative reinforced understandings of divine providence, ethical responsibility, and the moral obligations of leadership. Their successes were often interpreted as evidence of God's favor toward those who uphold law, ritual, and communal integrity, establishing a model in which political authority, religious fidelity, and ethical conduct were mutually reinforcing. This theological framework influenced Jewish reflection on kingship, priesthood, and communal obligation, shaping interpretations of later historical events and ethical discourse. Socially, the Hasmoneans' integration of military, religious, and civic authority provided enduring lessons in leadership, communal organization, and conflict resolution. Their ability to mobilize local populations, negotiate alliances, and enforce law without wholly alienating subjugated communities demonstrated strategies for balancing coercion, negotiation, and moral authority, offering templates for managing internal diversity and external pressures. Even after the fall of the dynasty, these lessons informed Jewish approaches to governance, community leadership, and the negotiation of identity under foreign rule. The Hasmonean legacy also persisted in legal and ritual structures. Codification of practices, reinforcement of priestly authority, and establishment of festivals ensured that religious observance remained robust, providing continuity even as political authority shifted to Herodian or Roman oversight. Communities continued to orient communal life around the structures and calendars reinforced during the Hasmonean period, linking historical achievement with ongoing practice. Literary and historiographical traditions preserved narratives of resistance, moral rectitude, and divine sanction, embedding ethical instruction and historical consciousness within collective memory. Hasmonean examples were invoked in discussions of rebellion, autonomy, and righteous governance, providing enduring models for evaluating leadership and communal responsibility. These narratives were not merely retrospective, but actively shaped political and religious discourse, influencing strategies for negotiating sovereignty, maintaining cultural identity, and asserting communal cohesion under successive foreign dominations. The symbolic dimension of Hasmonean legacy is further evident in iconography, ceremonial practices, and ritual observances that continued to reference dynastic achievement. Public memory, liturgical reflection, and cultural storytelling reinforced values of courage, ethical leadership, and faithfulness, ensuring that the dynasty's moral and political exemplars remained central to communal identity. In this sense, the Hasmoneans' influence extended far beyond temporal rule, permeating cultural consciousness, religious reflection, and ethical discourse. Comparative perspectives highlight the uniqueness of Hasmonean legacy within Mediterranean and Jewish historical frameworks. Unlike dynasties whose authority was purely dynastic or Hellenistic, the Hasmoneans integrated military achievement, religious legitimacy, and moral exemplarity into a model of governance that left durable symbolic and institutional imprints. Their cultural, religious, and ethical legacies continued to resonate under Herodian and Roman administration, demonstrating the persistence of values and institutions even when political sovereignty was lost. In conclusion, Part 26 emphasizes that the Hasmonean dynasty's significance extends beyond its political and military accomplishments, encompassing profound contributions to Jewish ritual, historiography, cultural identity, and ethical reflection. Their achievements in law, ritual, architecture, ceremonial innovation, and historical narrative created enduring frameworks for understanding leadership, communal responsibility, and divine favor. Through festivals, literary texts, educational structures, and material culture, the Hasmoneans ensured that their legacy would shape Jewish consciousness for generations, influencing religious practice, cultural memory, and historical interpretation. Even after their political decline and the ascendancy of Herodian and Roman authority, the Hasmoneans' example provided models of courage, ethical governance, and cultural preservation, demonstrating the power of principled leadership and the enduring resonance of dynastic achievement in shaping identity, memory, and moral reflection. Their story, from the Maccabean revolt to the transition to client kingship, illustrates the interplay of military skill, religious legitimacy, political strategy, and cultural innovation, and underscores the enduring capacity of principled leadership to inspire, guide, and sustain communal life long after the loss of political sovereignty. Part 27 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series serves as a comprehensive conclusion, synthesizing the multifaceted history of the dynasty, from its emergence during the Maccabean revolt to its decline and enduring legacy, highlighting the interplay of military prowess, political innovation, religious authority, cultural patronage, and diplomatic strategy that define the Hasmonean era. The Hasmoneans arose in a period of extraordinary upheaval, when Judea faced the dual challenges of foreign domination and internal cultural tension, particularly the imposition of Hellenistic policies by the Seleucid Empire and the attendant pressures to assimilate foreign religious and civic practices. The revolt led by Mattathias and his sons, later chronicled as the Maccabean Uprising, exemplified the fusion of religious zeal, moral conviction, and tactical ingenuity, resulting in the recapture of Jerusalem, the purification of the temple, and the establishment of an independent Jewish polity. The early Hasmoneans, such as Judah Maccabee, demonstrated an extraordinary combination of guerrilla warfare, strategic leadership, and moral authority, leveraging both the terrain and popular support to resist a materially superior Seleucid force. These successes not only secured territorial control, but also laid the foundation for a broader political and religious revival, emphasizing the interconnection between military victory, ritual restoration, and communal morale. Following initial successes, the dynasty transitioned from a revolutionary movement to an established polity, with leaders like Simon Thassi consolidating political authority, instituting administrative structures, and codifying religious observance, blending priestly and political legitimacy. The Hasmonean rulers navigated the delicate balance between maintaining the sanctity of religious institutions and exercising secular authority, ensuring that governance was both morally sanctioned and politically effective. This dual authority allowed them to unify disparate communities, regulate legal and ritual practice, and project power beyond Jerusalem into neighboring territories, creating a sense of national cohesion anchored in both spiritual and civic identity. Territorial expansion under Hasmonean leadership involved a combination of military campaigns, negotiated settlements, and strategic marriages, extending influence over Idumea, Samaria, Galilee, and other regions. While conquest played a role, diplomatic skill, alliances, and the judicious use of vassalage enabled the dynasty to integrate diverse populations while asserting Jewish law and communal authority. This expansion not only increased economic resources and strategic depth, but also tested the capacity of the Hasmoneans to govern multi-ethnic and multi-religious territories, prompting innovations in administration, legal codification, and cultural integration. The dynasty's engagement with neighboring Hellenistic states and emerging powers, particularly Rome, illustrates a sophisticated approach to international diplomacy. Hasmonean rulers cultivated alliances, recognized suzerainty when necessary, and leveraged their political and religious legitimacy to negotiate favorable outcomes, demonstrating awareness of the interplay between local authority and imperial oversight. These diplomatic initiatives, while sometimes requiring compromise, preserved autonomy and safeguarded religious institutions, exemplifying the dynasty's capacity to navigate the complex geopolitics of the late Hellenistic Mediterranean. Internal dynastic dynamics, however, increasingly challenged the cohesion and stability of the Hasmonean state. Succession disputes, rivalries between brothers, sons, and extended family members, and tensions between priestly and secular elites undermined central authority, eroded military effectiveness, and opened avenues for external intervention. The later period, marked by the reigns of Hyrcanus II, Aristobulus II, and others, illustrates the vulnerabilities inherent in a system where religious and dynastic legitimacy intersect, creating contested claims and factionalism that ultimately weakened the state. Roman intervention, facilitated by these internal divisions, became decisive in the final chapters of Hasmonean political history. The Siege of Jerusalem, arbitration of dynastic claims, and eventual recognition of Herod the Great as client king under Roman authority transformed the nature of sovereignty, shifting ultimate legitimacy from local religious and dynastic foundations to imperial sanction. While the Hasmonean rulers initially retained ceremonial or symbolic roles, their political power was systematically curtailed, signaling the transition from autonomous monarchy to client kingship under Roman oversight. Despite political decline, the Hasmoneans' cultural, religious, and historical contributions endured. Their investment in temple expansion, fortifications, urban development, educational institutions, and ceremonial innovation created enduring frameworks for religious practice, communal identity, and moral instruction. Festivals such as Hanukkah institutionalized historical memory, linking past achievements with recurring ritual observance, while literary chronicles preserved narratives of resistance, divine favor, and ethical leadership that informed subsequent historiography, moral discourse, and cultural reflection. Artistic and architectural patronage, including inscriptions, coins, and public buildings, reinforced legitimacy, identity, and communal cohesion, embedding the dynasty's achievements into material and symbolic landscapes that persisted even under foreign domination. The Hasmoneans' integration of religious authority, ethical conduct, and political acumen provided lasting paradigms for evaluating leadership and governance, influencing both contemporary observers and later generations. Their successes and failures offered instructive models for balancing moral authority, practical governance, and military capability in contexts of internal diversity and external threat. Economically, the dynasty developed systems of taxation, trade regulation, and resource management that facilitated territorial consolidation, urban development, and military readiness. These economic policies not only sustained the state, but also reinforced political legitimacy and social cohesion, illustrating the interconnectedness of fiscal management, governance, and communal stability. The dynasty's diplomacy, military organization, and administrative systems reflect an understanding of the need to harmonize local interests with broader geopolitical realities, ensuring resilience in the face of external pressures. The historiographical legacy of the Hasmoneans underscores their enduring significance. Chronicles, religious texts, and cultural narratives preserved the memory of their achievements, embedding lessons of courage, faith, and leadership into communal consciousness. The Maccabean revolt, temple restoration, and subsequent governance became symbolic touchstones, influencing ritual practice, moral reflection, and political thought. Subsequent Jewish historiography and cultural memory often contrasted Hasmonean ideals of ethical and religious leadership with the practical realities of Herodian and Roman rule, highlighting the enduring moral and symbolic resonance of the dynasty. Socially, the Hasmoneans shaped communal structures, legal practice, and educational systems, creating infrastructures for the transmission of knowledge, ethical reasoning, and religious observance. Their emphasis on law, ritual, and moral authority strengthened communal cohesion and resilience, enabling Jewish identity to persist and adapt under changing political circumstances. Even after their political decline, these institutions continued to influence religious practice, ethical instruction, and communal governance, illustrating the durability of dynastic cultural and moral innovation. Architecturally and materially, Hasmonean projects, including fortifications, palaces, temple enhancements, and ceremonial objects, communicated legitimacy, religious devotion, and cultural identity. Coins bearing Hebrew inscriptions and symbolic imagery reinforced communal cohesion and disseminated messages of sovereignty and divine favor. These tangible legacies functioned as mnemonic devices, materializing the dynasty's achievements and sustaining historical consciousness across generations. In conclusion, Part 27 synthesizes the Hasmonean story, emphasizing the intricate interplay of military success, political strategy, religious authority, cultural innovation, and diplomatic acumen that characterized their reign. From the revolutionary zeal of the Maccabees to the consolidation of political and religious authority, from territorial expansion and international diplomacy to internal rivalries and Roman intervention, the Hasmoneans' history illustrates the complex dynamics of sovereignty, legitimacy, and communal identity. Even in decline, their contributions to ritual practice, cultural memory, historiography, and ethical reflection continued to shape Jewish identity and historical consciousness, providing enduring models of principled leadership, communal resilience, and integration of moral, religious, and political authority. The Hasmonean Dynasty, therefore, represents not only a critical period of political and military achievement in ancient Judea, but also a lasting source of cultural, religious, and moral inspiration, whose legacy persisted through ritual observance, historical narrative, and ethical reflection long after the dynasty's political power had waned, influencing subsequent Jewish thought, identity formation, and collective memory throughout the centuries. Their story embodies the enduring tension and synergy between temporal authority, religious fidelity, and moral responsibility, offering lessons in governance, leadership, and cultural continuity that resonate beyond the immediate historical context of Hellenistic and Roman Judea, solidifying the Hasmoneans as pivotal architects of Jewish history, identity, and enduring legacy. Part 28 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series explores the enduring influence of the Hasmoneans beyond their political reign, emphasizing how their legacy shaped subsequent Jewish thought, religious interpretation, political movements, and cultural memory, creating frameworks for identity, leadership, and communal resilience that persisted across centuries. While the Hasmoneans' political authority ended with Roman intervention and the establishment of Herodian client kingship, the moral, religious, and cultural paradigms they established continued to resonate, informing Jewish discourse on autonomy, resistance, legitimacy, and divine favor. The Maccabean revolt and the dynasty's consolidation of power became emblematic of righteous resistance, with narratives emphasizing the defense of religious law, communal integrity, and ethical leadership under existential threat. These stories were preserved and transmitted in historical chronicles, religious texts, and oral traditions, creating a rich repository of communal memory that influenced subsequent generations, understanding of leadership, law, and moral obligation. The Hasmoneans' integration of priestly authority with political governance provided a model for contemplating the relationship between religion and state, raising questions about the ethical exercise of power, the obligations of rulers to their communities, and the ways in which divine sanction and moral legitimacy intersect with temporal authority. Later Jewish thinkers and scholars frequently referred to the Hasmoneans when evaluating the virtues and failings of leaders, analyzing how adherence to law, religious fidelity, and ethical conduct contributed to success or failure. Ritual commemoration, particularly the festival of Hanukkah, ensured that the memory of Hasmonean achievement remained a living part of Jewish cultural and religious life. The rededication of the temple and the miraculous preservation of the menorah's light were codified into annual celebration, embedding historical narrative into collective ritual practice. These commemorations reinforced communal cohesion, ethical reflection, and historical consciousness, creating a cyclical opportunity to engage with questions of faith, courage, and divine providence while maintaining continuity with ancestral achievement. Beyond ritual, Hasmonean influence extended into legal and educational structures. By codifying aspects of Jewish law, reinforcing the authority of the priesthood, and supporting scholarly elites, the dynasty created frameworks that preserved religious knowledge, ethical reasoning, and communal identity. These institutions remained influential even under Herodian and Roman rule, providing continuity and adaptability in the face of external political pressures. Educational and legal practices instituted or reinforced during the Hasmonean period enabled successive generations to navigate questions of law, governance, and religious observance, fostering resilience and intellectual engagement within Jewish communities. Politically, the Hasmoneans became reference points for discourse on resistance and autonomy. Their successes against Seleucid dominance, territorial consolidation, and ability to negotiate with emerging powers, such as Rome, offered instructive examples for later Jewish leaders and movements facing external domination. Revolts, political negotiation, and the preservation of religious authority were evaluated in light of Hasmonean precedent, demonstrating the dynasty's enduring influence on strategies of governance, resistance, and communal self-preservation. Socially, the Hasmoneans shaped communal hierarchies, institutional structures, and civic culture. By unifying diverse populations under religious and legal norms, they established models of inclusion, oversight, and moral accountability, creating frameworks that allowed for the integration of different communities while preserving shared identity and practice. These lessons influenced subsequent approaches to communal cohesion, leadership selection, and management of internal diversity, illustrating the broader applicability of Hasmonean governance beyond their immediate political achievements. Culturally, the Hasmoneans' architectural, artistic, and ceremonial initiatives provided enduring markers of identity and legitimacy. Fortifications, urban planning, temple enhancements, and ceremonial objects communicated political authority, moral purpose, and communal cohesion. Coins, inscriptions, and public monuments functioned as tangible repositories of memory and ideology, enabling communities to maintain awareness of historical achievement, reinforce social cohesion, and transmit values across generations. The symbolic dimension of these legacies extended into literature, historiography, and ethical discourse. Chroniclers, religious commentators, and later historians frequently referenced Hasmonean achievement, framing narratives of leadership, morality, and divine favor in ways that informed subsequent ethical and political reflection. The dynasty became a standard against which the virtues and vices of rulers and communal leaders were measured, providing enduring moral exemplars even when political conditions changed. The Hasmonean approach to diplomacy and international relations also left a lasting imprint. Their ability to negotiate with Hellenistic states and Rome, manage alliances, and balance local authority with external pressures provided models for navigating complex political landscapes. Later Jewish communities drew upon these examples to understand the dynamics of external power, negotiation, and strategic accommodation, illustrating the enduring relevance of Hasmonean political practice for subsequent historical contexts. Economically, the dynasty's administrative systems, taxation policies, and management of trade and resources offered lessons in governance and fiscal organization. These structures enabled the consolidation of territory, the sustenance of military campaigns, and the stability of civic life, highlighting the interdependence of economic management, political authority, and social cohesion. Later communities could look to Hasmonean precedent to understand the necessity of balancing resource allocation with moral and communal responsibilities. The Hasmonean legacy also profoundly influenced religious interpretation and theological reflection. Their narrative reinforced concepts of divine providence, moral responsibility, and the ethical obligations of leadership. Success was interpreted as a reward for fidelity to law, ritual, and communal duty, while failure or decline was often read as a consequence of moral or political lapses. These theological interpretations became integral to Jewish ethical thought, shaping attitudes toward leadership, communal obligation, and the relationship between divine favor and human action. The persistence of Hasmonean influence is evident in later cultural and political movements that invoke the dynasty as a symbol of national resilience, religious fidelity, and moral courage. Revolts, scholarly discourse, and communal reflection frequently drew inspiration from Hasmonean examples, demonstrating how historical memory can shape identity, motivate action, and provide a framework for ethical and political decision-making. Even under Roman rule, when political autonomy was constrained, the ethical, religious, and cultural paradigms established by the Hasmoneans continued to inform communal life, education, and ritual observance. Comparative studies of the Hasmonean legacy illustrate its uniqueness within the broader Mediterranean and Near Eastern context. Unlike dynasties whose authority relied solely on conquest, dynastic prestige, or imperial favor, the Hasmoneans integrated military, political, and religious authority with ethical and moral legitimacy. This holistic model of leadership and governance created enduring structures of authority, communal cohesion, and historical memory that transcended the dynasty's temporal political power. In sum, Part 28 emphasizes the extensive and multifaceted influence of the Hasmoneans beyond their reign, highlighting their contributions to Jewish identity, religious practice, historiography, ethical reflection, political thought, cultural memory, and communal resilience. Their achievements in military strategy, territorial consolidation, diplomacy, law, ritual observance, education, and cultural patronage established enduring paradigms that informed successive generations. Even after political sovereignty was lost, the dynasty's moral, religious, and cultural legacies continued to shape Jewish consciousness, identity, and practice, illustrating the capacity of principled leadership, ethical governance, and cultural innovation to resonate across time. The Hasmoneans' story demonstrates the complex interplay between historical action, communal memory, and enduring influence, showing how a dynasty's legacy can extend far beyond its temporal power, inspiring reflection, guiding behavior, and reinforcing identity across centuries. Their enduring example offers lessons in courage, moral responsibility, strategic acumen, and cultural stewardship, ensuring that the Hasmonean imprint on Jewish history remains profound, influential, and central to understanding the formation of Jewish religious, cultural, and political identity in both historical and reflective contexts, demonstrating the dynasty's remarkable capacity to shape history, memory, and ethical consciousness well beyond the limits of their own political reign. Part 29 of the Hasmonean Dynasty series examines the dynasty's place within the broader geopolitical, cultural, and historical context of the Eastern Mediterranean, analyzing how Hasmonean rule intersected with regional empires, neighboring polities, and evolving global dynamics, revealing the dynasty's significance not only in Jewish history, but also in the wider tapestry of Hellenistic and early Roman Mediterranean affairs. The Hasmonean era coincided with a period of intense transformation across the Near East, marked by the decline of the Seleucid Empire, the rise of Rome as a Mediterranean hegemon, and shifting alliances among Hellenistic kingdoms, city-states, and local powers. Within this environment, the Hasmoneans navigated complex diplomatic, military, and cultural landscapes, asserting autonomy while simultaneously engaging with foreign powers, balancing the imperatives of survival, expansion, and religious fidelity. Their interactions with neighboring states, such as Ptolemaic Egypt, Nabatea, and Hellenistic city-states of Syria and Phoenicia, illustrate a nuanced approach to diplomacy, combining negotiation, marriage alliances, tribute, and military strategy. These relationships were often shaped by immediate political expediency, but undergirded by an awareness of the broader balance of power in the region. The Hasmoneans leveraged these interactions to expand their territory, secure trade routes, and enhance their legitimacy both internally and externally. Military campaigns against neighboring populations, including Idumeans, Samaritans, and parts of Galilee and Transjordan, reflected not only territorial ambitions, but also efforts to consolidate religious and political authority over populations newly integrated into the Jewish polity. Conquests often involved forced conversions, alliances with local elites, and incorporation of diverse communities under Hasmonean law, highlighting the intersection of military power, religious authority, and social integration in shaping regional governance. The rise of Rome presented both opportunities and challenges for Hasmonean rulers. Initial contacts involved diplomatic overtures, alliances, and appeals for arbitration in internal disputes, particularly during succession conflicts between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II. Roman generals, such as Pompey, became decisive actors in Judean affairs, reshaping the political landscape and demonstrating the consequences of internal division in inviting external domination. While Rome ultimately curtailed Hasmonean autonomy, the dynasty's ability to secure recognition, negotiate favorable terms, and maintain ceremonial or religious authority for a period illustrates both the agency and vulnerability of a mid-sized state within an expanding imperial framework. The economic dimension of Hasmonean regional engagement was significant. Control over trade routes connecting the Levant, Galilee, and Transjordan enhanced revenue, facilitated resource distribution, and enabled the financing of military campaigns, fortifications, and temple projects. Urban centers under Hasmonean rule, including Jerusalem, Sepphoris, and Jericho, benefited from infrastructure improvements, market regulation, and administrative oversight, reflecting the dynasty's capacity to integrate local economies into a coherent political and fiscal system. These developments reinforced political legitimacy, social cohesion, and the capacity to project power both internally and externally. Culturally, the Hasmoneans navigated the tensions between Hellenistic influence and Jewish tradition. While maintaining Jewish law, ritual practice, and priestly authority, they were also conversant with broader Mediterranean norms, adopting architectural, administrative, and ceremonial elements that facilitated engagement with neighboring cultures. This selective integration allowed for the reinforcement of Jewish identity while enabling practical governance and diplomatic negotiation, illustrating the dynasty's sophisticated approach to cultural, political, and religious adaptation. The Hasmoneans' interactions with other religious and cultural groups in the region contributed to the complexity of regional identity. Populations under their rule, Idumeans, Samaritans, Galileans, and others, experienced both integration and tension, as Jewish law and practice were extended into diverse communities. Forced conversions, incentives for loyalty, and inclusion of local elites within administrative and religious structures were employed to foster cohesion, yet resistance and unrest periodically challenged the dynasty, demonstrating the limits of central authority and the negotiation required in multi-ethnic, multi-religious governance. Diplomatically, the Hasmoneans exemplified a combination of pragmatism and principle. strategic marriages, alliances with Hellenistic rulers, and appeals to Rome for arbitration reveal a nuanced understanding of power, legitimacy, and influence. These strategies were designed to secure territorial expansion, preserve autonomy, and enhance legitimacy, even while acknowledging the shifting dynamics of regional dominance and the emergence of Rome as a hegemonic force. Militarily, the Hasmoneans demonstrated innovation, strategic flexibility, and sustained operational capacity. Campaigns were conducted in diverse terrains, from the rugged hills of Judea to the plains of Galilee, requiring adaptive tactics, local knowledge, and the integration of militia, mercenaries, and citizen soldiers. Fortifications, garrison towns, and urban defenses reflected an awareness of both offensive and defensive imperatives, balancing protection of the core religious and administrative centers with expansionist ambitions. The decline of Hasmonean political power, accelerated by Roman intervention and internal factionalism, must be understood within this broader regional context. Internal rivalries, succession disputes, and contested legitimacy rendered the dynasty vulnerable to external actors, illustrating the interplay between domestic stability and external threat. Roman arbitration, military action, and eventual installation of Herodian client kingship transformed the nature of sovereignty, shifting ultimate authority from local priestly dynastic legitimacy to imperial patronage. Despite this political decline, the Hasmoneans' influence on regional and Mediterranean history persisted. Their achievements in territorial consolidation, religious preservation, and cultural adaptation served as models for understanding statecraft, resistance, and identity in a multi-ethnic, Hellenized, and increasingly Roman-dominated landscape. Cultural memory of the dynasty informed Jewish political thought, historiography, and ritual practice, reinforcing concepts of autonomy, legitimacy, and ethical governance. The Hasmonean experience also illustrates the broader dynamics of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Small and mid-sized states navigated the competing pressures of neighboring Hellenistic powers, emergent empires, and local populations, using a combination of military force, diplomacy, and cultural adaptation to survive and assert influence. The dynasty's ability to maintain autonomy, enforce law, and consolidate identity amidst these pressures underscores the sophistication of their political and strategic approach. Furthermore, the Hasmonean dynasty provides a lens for understanding the complex interrelationship between religion and politics in antiquity. The fusion of priestly authority with dynastic rule, while providing moral legitimacy and communal cohesion, also generated internal tensions, succession disputes, and factional conflict. These internal dynamics had significant implications for external relations, as foreign powers could exploit divisions, mediate disputes, and impose influence, demonstrating the vulnerability of hybrid systems of authority in volatile regional contexts. In conclusion, Part 29 situates the Hasmonean dynasty within the broader regional and Mediterranean historical framework, emphasizing their engagement with neighboring powers, integration of diverse populations, strategic diplomacy, economic management, and cultural adaptation. The dynasty's military, political, and religious achievements illustrate the complexities of governance in a contested and culturally heterogeneous environment. Their legacy, while constrained by Roman intervention, extended through cultural, religious, and historical memory, influencing Jewish identity, thought, and practice long after the dynasty's political power waned. By examining the Hasmoneans in relation to their regional context, one gains a deeper understanding of their strategic acumen, adaptive governance, and enduring significance, demonstrating how a small but determined polity could exert influence, consolidate identity, and leave a lasting imprint on both local and broader Mediterranean history. The Hasmoneans thus emerge as both products of and contributors to the shifting political, cultural, and religious landscapes of the late Hellenistic and early Roman Near East, exemplifying the complex interplay between local autonomy, imperial pressure, cultural negotiation, and historical memory. Their story underscores the dynamics of power, legitimacy, and resilience, illustrating the challenges and possibilities of statecraft in an era defined by competing empires, diverse populations, and evolving cultural identities, ensuring that the Hasmonean imprint remains a vital reference point for understanding the history of Judea, the broader Eastern Mediterranean, and the enduring processes by which political, religious, and cultural legacies shape the course of history. The final chapter of the Hasmonean Dynasty chronicles the culmination of a complex historical narrative, emphasizing the dynasty's rise, consolidation, internal challenges, interactions with empires, cultural contributions, and enduring legacy, framing the Hasmoneans as a transformative force in Jewish and regional history whose influence extended far beyond the temporal limits of their political sovereignty. From their origins in the Maccabean Revolt, the Hasmoneans emerged as leaders capable of uniting disparate Jewish communities under a shared religious, cultural, and political vision, leveraging both military skill and moral authority to confront the challenges posed by Hellenistic imposition and foreign domination. The initial revolutionary energy of Mattathias and his sons, particularly Judah Maccabee, established a template of resistance that combined strategic ingenuity, knowledge of the local terrain, and popular support, resulting in decisive victories that secured the temple, reasserted religious observance, and inaugurated a period of autonomous Jewish governance. Following the revolt, the early Hasmoneans consolidated power, blending the roles of priest and monarch to create a governance structure that reinforced religious legitimacy while enabling practical political administration. Leaders like Simon Thassi and John Hyrcanus strengthened internal cohesion, expanded territorial control, and institutionalized legal and religious frameworks, establishing systems of governance that balanced moral authority, ritual fidelity, and military oversight. The dynasty's expansionist policies, encompassing Idumea, Samaria, Galilee, and surrounding regions, illustrate a combination of strategic conquest, negotiated alliances, and cultural integration. The imposition of Jewish law and ritual, coupled with the inclusion of local elites and the management of multi-ethnic populations, demonstrates the Hasmoneans' capacity to create a coherent political and religious identity within newly acquired territories while maintaining order and legitimacy. Diplomacy was equally critical to Hasmonean strategy. Engagements with neighboring Hellenistic kingdoms, such as Ptolemaic Egypt and Syrian polities, as well as later interactions with Rome, reveal a sophisticated understanding of regional power dynamics. By negotiating alliances, seeking arbitration, and balancing submission with autonomy, the Hasmoneans preserved their sovereignty for as long as possible, demonstrating both pragmatism and a keen awareness of shifting geopolitical realities. Economically, the Hasmoneans implemented administrative systems that facilitated taxation, trade management, and resource allocation, enabling the support of military campaigns, urban development, and temple projects. Urban centers such as Jerusalem, Jericho, and Sepphoris benefited from infrastructure, fortifications, and public works, reflecting the dynasty's attention to both civic welfare and the projection of authority. Cultural and religious innovation reinforced political and communal legitimacy. The rededication of the temple, the institutionalization of festivals such as Hanukkah, and the codification of religious observance anchored communal identity in historical memory and ritual practice. These practices linked the achievements of the dynasty to recurring ceremonial life, ensuring that moral and historical lessons were internalized across generations. Artistic and architectural contributions, including coins, inscriptions, and ceremonial objects, further materialized authority and communal identity, creating enduring markers of legitimacy, memory, and cultural continuity. Internal challenges, however, increasingly tested Hasmonean resilience. Succession disputes, familial rivalries, and tensions between priestly and secular elites generated political instability, opening avenues for external intervention. The contest between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, and later disputes involving Antigonus and other claimants, illustrate the fragility of dynastic legitimacy when coupled with competing interpretations of religious authority and political right. These internal divisions facilitated Roman intervention, culminating in the siege of Jerusalem and the eventual establishment of Herod the Great as client king. Roman arbitration transformed the nature of sovereignty, diminishing the Hasmoneans' temporal power while often preserving ceremonial or religious influence, signaling a new phase in Judean political life where imperial authority overshadowed local dynastic autonomy. Despite the decline of political authority, the Hasmonean legacy endured in multiple dimensions. Religiously, the dynasty reinforced ritual practice, codified law, and institutionalized festivals, ensuring continuity of faith and observance even under external domination. Socially, educational and legal structures established under Hasmonean rule sustained knowledge, moral reasoning, and communal cohesion. Culturally, artistic, architectural, and material contributions preserved collective memory and communicated values of courage, fidelity, and ethical leadership. Historiographically, the narrative of the Hasmoneans shaped Jewish understanding of leadership, moral obligation, and the relationship between divine favor and human action, influencing subsequent reflection on governance, resistance, and ethical responsibility. In the broader regional context, the Hasmoneans exemplified the capacity of a mid-sized polity to assert influence, navigate complex alliances, and integrate diverse populations, demonstrating strategic flexibility and the interplay of military, political, and religious authority. Their interactions with Hellenistic states and Rome illustrate lessons in diplomacy, negotiation, and adaptation that transcended the immediate historical moment, informing later political thought and communal strategy. Ethically, the Hasmonean period offered models of principled leadership, illustrating how courage, moral conviction, and fidelity to law could legitimize authority and inspire communal cohesion. Conversely, internal disputes and the consequences of overreach serve as cautionary tales about the vulnerabilities inherent in hybrid systems of power, where religious, dynastic, and political legitimacy intersect. Economically and administratively, the dynasty's systems demonstrate the interdependence of resource management, governance, and military readiness, reinforcing the importance of integrated institutional design for sustaining sovereignty and communal stability. The lasting symbolic and cultural significance of the Hasmoneans extends into religious, national, and historical consciousness. Hanukkah remains a vibrant annual commemoration, connecting contemporary practice to historical achievement and ethical reflection. Literary and historiographical traditions continue to preserve narratives of courage, ethical governance, and divine support, shaping moral and historical understanding. Material culture, including fortifications, urban planning, coins, and inscriptions, provides tangible testimony to their achievements, reinforcing communal memory and identity. In assessing the Hasmonean dynasty, one observes a multifaceted legacy, a combination of military brilliance, political innovation, religious authority, cultural patronage, and ethical exemplarity that continues to resonate. Their successes and failures offer lessons in leadership, strategy, law, and morality, demonstrating the complex interplay between human agency, divine sanction, communal responsibility, and historical circumstance. The Hasmonean story illustrates how a determined polity can shape the trajectory of a community, asserting autonomy, preserving identity, and leaving an enduring imprint on culture, ritual, and historical memory. In conclusion, the Hasmonean dynasty represents a pivotal chapter in Jewish history, one characterized by struggle, achievement, complexity, and lasting influence. From revolutionary beginnings in the Maccabean Revolt to territorial expansion, diplomatic engagement, administrative sophistication, religious consolidation, and eventual political decline under Roman hegemony, the dynasty exemplifies both the possibilities and vulnerabilities of leadership, governance, and cultural stewardship. Its legacy endures in ritual practice, historiography, ethical reflection, and cultural memory, providing a rich source of inspiration, instruction, and identity for subsequent generations. By integrating military, political, and religious authority with moral and ethical reflection, The Hasmoneans created a model of governance and cultural achievement, whose resonance extends well beyond the temporal confines of their reign, shaping Jewish consciousness, communal resilience, and historical understanding for centuries, solidifying their place as architects of identity, memory, and legacy in the ancient world, and ensuring their enduring relevance in the study of history, leadership, and cultural continuity.